a brilliant young inventor, while experimenting, suddenly finds himself ripped out of his own timeline and hurled into the distant past. To his shock, he awakens as the crown prince of the Joseon dynasty in Korean history. From that moment on, he begins to reshape the kingdom using knowledge from the future. While neighboring nations still rely on oil lamps, his empire shines brightly under electric lights. When foreign armies still travel by horseback, his people ride trains, and when enemy soldiers march into battle clad in fabric armor, his troops are already equipped with iron plating and devastating 6-barrel firearms, cutting down opponents with every shot. This is the story of a 9-year-old crown prince who transforms his dynasty into the most powerful empire in history. Our tale begins with Kim Jin-ho, a prodigy whose talent for invention set him apart from an early age. In middle school, he successfully built a working model of a steam engine. By high school, he was forging iron armor with the skill of a master craftsman. In college, he went even further, constructing a human-powered aircraft that required no fuel. He even created a bizarre toy gun that caused more pain than a real weapon, an invention that nearly got him arrested by the Royal Army on multiple occasions. But fate had other plans. During an earthquake, Jin-ho dropped a stock of volatile materials, triggering an explosion that transported him centuries into the past. When he opened his eyes, he found himself reborn as a newborn child. Soon he discovered that his new family was anything but ordinary. At first, he believed them to be mere nobles. But he quickly learned the truth. His father was the crown prince, destined to be the 4th ruler of the Own dynasty. Jin-ho had been granted a new life, born directly into power and privilege. Time passed swiftly, and in what felt like an instant, Jin-ho had grown to 4 years of age. Around this time, the reigning emperor decided to abdicate the throne, naming Jin-ho's father the new king. As the son of the newly crowned monarch, Jin-ho inherited the title of crown prince. Like other royal heirs, he was expected to begin his education early. But being mentally over 30 years old, Jin-ho grew frustrated at having to sit through lessons designed for children. Determined to turn the situation to his advantage, he devised a clever plan. In history, King Sejong the Great was known as a wise ruler who valued innovation and nurtured talent. Using this to his benefit, Jin-ho resolved to gather skilled craftsmen, teaching them the future's knowledge in order to gain his father's trust and establish himself as indispensable. His goal was simple: to live a life of luxury while others did the work, all the while maintaining the appearance of diligence to earn respect and manipulate those around him. The first step was to win over his tutors. These instructors would one day hold high offices in court, so gaining their loyalty early was crucial. The very next day, while heading toward his study, Jin-ho suddenly stopped. A foul stench hit his nose. Looking around curiously, he discovered the source: a massive pile of dung lying in the grass. Seriously? He thought. Did people in ancient times really relieve themselves wherever they pleased? At that moment, a group of palace maids walked past, bowing politely to greet the crown prince. Jin-ho was about to continue on his way when the smell assaulted him again. Glancing back, he saw the last maid in the group had stepped directly into the pile, smearing her dress with filth. Jin-ho's modern sensibilities were outraged. The idea of palace staff walking around in such a state was appalling. As someone from a world of hygiene and sanitation, he couldn't tolerate it. Determined to put an end to such careless behavior, he raised the matter with his teachers later that day. "On my way here," he began, "I saw a maid with feces on her dress. It's natural for people to relieve themselves, but having it spread onto clothing is unacceptable. This must change." One teacher argued that clothing served more than the simple purpose of covering the body, it was also a symbol of social status. Some inconvenience, he claimed, was to be expected. But with his modern perspective, Jin-ho cut him down immediately with sharp reasoning. "Even if a person wears rags," he declared, "their virtue will still shine through. Judging someone's worth by their clothing is outdated. Don't you see that? The teachers fell silent, unable to counter his logic. Realizing they could not argue further, they hurriedly shifted the topic. This isn't something that can be resolved overnight, Your Highness. Do you have any other questions? Jin-ho cursed them under his breath, irritated by their evasiveness. He pressed on. Recently, I read a report about Tsushima Island being invaded. It said that everyone from nobles to commoners was forced to enlist because our defense forces were so inadequate. Why haven't we established a proper navy? His questions came one after another, relentless and cutting. And why didn't we evacuate the civilians from the island? If you're concerned about Japanese pirates occupying the land, wouldn't it be wiser to relocate the people to northern Asen? The more he spoke, the more nervous the teachers became. Sweat gathered on their brows as they struggled to respond, unprepared for a crown prince so well informed about national affairs. Yet no matter how hard Jin-ho pressed, the seasoned scholars only insisted these matters were beyond their control. Their stubbornness infuriated him further, though he could do nothing about it. After the meeting, the old scholars gathered privately to discuss what had just happened. They were stunned by the crown prince's intellect. At only 5 years old in age, when most children were still in kindergarten, he was already dismantling the arguments of his tutors. They whispered among themselves that if the crown prince was this sharp already, they ought to teach him more advanced knowledge. One day, when he took the throne, he would surely become a wise and brilliant emperor. Meanwhile, Jin-ho remained in the palace, unaware that he had just made his life more difficult. He already despised studying, and now his relentless display of intelligence had ensured he would be forced to study even more. He seethed at the scholar's arrogance. History recorded that the original owner of this body had died young from overwork. Jin-ho had originally intended to begin making moves once he turned 15, but given the situation, he realized he would have to act much sooner. 3 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Jin-ho was now 7 years old and officially crowned crown prince before the entire court. The ancient coronation rituals were long and exhausting, leaving him drained. But after enduring years of harsh study, he had at last secured his rightful position. Now, as crown prince, he was permitted to participate in imperial discussions with his father and the ministers. He even had opportunities to propose small plans for strengthening the nation's wealth and power. But the greatest obstacle remained the same. The royal treasury was nearly empty. And though crowned crown prince, he was still a mere 7-year-old child. No one took his words seriously. Even so, Jin-ho refused to sit idle. He would begin with small steps. One day, while writing, he smeared ink across the page. "Annoying," he muttered. No matter how often he used a brush, he could never get used to it. This era was full of inconveniences. Then an idea struck him. That's it. If I can't push through major reforms yet, I should begin with the small inconveniences. This would be the true start. Outside, blacksmiths toiled with glowing iron, hammering it into shape. This was the military supply division, the imperial facility responsible for forging weapons. As Jin-ho passed through, the sight filled him with energy. The sharp scent of hot metal stirred something in him. I've missed the smell of steel, he thought. I'll visit this place often, get to know the people here. Just then, a supervising official approached and bowed deeply to greet the crown prince. Jin-ho smiled warmly and replied, "It's a pleasure to meet you. Thanks to your dedication, the Zun fortresses are stronger than ever." The man standing before him, Lee Chong-ho, the overseer of the military supply division, was humbled by the prince's praise. Bowing his head, he said respectfully, "It is my honor, Your Highness." Clearing his throat, Jin-ho shifted the conversation. "I've come here with a particular request. Who among your men is the most skilled craftsman when it comes to working with golden steel?" Lee Chong-ho hesitated for a moment, clearly taken aback. "Golden steel, Your Highness," he murmured, thinking carefully before adding, "There is someone who may be able to assist." At Jin-ho's signal, Lee Chong-ho summoned a skilled blacksmith. The moment the man entered and caught sight of the crown prince, he dropped to his knees and bowed deeply. "This humble servant greets your highness." Hyung chuckled lightly. "Humble? No, don't say that. How could someone entrusted with fortifying the defenses of Osen ever be considered humble?" Flustered yet respectful, the blacksmith replied, "Your grace is truly boundless." With a serious expression, Hyung unrolled a scroll and beckoned him closer. "There's something I'd like you to see." He spread out the blueprint across the table. "Tell me, can you craft this?" The blacksmith studied the sketch with a puzzled look. "What exactly is this?" Placing a hand on the drawing, Hyung explained, "It's a replacement for the traditional brush." The blacksmith's eyes widened in astonishment. "This design, it looks like a tool that can hold ink within itself, releasing it as one writes. But the real challenge seems to be controlling how much ink flows out with each stroke." Delighted, Hyung smiled. The craftsman had grasped the concept perfectly. "Exactly. And there's more. At the tip of the nib, there must be a rounded end so the paper doesn't absorb too much ink. Also, the slit that releases the ink must be as narrow as possible." The blacksmith considered carefully before answering. "If I devote myself fully, I believe I can make the slit about 5 mo wide." Hyung did the conversion in his head. 5 mo, 1 kai is about 3 centimeters, so 1/10 of that, 0.15 millimeters. "And you can do that by hand?" He nodded. "That's promising. But this isn't just for one pen. We'll need many of them, produced quickly, not over the course of a month. Since the nibs will come into contact with water, they must be crafted from gold or silver rather than iron to prevent rust. We'll hammer them from thin sheets, and if the molds are made correctly, we should manage 20 pens a day." The blacksmith pointed at the drawing. "The main issue will be perfecting the slit." Hyung pressed on. "When writing, the line must be as thin as a strand of hair. Around the thickness of a mechanical pencil lead, about 0.5 millimeters should be just right." After some quick calculations, the blacksmith nodded. "Then I'll make the slit 1 gi wide." "How long will it take?" Hyung asked seriously. 2 days should be enough," the blacksmith replied with confidence. "I'll give you 3, Hyung countered firmly. "Bring me your finest finished work." The craftsman bowed low. "I obey, your highness." 3 days later, right on schedule, the blacksmith returned. He presented the results with pride. "I've crafted 5 nibs, each with a different thickness. Please test them and choose the one that suits you best." Hyung attached one of the nibs to the pen body and dipped it into ink. With a smooth stroke across the paper, a fine, elegant line appeared far beyond his expectations. A bright smile spread across his face. "Excellent. I truly like it. You've done an outstanding job." The blacksmith lowered his head, his voice filled with humility. "It was only possible thanks to your guidance, your highness." After testing all the nibs, Hyang gave his command. "Produce 100 more with this exact line thickness, and keep 10 of them in flawless condition." The blacksmith bowed deeply and responded without hesitation. "Of course, your highness." Hyang considered for a moment before adding, "Also, can you engrave plum blossoms on the nib of this golden pen?" The blacksmith, showing no sign of doubt, answered promptly, "Certainly, your highness." Han, unable to contain his excitement, asked eagerly, "How long will that take?" The blacksmith confidently replied, 10 days will be enough, your highness." Hyang, ever cautious and meticulous, said, "I'll grant you 2 additional days, but there must not be a single defect. I will be presenting this to my father." The blacksmith Gong bowed again, placing his hand over his chest as he swore, "I give you my word, your highness, there will be no defects." Before departing, Hyang gave one final instruction. "One more thing, this must remain a secret until I reveal it to my father." Gong lowered his head respectfully. "As you command, your highness." With the discussion concluded, Hyang departed swiftly. Watching him from behind, Li Chong-ho remarked quietly, "His Highness shows remarkable maturity for someone so young." Gong nodded in agreement. "Yes, I've heard he only just turned 8 this year, yet he speaks and behaves like a man of 30. Li Chong-ho then turned to him with a smile. "Leaving that aside, you must realize what this means, don't you? To be regarded as the greatest craftsman in Osen." Indeed, Gong had recently received a certificate of recognition personally awarded by Crown Prince Hyun himself. He treasured the honor dearly. "I'll need to find a carpenter to craft the finest frame for this," he thought aloud. "It deserves to be preserved as a family heirloom." The nibs Hyang had commissioned were soon completed, each one adorned with intricate engravings of plum blossoms. When fitted to the golden pens, they glided across paper with unparalleled smoothness, producing lines finer and more precise than anyone had ever seen. When Emperor Young Nguyen tested the pen himself, his astonishment was evident. "This is extraordinary, truly a perfect tool. 10 out of 10. In the 3rd year of Sai Young's reign, the Crown Prince formally presented the golden pen to the court. The Emperor, after trying it once more, could not stop praising it. "The wrist and arm feel so comfortable when writing with this pen. Even when writing swiftly, the lines remain elegant, and its beauty magnificent." Turning to his son, he added with genuine pride, "You have created something truly admirable." Hyang bowed humbly. "You are too kind, father." The Emperor's voice grew solemn. Historians record this moment. The Crown Prince's accomplishment must be preserved. "Yes, Your Majesty," the court historians replied, bowing low. The Emperor gazed at the pen for a long moment before noticing something remarkable. "Wait, is this a plum blossom engraved on the nib?" "Yes, father," Hyang answered quickly. "It is the emblem of our royal family." The more Hyang explained, the greater the Emperor's pride became. "Excellent. But tell me, how did you conceive such an invention?" The king, as expected, wished to know the inspiration behind it. Hyang paused briefly, thinking to himself, "Here it comes." Then, with careful words, he explained. "One day, I observed father dipping his brush into the ink. I noticed something unusual. Water, by nature, flows downward, but the ink was absorbed upward into the bristles. I found it fascinating, and that curiosity inspired me to create this pen." The Emperor leaned back, deeply impressed. "Remarkable. Countless men have used brushes, yet none have observed what you did. This is the essence of true learning, observation turned into wisdom." Hyang responded boldly. "Thank you for your praise, father, but I also have a request." "Speak," the Emperor commanded. Hyang gestured to a eunuch who entered carrying a carefully prepared box. "Bring them here," the Crown Prince instructed. The eunuch obeyed, presenting the box. Hyang then turned respectfully to his father. "Please, father, grant these golden pens to the historians and the ministers of the court." The Emperor looked surprised. "All of these pens?" "Yes," Hyang explained. "The ministers and officials who must write swiftly will benefit greatly. And the historians, who labor tirelessly to record every detail of our realm, deserve some relief from their burdens. I believed they might benefit from something that could ease their work, even if only slightly." At that moment, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Not once had anyone ever shown such consideration for the efforts of the court historians. The Emperor, intrigued, asked for the opinions of his ministers. "I find the Crown Prince's idea to be excellent. What are your thoughts?" The ministers quickly voiced their agreement. "We, too, believe His Highness is right. For someone so young to already think of the well-being of his officials, it is truly admirable," they said with respect. Pleased by their response, the king gave his approval. "Distribute the golden pens to the historians and court officials," he commanded. The servants bowed and hurried to obey. Throughout the session, the Emperor's face glowed with joy. and his ministers shared in his delight. "His Highness the Crown Prince is truly thoughtful," they remarked, while Hyung himself smiled in satisfaction. Not long after, the golden pen Hyung had designed sparked a new trend in Yashin. In the third year of Sai Young's reign, the Crown Prince presented the golden pen to the Emperor. Curious, the Emperor tested it and was impressed by its smooth writing. "Why did you create this pen?" he asked. Hyung explained, "While watching the ink rise through the brush bristles, I was inspired with the idea." The Emperor praised his son's intelligence and suggested that officials who often wrote lengthy documents should adopt the pen. Once introduced to the court, the golden nib pen caused a stir. Ministers and officials alike were astonished. "Have you tried the Crown Prince's golden nib pen?" one asked. "Yes, I have. It's extraordinary," another replied. The invention quickly spread in popularity, largely because it made drafting official records far more efficient. To further aid the generals, Hyung later created a portable writing board. "When urgent orders must be issued, this board will allow you to write comfortably anywhere," he explained. Those who tried it were astonished. "This is remarkable," they exclaimed. The Emperor, deeply pleased, ordered both the pens and writing boards to be produced in large numbers and distributed to his generals. The golden nib pen soon reshaped life in the kingdom. In the capital, merchants bustled with trade. "How much for these?" a customer asked. "2 coins and 3, but for you, only 2 coins and 2, replied the shopkeeper. "That's rather costly. Let me try some ink and a board first." The shopkeeper eagerly handed them over. The customer wrote, "Today I am buying 2 sacks of white rice." His eyes lit up in wonder. "So this is the golden nib pen everyone has been talking about?" "Yes," the shopkeeper confirmed. "This is the very pen the Emperor himself has endorsed engraved with delicate plum blossoms." The man admired it. "It's beautiful, easy to carry, and very convenient when one needs to write quickly," he said with a smile, gathering his purchases. "Now I must bring home all this paper." He waved farewell, and the shopkeeper bowed. Even after the customer disappeared from sight, the shopkeeper murmured to himself, "I smell profit in the air." A few days later, during a court session, a minister rose to report troubling news. "Your Majesty, an unfortunate incident has occurred in the market." "An incident? Speak," the Emperor commanded. "There are rumors that counterfeit golden nib pens are being sold everywhere." The Emperor's expression darkened. "How dare they forge such a precious item, one that carries the royal seal? This is an outrage. The punishment must be severe." The ministers immediately agreed. "We urge your Majesty to impose strict measures upon them." The Emperor, however, recalled Hyang's role. "I believe we should first consult the Crown Prince, for he is the inventor of the golden nib pen." At once, the eunuch called out, "Summon His Highness the Crown Prince." Before long, Hyang entered and bowed. "Father, you called for me." The Emperor wasted no time. The ministers believe that those producing counterfeit pens must face severe punishment. I wish to hear your thoughts on the matter." Hyang lowered his gaze, deep in thought. His brow furrowed, and silence filled the hall. All eyes turned toward him, waiting patiently for the young prince's judgment, admiring the depth and seriousness in his expression. A few minutes later, Hyung finally spoke up. "Father, may I handle this matter?" Time passed quickly, and within a month, the Crown Prince made his move. Hyung slowly stepped into the Ministry of Revenue. At once, every official present dropped to their knees and bowed in respect. "Your Highness, we greet the Crown Prince," they declared in unison. With a calm tone, Hyung addressed them. "Rise. Do you know why I have summoned you here?" He held up a pen. The moment they saw it, several officials went pale, and none dared to lift their heads. "My guild would never commit such treachery," one blurted. "Nor mine," another quickly added. Hyung's eyes swept over them. "I did not come here to accuse you," he said evenly. Still trembling, the officials remained kneeling until Hyung slammed the table sharply. His voice dropped, cold and commanding. "Do not make me repeat myself. Stand, now." As the officials hurried to obey, Hyung seated himself at the head of the table. His words carried the weight of authority. "I will be direct. The production of golden nib pens, as well as standard pens, will be granted to one of your guilds. However, the guild responsible for producing golden nib pens will surrender 20% of their profits to the court. In addition, the market price of these pens may not exceed 60% above production costs." One of the officials hesitated before speaking. "Your Highness, forgive me, but there is an issue. A 60% margin sounds generous. Yet when we account for wages, both craftsmen and sellers, we are left with only 30% profit. If the court claims 20%, we will retain no more than 10%. At this, Hyung slammed his palm against the table, his expression darkening. "Are you daring to deceive me?" he thundered. The man froze in terror. "I said 20% of the 30% profit," Hyung snapped, pointing directly at him. "That leaves you with 6%, not 10. Guards, remove this money-blinded fool at once. Strip his guild of its bidding rights." "Your Highness, please, mercy." The man stammered desperately as soldiers dragged him from the chamber. His cries faded into silence. The oppressive atmosphere tightened, leaving the remaining officials trembling in fear. Not one dared to speak. Hyung's voice cut through the heavy air. "Both His Majesty and I believe that merchants and common folk are the lifeblood of Osun. No one prospers alone, everyone depends on others. But if any of you dare lie as he did, know this: the court will regard merchants as nothing but worthless parasites. Do not test me." Every official lowered their heads deeply. "We will remember, Your Highness," they answered in unison. With his stance made clear, the bidding for golden nib pens proceeded without further scheming. Later, Hyung summoned the eunuch privately. A faint smile curled across his lips. "You have done well." "I would never dare claim credit, Your Highness," the eunuch replied with a bow. "But why go to such lengths?" Hyung let out a quiet sigh. "You know the truth? I am still too young. I have no other choice." The eunuch nodded in understanding. "Then, with your permission, I shall take my leave." "Go," Hyung replied simply. Inside, he felt immense satisfaction. Good. Very good. Everything is proceeding smoothly. Keep this course, and the future will be mine. But the calm did not last. One day, an official suddenly spoke out. "Your Highness, I Grand Chamberlain Suum have something to report." His voice carried a stern finality. "We can no longer continue with the Crown Prince's plan." Suum then turned and declared directly to the Emperor. "Your Majesty, I, Grand Minister Suum, must make this known: we cannot allow the Crown Prince's scheme to proceed." For the first time since his reincarnation, Hyung faced true political opposition. He regarded the man with a resolute gaze. Until now, he had been showered with praise and approval. The treasury had flourished under his reforms, and the introduction of golden nib pens had brought unprecedented revenue. The kingdom's financial standing was stronger than ever, and King Sejong, along with the ministers, had begun to recognize the growing power of trade. Yet now, resistance had finally arrived. The emperor showered Hyung with praise. "The Crown Prince has truly accomplished something remarkable," he declared. Yet, not everyone shared in this admiration. Those who resented the prince began to gather in secret. In a dimly lit chamber, several conspirators huddled together. "How can the royal court turn into a marketplace?" one of them muttered, stroking his beard in disapproval. "If this continues, merchants will eventually fall to the lowest rank in society. The emperor and his ministers are granting them far too much favor." Another conspirator added in a grim tone, "And the root of all this lies with the Crown Prince himself. We must act quickly and reveal this matter to His Majesty, or the kingdom will surely walk down the wrong path." The group nodded in agreement. No matter how clever the prince may be, he is still just a child. Allowing one so young to decide the fate of the nation is a grave mistake. But before their schemes could be carried out, tragedy struck. On the 10th of May, in the 4th year of Si Young's reign, the emperor's father, Grand King Jong, passed away at the age of 56. The conspirators sighed heavily, their plans forced into suspension. "It seems we must wait for the next opportunity," one of them conceded, and the others reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, Hyang immersed himself in relentless study, day and night. One book after another filled his desk. Many texts from Europe had arrived through China, and the young prince devoured them eagerly. Standing tall with his hands on his hips, he thought to himself, "Perhaps these writings will help fuel my inspiration. But if I claim all of these ideas as my own, they may grow suspicious." His expression darkened. "I'll need to learn the art of deception as well." Everything unfolded as planned. During a formal presentation before the court, Hyang spoke with confidence and clarity. "That is why I propose the adoption of Indian numerals. Westerners call them Arabic numerals, and I believe their use will be far more convenient for our nation." The emperor turned to his ministers. "What say you of the crown prince's proposal?" Minister of Revenue, Kim Young, bowed respectfully. "After careful consideration, I find Indian numerals highly practical for recording numbers." Minister of Rights, Hyadu, also nodded. "I share the same view, Your Majesty." The emperor did not hesitate. "With the agreement of these two key ministries, I hereby grant permission for the use of Indian numerals starting next month. Should the results prove effective, they will be adopted across the entire kingdom." The court responded in unison. "We obey, Your Majesty." As the next petition was read aloud, the emperor paused, rubbing his temples in weariness. "I believe the crown prince should hear this matter as well." Confused, Hyang stepped forward. "Yes, father?" The emperor explained. "The emperor of the Ming has expressed great satisfaction with the golden nib pens we sent. He now demands an additional 10,000 as tribute." Hyang knew well the fragile state of the royal treasury. His mind raced until an idea took form. "Father," he said boldly, "what if the court were to establish its own guild?" The ministers gasped. "A guild? Impossible," Minister of Rights, Hyan, protested loudly. The emperor raised his hand, silencing the chamber. "Let the crown prince continue." Encouraged, Hyang explained carefully, "Since the Ming emperor requests more pens, it is clear they are highly valued there. With its vast territory and countless scholars, the Ming has far more literate people than our own kingdom. If we work with merchants to produce these pens, the demand could greatly exceed the tribute required." The emperor leaned back, deep in thought, while Minister Kim Young's eyes gleamed with calculation. "By those numbers, the profit would be considerable," he remarked. The emperor and minister exchanged knowing smiles. Hyang pressed on. "Furthermore, we could require merchants to accompany our diplomatic envoys to the Ming dynasty. In return, they would only be responsible for covering their lodging expenses." But Minister Sum scowled in defiance. "No, we cannot follow the prince's plan." He spoke with conviction. "Yes, such a scheme would enrich the court, but unchecked wealth breeds indulgence. If the people grow too accustomed to luxury, tyranny will follow, and the royal family's power will no longer be secure." Another official stepped forward. "I, the Minister of Rights, stand with Minister Suam. How could we allow mere merchants to accompany a diplomatic mission to the Emperor of Maine? It would stain the honor of our nation." He turned toward the Crown Prince. "Your Highness, it seems you do not yet fully understand the intricacies of state affairs or the policies of our country. I believe it would be best for you to devote yourself to your studies and learn to view matters of state through the eyes of a true king." Hyong respectfully addressed his father. "Father, may I have permission to respond?" The emperor gave a nod. Permission granted. Hyong turned sharply to Grand Minister Suom. "You claim that if our nation grows wealthy, the people will become indulgent, fall in love with luxury, and that this will inevitably lead to tyranny. Is that correct?" "Indeed," Suom replied, drawing from history. "If you look at what has—" Before he could finish, Hyong cut in. "Then look closer at the past. It was the people who toiled with their sweat and blood to sustain such luxury. Are you accusing me of draining the lifeblood of the common folk?" Suom retorted. "Did I not already state that our goal is to bring wealth from outside?" Yet, Sonam ignored the crown prince's words. "Even if this plan shows promise, there is no guarantee peace will endure. When things go wrong, it is always the people who will suffer." Hyong met his gaze directly. "Grand Minister, are you living only for today?" Suom's composure faltered. "What did you say?" Without hesitation, Hyong repeated, "How can you be so certain the golden nib pens will sell only once? The merchants will not stop at pens." Suom frowned. "Tell me, are any high-ranking officials using these so-called golden nib pens? At first, many might purchase them out of curiosity, but eventually they will realize such a pen cannot match the elegance of the traditional brush. In the end, it will be nothing but a trinket." The Minister of Revenue, Kim Young, stepped in. "Grand Minister, you are mistaken. Do you know how many golden nib pens have sold in the past month? Within the court alone, 400. Among the common people, more than 1,000. Suom's eyes widened. "In a single month? How could something so trivial sell so much?" Hyong lowered his head slightly. "Perhaps it seems trivial only because it was invented by a child." Suom quickly bowed. "Forgive me, Crown Prince, for my rashness." Hyong's voice grew firm. "Then let it be clear for the well-being of the people, our relationship with the merchants is of utmost importance." He called out, "Eunuch, bring me the book from my study, the one titled Geography of the World." Moments later, the emperor held the book in his hands. "This is one of the volumes I obtained through the envoys we sent to the Ming dynasty. It details their geography, their regional products, and their neighboring states. The Ming harvest far more crops than Rhone, and their reserves of food are abundant." Hyong continued, his tone heavy with urgency. "Meanwhile, many of our people suffer hunger. Droughts and spring famines leave them with meager harvests. That is why we must use the profits earned through our envoys to buy food and bring relief to the people." Suom once again raised his voice. "That is not the righteous path. A true king must share the hardships of his people, finding joy in simplicity and building virtue through humble living. When both ruler and people remain poor yet honest, the nation prospers in spirit." Hyong's eyes burned with defiance. "Are you suggesting we should take pride in poverty and call it virtue? Tell me, have you seen a commoner who truly wished to live in misery? The truth is, they are poor because they have no choice. In summer, they suffer from drought. In winter, they freeze. In spring, they starve to death. Under such suffering, who would praise the so-called virtue of their king?" His voice rang out across the chamber. "There is an old saying, even a nobleman will leap over a wall if his child goes hungry for 3 days. No parent can sit idly by while their children starve, and the king is the father of the people. Shouldn't a father act to save his children?" The emperor's face lit with pride. "My son speaks wisely." The court fell into silence. No one dared speak further. The scribes looked around in bewilderment before hurriedly recording every word. The emperor cleared his throat, and many of the officials who had opposed the crown prince lowered their heads in defeat. Seizing the moment, Hyong's voice rose with passion. "For the prosperity of Joseon, and for the salvation of our people, we must act." Moved by Honk's words, the emperor once again offered praise. "My son speaks wisely," he said. The emperor paused, taking a moment to steady his composure, while Hyan carefully observed him. As the hall fell into silence, the emperor gestured. "Please, continue." Hyan bowed slightly before speaking. "Yes, father. The ministers and nobles beyond these palace walls can endure hunger because they understand both the reason for their suffering and the means to withstand it. But the common people lack such knowledge. They do not know how to bear hunger. If we wish to teach them, we must first lessen their burden. Do you not agree?" The emperor struck his hand firmly against the table. "Exactly," he declared, his voice resounding through the chamber. The court sat in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on him. Hyung thought to himself, "Father is so agitated he's on the verge of losing control. Perhaps it's best to stop here for today." Nevertheless, he continued, "Throughout history, it has been said, the will of the people is the will of the heavens. Even if we strive to uphold our virtues, what will the gods think of us if the people cry out in misery? Moreover, the people often say, 'Man proposes, God disposes.' After we have done all we can, should we not then await the gods' judgment? Yet when droughts or plagues strike, the ministers claim the emperor has lost his virtue and demand that he preserve it above all else. Is that not contradictory?" Turning to face the assembly, Hyung pressed further. "Many of you have held office since before this dynasty was founded. Tell me, why did you not accuse King Tao of losing his virtue when he established this dynasty while still under the Goro kingdom? Or my grandfather, King Ti? Zhang, was he without virtue for raising his sword against his own brothers? Or is my father unvirtuous for ascending the throne instead of his elder brother, the rightful heir?" At this, Grand Minister Seum cried out in panic. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, that is not what we mean. Your Majesty, we have never harbored such vile or treacherous thoughts. We beg your Majesty for mercy." One by one, the officials echoed his plea, bowing low. "Please, your Majesty, grant us mercy." The emperor raised his hand. The Crown Prince's words were perhaps too harsh. I ask the ministers to forgive him. Next time, choose your words more carefully, Hyung. "I will remember that, Father," Hyung replied earnestly. The emperor then addressed the assembly. "Listen well. I also believe that the well-being of the people is paramount. Furthermore, the tribute to the Ming emperor shall proceed as the Crown Prince has proposed." The ministers lowered their heads in obedience. "Do you have anything else to add, Crown Prince?" the emperor asked. Hyung responded without hesitation. "Father, I believe it is more reasonable to pay the people with food for their labor, rather than handing it out freely." The emperor raised his brows in surprise. "Pay them, you say?" Hyung explained, his tone measured and thoughtful. "While a lack of rain is a leading cause of drought, the absence of irrigation systems and water reservoirs is equally destructive. We must prepare for the future by building reservoirs in every town and repairing those already in disrepair. We can mobilize the people to perform this work and, in return, compensate them with food. In this way, we can both provide for the hungry and strengthen the realm's defenses against famine. Is this not killing two birds with one stone?" He turned to the ministers. "What say you, esteemed ministers?" They nodded in unison. "We believe this is an excellent idea, Your Highness." The emperor gave his command. Crown Prince returned to the palace. Hyung bowed respectfully. "Yes, Father." The emperor added, almost as an afterthought, "And do not forget to prepare for your participation in state discussions once the ancestral rites are complete." Hyung lowered his head in gratitude. "Thank you, Father, for granting this inexperienced son the honor of joining in state affairs." He then turned and departed, as the emperor rose to his feet. "This court is adjourned for today. You may all leave." "Yes, Your Majesty," the ministers responded in unison. But before they could withdraw, the emperor's voice deepened, carrying a heavy weight. And one more thing, he paused, scanning the faces before him. Perhaps I should also ask, what do you all truly think of this dynasty? The ministers froze, their bodies trembling with fear. Your Majesty, we have never harbored any disloyal thoughts, they pleaded, voices quivering. Please, show us mercy, Your Majesty. The Emperor's expression darkened. Return to your duties, he commanded coldly. Show mercy, Your Majesty, the ministers echoed as they bowed and departed the chamber. Once outside, whispers spread quickly among them. One wrong step, and there could be bloodshed. Not only does he carry the blood of King Tio, but also that of the former rulers. Grand Minister Seum abruptly interrupted. Enough. Watch your tongues. I'm only concerned about the future of this nation. Is this truly how it all ends? He let out a weary sigh. The others exchanged cautious glances, warning him to remain careful. Loose lips sink ships, you should know that by now. Seum sighed again. We've suffered a great loss today. We underestimated the crown prince simply because of his youth. One minister asked anxiously, then what should we do? Frowning, Seum replied, if no other option remains, we may have to submit a petition of resignation. The others were stunned. Resign? Yes, Seum continued firmly. It is our duty to advise. If the emperor strays from the path, we cannot remain silent. Even the ancient texts say that a wise ruler must listen to the people. I will ensure His Majesty remains a wise ruler. His words carried heavy, unspoken meaning. At that moment, a teacup was gently set down. I heard the crown prince caused quite a stir at the morning court session, remarked the queen consort. Exhausted, the emperor explained, the crown prince did nothing wrong. Quite the opposite, he spoke with clarity and accuracy. The commotion was my fault. I lost control and repeated words I once used when I was still a grand prince. It diminished the dignity of my kingship. The queen consort laughed so hard that tears welled in her eyes. How unfortunate I wasn't there to witness that side of your majesty. Flustered, the emperor muttered, "Stop it, lady of the central palace. I was already ashamed enough." She smiled knowingly. Yet your expression is brighter than before. You may not even realize it yourself. Speak freely. There is no need to fear the scribe's pens, is there? The emperor sipped his tea slowly. You're right. My first concern should be to put myself at ease. Wise words, your majesty, she praised. He went on. I also told the crown prince he would participate in state discussions after the ancestral rites. The queen consort hesitated. Is that truly wise? He is still so young. But recalling the morning session, the emperor mused, with how he conducted himself today and how he handled the matter of the golden nib pens, I believe it will be fine. The more I observe him, the more he resembles a man in his 40s. The queen consort laughed again. Not long ago, your majesty feared his intelligence would drive a wedge between you, but now you seem at peace. The emperor didn't hesitate. That's right, I am at ease now. Later, within the palace, the emperor dismissed the royal kitchen staff and all attendants. Alone at last, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Should I allow them to reveal themselves, or should I force them out? His thoughts churned. Should this end in peace, or will it come to bloodshed? He reflected grimly. Many of my father's officials still remain in this palace. What I need are loyal men, those who follow only my command. When King Si-young's decree was issued, the Ministry of Revenue began producing golden nib pens as tribute for Emperor Jongle, but a grave issue soon arose. What did you say? The emperor demanded. A court official knelt. Forgive me, your majesty, but the merchant guild in charge of manufacturing the pens has reported that they cannot meet the deadline. Jin Ho narrowed his eyes. As I suspected, given the current state of Jojin's workshops, producing them on time is impossible. He then said, Father, I would like to confirm something. May I summon the representative of that merchant guild? Seum immediately objected. This cannot be permitted. How could we summon a mere merchant to discuss the affairs of the state? The emperor responded calmly, his voice steady. Grand Secretary, you already knew how I would answer, and yet you dared interrupt me regardless. Is that why you spoke out? Realizing his mistake, Seum faltered. Why, Your Majesty, The emperor continued, his gaze firm. I understand your loyalty, but instead of rejecting every proposal blindly, why don't you suggest an alternative solution? Bowing his head deeply, Seum replied, I beg your majesty's forgiveness. The emperor gave his command. Summon the merchant immediately. A representative from the guild was soon brought in. Kneeling before the throne, he greeted respectfully, Your humble servant greets your majesty. The emperor explained, I have summoned you because the crown prince wishes to ask you something. Answer him honestly. Yes, your majesty, the merchant replied. Jin-ho spoke firmly. I have heard that your guild is unable to produce the golden nib pens on time. Why is this so? The merchant lowered his head. Golden nib pens are delicate works of craftsmanship. Each requires absolute focus and precision. Even if we attempt to work faster, there are natural limits to the process. Jin-ho asked again. So, the entire creation of each pen is done by a single craftsman? Yes, that is correct, the merchant confirmed. Each pen must be made from start to finish by the hands of one skilled artisan. The crown prince paused in thought, then turned to his father. Father, I believe I have a solution. But before I speak further, I must meet with the craftsmen of the guild. Once again, Seum protested harshly. Your Majesty, this cannot be allowed. First a lowly merchant, and now the prince wishes to summon mere craftsmen into this hallowed hall. Please reconsider. The emperor's patience finally snapped. Grand Secretary, enough. Why should I not summon them when the matter at hand directly concerns the affairs of the nation? Still displeased, Seum tried to object. Your Majesty, But the emperor cut him off sharply. If you continue to argue, I will begin to question your loyalty. The room fell into a heavy silence. No one dared to speak further. The emperor commanded, Bring the craftsmen here. When the group of artisans arrived, they knelt before the throne. Jin-ho addressed them directly. I have been told that each of you is responsible for every step in creating the golden nib pens. Is that true? Yes, Your Highness, they answered in unison. Jin-ho continued, I have a proposal. Instead of requiring one craftsman to complete every step, why not divide the tasks? One person could shape the nib, another could form it, and a third could handle the engraving. What are your thoughts? The craftsman exchanged uncertain glances, then spoke carefully. It may be possible, Your Highness. At first, we would need time to adjust, but once we grow accustomed to the method, the process should indeed become faster than what we are doing now. Jin-ho nodded with satisfaction. This system is called the division of labor. When many people share responsibilities, they can produce greater quantities far more quickly. The emperor's eyes lit with approval. That makes perfect sense. We shall await good news from you. You may leave. After the hall emptied, the emperor turned to his son. Division of labor to increase productivity, such a clever idea. Tell me, Crown Prince, how did you come upon this solution? Jin-ho smiled and explained. When I once visited the kitchens, I noticed the assistants and maids working under the head chef. Each had a specific task. One chopped vegetables, another prepared sauces, and another tended the fire. From that, I understood how much faster work can be done when divided among many hands. That memory inspired this idea. The emperor laughed heartily. To think this child would conceive such wisdom from something so ordinary. Truly, the crown prince is extraordinary. What say you, my ministers? The officials all bowed in agreement. We concur, Your Majesty. The crown prince is indeed wise. Yet Suum could not restrain himself. Your Majesty, I believe the Crown Prince is focusing too much on trivial matters. Should he not devote his sharp mind to studying the teachings of the sages instead? The Emperor frowned. Why do you call it trivial to observe what others overlook and draw meaning from it? Did not the wise men of the past also ponder matters that benefited the nation and its people, then share their insights? Why must you be so narrow-minded? Flustered, Suum lowered his head quickly. I only wish the very best for the Crown Prince, Your Majesty. The Emperor's expression darkened, his voice rising in anger. Is this what the Crown Prince spoke of the other day? Do you truly believe that I and my ancestors are unworthy of ruling? Is that why you dare utter such absurd words? Suum immediately panicked, bowing low as he quickly explained. I would never dare harbor such disloyal thoughts. Your Majesty, please understand my intentions. Another minister, silently watching, thought to himself, indeed, Suum's words were somewhat narrow-minded, but is it truly worth the Emperor's wrath? It's common for officials to boast about a talented child. Yet, to use authority to crush those who merely disagree that is unbecoming of a ruler. Meanwhile, Jinho reflected quietly. Father is showing his true nature again. Later, Jinho returned to the East Palace. Closing the door behind him, he let out a long sigh. That was tense. I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't brought up the example of labor division in time. He paused, deep in thought. Still, lately, Father keeps summoning me. At first, I only wanted a little of his attention, but it seems I've created trouble for myself. I didn't even realize that the idea of labor division doesn't formally exist in this period. Even before Adam Smith, labor division appeared naturally over time. But turning it into an industrial principle that was something forged through an agreement between absolutist monarchies and the regulations of the market. His mind drifted to Rhone. Though officially an absolute monarchy, in truth, Rhone is a battlefield of ideals. The king clings to absolute rule, while officials lean toward a republican order. The people, on the other hand, yearn for a semi-republican government, one where the king protects their interests above those of the officials. He straightened, determination forming in his voice. True change cannot be achieved overnight. If I am to strengthen the power of the throne, I must build gradually. Father would wish for this as well. Authority must extend to every corner of the kingdom, and to accomplish that, we need wealth. That settles it. I will fill the treasury first. Resolute, the Crown Prince left the East Palace and went straight to the main hall. The Emperor, surprised at his sudden appearance, asked, "Why have you come here?" "I have something to discuss regarding the envoy preparing to depart for the Ming dynasty," Jinho replied. "There is a matter we must have the Emperor of Ming confirm." The courtiers were astonished, exchanging glances. What is the Crown Prince planning this time? They wondered silently. The Emperor leaned forward with curiosity. And what is it? What is going through that mind of yours now? The Crown Prince smiled faintly, his thoughts already calculated. The first step in filling our treasury is securing a monopoly on gold-tipped pens. We must ensure Rhone's merchants gain exclusive rights to trade them within the Ming dynasty. The Emperor of Ming repeatedly requests more of these pens from us, proof of how highly they are valued. Considering the sheer size of Ming, their demand will far surpass our own. He continued smoothly. Furthermore, every time the Ming envoy arrives, they demand an excessive amount of tribute. For this reason, we must request an imperial edict that limits the extent of their demands. At this, Suum became visibly agitated and spoke up sharply. "Crown Prince, that is impossible. The Ming dynasty regards Rhone as a vassal state. How could a vassal dare to complain about the requests of its suzerain? Such defiance would be seen as the height of disrespect." Jinho countered firmly. "And how is that disrespectful? Does the size of their empire give them the right to trample upon smaller nations?" Suum shook his head. That is not the point. If we suddenly reduce the tribute compared to what has always been customary, the consequences will be severe. Frustration welled up in Jinho. This old man opposes me at every turn. Aloud, he pressed his point. Do you even know where this tribute comes from? It is born from the sweat and toil of our people. Moreover, the tribute demanded by the Ming dynasty continues to rise, leaving less and less food for our people. At this rate, even the taxes that sustain our national treasury will dwindle. Shouldn't we address this danger before it grows any worse? Seum replied cautiously. This is because the Crown Prince has yet to fully grasp the complexities of state affairs. The members of the envoy are all eunuchs, trusted servants of the emperor himself. If they were to speak ill of us to the emperor of Ming, we could face grave consequences. The Crown Prince countered firmly, Do you truly believe the emperor of the Ming dynasty to be so foolish? Seum stammered, That is not what I mean. I only fear that your young age may lead us into major losses for the sake of minor gains. Anger sparked in the Crown Prince's eyes. And what does my age have to do with this? Did you not just say we risk great loss for little gain? Each time the Ming envoy comes, the tribute they demand clogs our roads for miles. Is that not wealth stolen from our treasury and from the people themselves? Master Yoshian, the ancient sage, once declared that a true official must always ensure the people can live in peace. Yet here you are, insisting we bow and serve these eunuchs. Tell me, Seum, what does that make you? Seum tried to compose himself. Your Highness, you are exaggerating. We are not bowing down. But the Crown Prince cut him off sharply. I have not finished. Mencius once said that a righteous person, even when surrounded by luxury, shows compassion, and when seated in the highest position, still upholds integrity, always adhering to virtue and righteousness. Yet here you are, giving bribes and flattering these eunuchs. Do those actions align with any of these principles? If not, how dare you call yourselves righteous gentlemen? With those words, the Crown Prince fell to his knees, his voice ringing with determination. Father, please allow me to lead this envoy. I will petition the emperor of the Ming dynasty myself and do everything in my power to put an end to this corrupt practice. I beg you, grant me this chance. He pressed on, his voice unwavering despite his age. Yes, I am young, only 9 years old, but my determination is higher than the tallest mountain. The emperor, weary, massaged his temples. The road to Beijing is long and full of hardship. But the Crown Prince replied without hesitation. The present situation of Rasen is both a crisis and an opportunity. If we seize it, this could become the foundation for 1,000 years of prosperity. But if we fail, our nation will remain forever small and isolated. Father, I hope you can see my heart. The emperor sighed deeply. Return to your palace, Crown Prince. Eunuchs, escort him back to his chambers. He seems overly excited. Calm him down. Please, Father, let me go, I beg of you. The Crown Prince cried in desperation. Back in the East Palace, he stormed into the hall. Everyone out, he shouted, his voice breaking with frustration. Damn it, I was too emotional. Left alone, he sat in silence, his thoughts burning. That wretched Seum, he looks down on me because of my age, doesn't he? Always finding fault with me. I won't let it pass. Just wait, you'll see, you scoundrels. Then he called out sharply, Eunuch, prepare for the journey to the Ming dynasty. Startled, the eunuch stammered, What? Why so suddenly? I said prepare my things now. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the officials gathered. We cannot allow the Crown Prince to act as he wishes, they urged the emperor. Your Majesty, we beg you to understand our concerns. The emperor exhaled heavily. Do you know how much rest the boy gets each day? Never more than 6 hours. A child of 9, already burdened with dreams of making this nation prosperous, while all of you can only oppose him, over and over. The officials fell to their knees. Our sins deserve death, Your Majesty. Our sins deserve death." Suddenly, a servant rushed in, breathless. "Your Majesty, an urgent matter." The emperor looked up sharply. "What is it?" "The crown prince. He is preparing to depart." Everyone froze in shock. "What? Where is he going?" The emperor, alarm spreading across his face, demanded, "Where is the boy planning to go?" A eunuch reported, "It appears His Highness intends to depart for the Ming dynasty immediately. He said he cannot afford to waste even a moment if he truly wishes to protect the country and its people." The emperor, furious, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "That insolent boy!" In a fit of rage, he stormed towards the crown prince's quarters. Along the way, he spotted two eunuchs leaving the chamber and barked, "You too, come here." They quickly approached, bowing low. "Your Majesty, we greet you." The emperor narrowed his eyes. "Aren't you from the East Palace? Where are you headed?" One of them respectfully answered, "We are on our way to the Office of Records, Your Majesty." "For what reason?" the emperor demanded. The eunuch hesitated, then stammered, "Your Majesty, we were ordered to document all tribute items that have been given to the envoys of the Ming Empire since the reign of the late King Tasso." At those words, the emperor's fury deepened, his voice a growl. "What? That insolent brat?" The scene shifted to the empress's quarters. A servant rushed to her door, calling frantically, "Your Majesty, Empress, there is a serious matter." The empress turned in surprise. "What is this commotion?" In a panicked tone, the servant said, "The crown prince is packing his belongings. He intends to leave for the Ming Empire." The empress was startled. "The crown prince? Heading to the Ming Empire? Does he think this is as simple as taking a stroll through the village? Why is this happening?" The servant replied quickly. "He said he must stop the envoys from demanding excessive tribute." The Ministry of Justice officials argued he was overreacting, and in response, the crown prince declared he would go there himself, and the emperor is already on his way to the East Palace. The empress's face tightened with concern. Without hesitation, she rushed out of her chambers. As she hurried toward the East Palace, her thoughts raced. "What are you doing, my son?" The servants, confused but alarmed by her urgency, followed close behind, calling out, "Your Majesty, Empress!" At the East Palace, the emperor stood before the crown prince, his rage barely contained. He pointed a trembling finger and roared, "You insolent child! What is this reckless behavior?" The crown prince answered firmly, "I am not being reckless. I am doing what I must as the crown prince." Outside the hall, the ministers lined up silently, none daring to step forward. The emperor's voice thundered again, echoing through the corridors. "You brat! Do you even know how old you are? How can you act like this?" The crown prince replied with steady resolve. "Age is not a barrier to doing what is right. It is only an excuse used by those who claim someone too young cannot act." The emperor's anger grew hotter. "Then why are you being so reckless?" At that moment, the empress arrived, breathless. "Your Majesty," she called. But the crown prince, standing tall, declared with determination, "If father is the parent of our people, then I wish to be their elder brother." Each time the envoys arrive, the people cry out in suffering. As their elder brother, how can I remain silent? The emperor gritted his teeth, his fury boiling over. "Insolent child! Steward, bring me the whip and the punishment bench." Gasps rippled through the hall. The empress, stricken with panic, rushed inside. Servants followed, shouting in alarm, "Your Majesty, Empress!" Throwing the doors open, the empress cried out, "Your Majesty, the crown prince is only 9 years old." The emperor's expression hardened. "Exactly. Because he is young, he must be disciplined and taught. Empress, this is not your place to interfere." Then, turning to the eunuchs, he commanded coldly, "Escort the empress out of this chamber." The empress, horrified, cried out in desperation, "Your Majesty!" Before the eunuchs could escort her away, she made one final plea. "Your Majesty, I beg you, show mercy." The whip struck hard against the crown prince's legs, each lash echoing through the chamber. With every strike, the emperor's voice thundered. "Your first mistake is arrogance, thinking too highly of yourself with such limited knowledge. Your second mistake is failing to respect those who serve you, and your lack of proper conduct." Though still young, the crown prince did not shed a tear. He clenched his jaw, gritting his teeth, enduring the searing pain in silence. His legs were soon covered in angry red welts, yet the emperor showed no hint of mercy. The whip lashed down again as he shouted, "Your third mistake is defying your father's orders. Remember this lesson well. You will not repeat it." Outside, the empress wept until no tears remained. The ministers, tense and uneasy, stood in silence, their eyes fixed on the chamber doors. At last, the doors opened. The emperor, breathing heavily after the punishment, stepped out. "Summon the royal physicians to treat the crown prince," he ordered. "Yes, your majesty," the ministers responded in unison. As he passed, the emperor noticed the empress still weeping. His voice softened, though his authority remained firm. "Take care of the crown prince." Then, casting a sharp glance at the ministers, he added, "You are all pettier than a child." The ministers bowed, silent. One muttered under his breath, "How could the crown prince behave this way?" But another, catching sight of the empress nearby, quickly hushed him. "Be quiet. The empress may hear you." Indeed, she had. Her voice trembled with anger as she turned toward them. "Why could you not think as carefully as that child and allow matters to reach this point? I will never forget today." The ministers lowered their heads in shame. "We are at fault, your majesty. We accept punishment." Later, in the crown prince's chambers, the empress scolded him, striking his legs in frustration. "You reckless boy! Must you always make me worry so? You cannot behave this way, do you understand?" The crown prince cried out, "Mother, it hurts." Lying face down, he thought bitterly to himself, "In both my past life and this one, it seems my legs are always fated to suffer." After a while, he noticed the blows had stopped. The empress, overcome with grief, wept quietly before embracing him tightly. "In this world, I have no one else but you, my son." Hearing her broken words, the crown prince whispered softly, "I'm sorry, mother." The scene shifted to the royal court. The emperor sat sternly upon his throne, looking down at the assembled officials. Turning to a eunuch, he commanded, "Bring the documents the crown prince prepared." "Yes, your majesty," the eunuch replied, quickly presenting a stack of papers. The emperor read through them, his face hardening. "The smallest tribute they demand equals 2 months of our treasury's income. The largest equals nearly 5. When we add the tributes forced from smaller villages, the total amounts to nearly an entire year's worth of resources." He held the records aloft for all to see. "Look at this. Here is the list of tributes sent to the main empire. Year after year, the burden only increases. What have you to say for yourselves?" The hall fell silent. The emperor's fury erupted. He slammed his hand against the armrest, his voice reverberating through the chamber. "Why do you not answer? Even the crown prince, a mere child, has considered this matter. Yet you, grown men entrusted with the state, remain silent." The ministers bowed deeply, their voices trembling as they responded in unison. "We beg your majesty's forgiveness." The emperor's command was sharp and unwavering. "Choose an envoy leader and assistant within 2 hours, and report back to me. If you fail, I will charge you all with treason." "Thank you for your majesty's mercy," the ministers replied hastily, bowing again. Later that night, as the emperor gazed quietly at the moon, the empress's voice broke the silence. "Your majesty." He turned his head, replying gently, "Is something troubling you, empress?" She lowered her eyes and answered, "I stepped outside for some fresh air. I could not sleep." After a pause, she hesitated, then asked, "Your Majesty, why did you punish the crown prince so severely today?" It felt far harsher than usual. The emperor remained silent for a long moment before speaking. "The crown prince is intelligent," he said at last. The empress lifted her gaze toward him. "Yet sometimes," the emperor continued, "he becomes too absorbed in his own cleverness. Today, when he was confronted by the ministers, he faltered. A tree that grows too straight is easily broken. Without the trust of his ministers, how can he ever hope to properly rule the people?" The empress stayed quiet, watching him intently. "I believe the crown prince was born with the nature of a sage," the emperor said softly. "And so, from this day forward, I will guide him myself, teaching him the path he must walk." The empress's lips curved into a faint smile. "I may not fully understand the depth of your reasoning, but if this is your aim, then I have no greater wish." After disciplining the crown prince so sternly, the emperor had immediately ordered the ministers to choose an envoy leader and assistant. Though the crown prince's words had not been wrong, his extreme manner had exceeded the emperor's patience, and for that he was punished. Meanwhile, the crown prince sat with his chin resting on his hand, sighing again and again as he watched his two younger brothers playing in the courtyard. His eyes lingered on the one closest to his own age, a boy who would one day hold great importance. That boy was Yu, his younger brother. Yet Yu was far from ordinary. For in the near future, this child would ignite bloodshed within these very palace walls. He would rise as the 17th king of Joseon King Sejong. As far as memory served, he would murder the current ruler, King Munjong, and after Munjong's nephew, King Danjong, ascended the throne, he would lead the Jaehyujong rebellion, wiping out all who opposed him. His cruelty would not end there. He would even poison his own brother, Grand Prince Ampyeong. To put this into perspective, the Jaehyujong rebellion was a massive coup in 1453, orchestrated by Sejong to purge the loyal allies of the throne. I recalled how my teacher once spoke of Prince sighing how he abandoned his brothers, betrayed his grandfather and father, and cast a dark shadow over what had been a prosperous age of the Joseon dynasty. Historians judged Grand Prince sighing harshly, and with good reason. That innocent-looking boy playing before me would one day become a tyrant. Jin Ho pondered deeply. What should I do? I must intervene before he reveals the monster he will become. A sudden smile crept across his lips as an idea took shape. Yes, that's the only way. With the right teaching, with all that I've learned, I'll make him serve me until his dying breath. His unsettling grin made Yu shiver without knowing why. Why did I just feel a chill? Jin Ho stepped forward, calling out warmly, "Yu!" The true names of the two young princes were Saing and Ampyeong. Both children bowed politely. "Good morning, elder brother." Jin Ho nodded with a smile. "I'm glad to see you both so cheerful today." Turning to Yu, he added, "Your writing class begins soon, doesn't it? Would you like to study with me today?" The odd request puzzled Yu. He hesitated, then asked, "Why?" Caught off guard, Jin Ho stammered, "Why do you ask that? I was simply curious about your progress in your studies." But within his heart, his true thoughts lingered. Soon, you'll toil endlessly under my command. Laziness will no longer be an option. Yu frowned, unconvinced by his brother's words. At last, he turned away. "I'll study on my own." "Yu, wait," Jin Ho called after him desperately. But Yu ignored him, taking his younger brother Ampyeong by the hand. "Come on, let's go. Don't linger here, you're disturbing our elder brother." Although Yu did not appear deeply upset, there was a faint trace of displeasure on his face as he walked away. Time slipped quietly into the afternoon, and soon Yu came running toward the dining hall, eager for dinner. Behind him, a maid followed closely, gently reminding, "Young master, it's almost time to eat. Running like that is dangerous." At the corner, Yu caught the faint sound of servants whispering. Their hushed conversation piqued his curiosity, prompting him to stop and listen. Carefully, he leaned around the corner to eavesdrop. "Isn't the crown prince remarkable?" one servant murmured. "So young, yet already brilliant in literature. Not only that, he understands the country's affairs at such an early age. How can someone be born a prodigy like that? It's unbelievable." Iu's ears sharpened, hoping the next words might be about him. Yet the more he hoped, the more his heart sank. While the crown prince was praised without end, when the conversation turned to Iju, it was only in comparison. "The eldest prince is talented too," another servant added softly. "But compared to the crown prince, it seems they were born to be measured against one another." The words made Iu tremble with anger. The maid behind him noticed his expression and rushed forward furiously. "How dare you speak like this?" she scolded. Startled, the two maids bowed deeply, trembling. "We deserve punishment. Your Highness, please forgive us." Just as the maid was about to drag them away for severe discipline, Iu intervened, pulling her back. "Let it go," he said firmly. "We'll leave it at that." Though still a child, Iu already understood disappointment. Outwardly, his expression remained calm, but inside he questioned himself, "Why am I always seen as lesser than my brother?" A few days later, Jun once again gathered his two younger brothers in his private chamber, determined to strengthen their bond. Proudly, he held up two handmade flash cards. "This," Jun explained enthusiastically, "is how this character is written. It reflects both the sky and the earth." The cards, decorated with a character on one side and a drawing on the other, were visually appealing. "Wow, brother, did you make these?" Eon exclaimed with delight. "Of course," Jun replied proudly. "I had the palace eunuchs help me put them together. They'll make studying more enjoyable." Inwardly, Jun thought, "I had these cards prepared in just a day to make learning easier. Now my brothers will enjoy practicing Chinese characters together." He smiled and called out, "Iu, come have a look as well." But Iu, uninterested, shook his head. "I already have a tutor. I don't need them." Puzzled, Jun asked, "Wouldn't it be more fun if we studied together?" Before he could finish, Iu's voice turned sharp. "I can handle things myself. Please don't call me for matters like this again." He turned away coldly, leaving Jun and Eon surprised and unsettled. The next day, Iu sat in the courtyard with his tutor, studying diligently. Hidden behind the bushes, Jun crouched low, quietly observing. "This child is more difficult to understand than I imagined. I need to watch him more closely," Jun thought. The tutor smiled and asked, "Don't you find this section difficult?" Iu answered politely, "Not at all. Your teaching method is very clear." His respectful demeanor left Jun stunned. What is this? He's so well-mannered with his tutor. Is he only difficult with me? "All right then," the tutor continued. "Let's review the 3 fundamental relationships and the virtues of steadfastness we studied yesterday." "Yes, sir," Iu replied politely and began reciting with confidence. Loyalty of the subject to his ruler, the king, is the overseer of his people. Filial devotion of a child to his parents, the father, is the guardian and disciplinarian of the child. Here, overseer refers to one who guides and disciplines, much like a guardian or supervisor. Iu continued smoothly. Dedication of a wife to her husband, the husband, is the overseer of his wife. Jun was astonished. Not only has he mastered the 1,000-character script, he has also memorized the 3 fundamental relationships and the 5 virtues of steadfastness. He recalled something his own tutor once mentioned. There had been rumors about Grand Prince Xuong. Though considered slightly less capable than King Munjong, Xuong was gifted in both literature and martial arts. The only issue was that his older brother's brilliance overshadowed him. Perhaps, Jun thought, the same could be true here. Focusing on the child before him, Jun realized what Iu needs is. That afternoon, during Su Young's swordsmanship training, the boy was practicing intensely with a wooden dummy. Suddenly, a loud noise startled him, causing him to drop his heavy wooden sword. It rolled across the ground and stopped at Jun's feet. Jun bent down, picked up the sword, and asked, "It seems you've been practicing martial arts. How about teaching me a few techniques?" Gripping a wooden sword of his own, he added with a smile, "I don't know much about swordsmanship myself. Until now, I've only studied theory." Ayu, though slightly annoyed, didn't refuse. While swinging his sword, he simply said, "It's not that hard. You just do it like this." Jai Hun, standing beside Ayu, nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "It looks pretty difficult, doesn't it?" He raised his sword high and asked, "Do I do it like this?" But as the sword lifted above his head, Jai Hun lost control and fell backward, pulled down by its weight. "Ouch!" he cried out, startled. "Big brother," Ayu called out, seeing him lying on the ground. Jai Hun groaned. "Oh man, just as I thought, it's not easy at all." Scrambling to sit up, he added, "I'd really appreciate it if you could teach your helpless big brother. I have no talent for this at all. Can you help me? I'm asking as a favor." Ayu furrowed his brows, considering his brother's plea. He stayed silent for a moment, deep in thought. Then, suddenly, he burst into laughter and teased, "Why are you so bad at this?" And so, under the setting sun, Jai Hun and Ayu grew a bit closer while practicing swordsmanship. Jai Hun constantly revealed his weaknesses and often praised his younger brother. "Is this how you do it?" Jai Hun asked. Ayu shook his head. "No, raise your hand a bit higher." Children are naturally simple-hearted. Ayu had always felt that no matter how hard he tried, everyone around him still said he wasn't as good as his older brother. This had led to feelings of dislike. But now, seeing that his older brother had weaknesses too, and was even worse than him in some areas, he felt a sense of balance return. With that, Ayu became more willing to let Jai Hun approach and began treating him more warmly. The first step in changing the future tyrant had been completed. One beautiful morning, two noblewomen were sitting together, chatting. The lady in pink whispered, "Have you heard about the memory cards the crown prince made?" The lady in blue nodded. "Yes, I've heard of them. I was told they're quite useful." "Oh, really?" the lady in pink exclaimed. The lady in blue confirmed, "Yes, I've heard studying has become much more enjoyable with those cards." The lady in pink began thinking seriously. "Do you think these memory cards could help my son learn Chinese characters more easily?" The lady in blue smiled and replied, "Perhaps. The power of word-of-mouth marketing should not be underestimated." Later that same day, the lady in pink went to speak with her husband, a court official. "Husband, I've heard the memory cards made by the crown prince are very useful," she said. Surprised, the official asked, "How do you know about that?" Looking worried, she replied, "I found out by chance. But do you think we should borrow those cards? I'd like to use them to teach our son." The official stroked his beard and hesitated. "I'm not so sure." But his wife pressed on. "Why don't you ask the crown prince to borrow them?" The thought of an adult asking a child for something embarrassed him, and he wanted to refuse. "How would I save face?" he groaned. Immediately, his wife scolded him. "Is your pride more important than our son's education? This could affect the future of our family." As it turned out, this official wasn't the only one curious about Jin Ho's memory cards. Several other families were as well, so they banded together to request an audience with the young crown prince. When they expressed their desire, Jin Ho played hard to get, shaking his head. "Those cards were made for my younger brothers." The officials, desperate, pleaded, "Then please sell them to us. Price is no issue, just sell them to us." Jin Ho sighed and eventually relented. "If you want them that much, I suppose I have no other choice." He raised 3 small fingers in front of the officials and declared his price, 3 sol, equivalent to 159 kilograms of white rice. The officials gaped in shock. "What?" Jin Ho repeated firmly. "Did you not hear me clearly? That's 159 kilograms of white rice. One of the officials, sweating, stammered, "Does that mean these cards are worth 159 kilograms? Jin-ho smiled. "It's not that expensive, really," he explained. "One part of the cost covers the materials used to make the cards, another part will be stored in the national treasury, and the final part is for my personal use." The officials exchanged uncertain glances. Finally, one of them asked, "Your personal use? What exactly does that mean?" Speaking reasonably, Jin-ho replied, "It's to buy books. For various reasons, the price of books is quite high." The officials fell silent, looking at one another. At last, one official, unable to wait any longer, declared, "Fine, I'll buy them. My wife has been pestering me about this recently." Once someone took the lead, the others quickly followed, eagerly raising their hands. "I'll buy them too. I want the memory cards as well." Before long, many officials wanted to purchase the cards. Jin-ho smiled with satisfaction and said warmly, "All right then, it's a deal." He felt content, believing he could finally pursue his passions. While he had discovered a way to earn money, his mind remained focused on something far more important: his father's health. In the emperor's private quarters, a lavish meal had been prepared. The emperor glanced around anxiously, ensuring no intruders were present before lowering his gaze to the plate of roasted meat before him. Just as he reached for a piece with his chopsticks, a sharp voice rang out. "Father!" Startled, the emperor dropped the meat. The crown prince burst through the doors and exclaimed, "Are you eating nothing but meat again?" Annoyed, the emperor muttered, "What is this brat up to now?" The two began to argue fiercely inside the chamber, neither willing to yield. "You know, even a dog would be angry if its meal were interrupted," the emperor growled. "But eating properly is the only way to protect your health," Jin-ho shot back. Outside, the eunuchs exchanged uneasy glances. "Should we take him away?" one whispered. "Wait until His Majesty gives the order," another replied. At the table, the emperor's temper flared. Slamming his hand down, he barked, "What did you say? My meal is not healthy." He gestured at the dishes before him: roasted chicken, charred pork, and stir-fried beef with onions. Jin-ho boldly picked up the plates. "Is this what you call healthy? It's all meat, and you haven't touched a single vegetable." The emperor faltered, unable to argue. This brat," he muttered. Such quarrels had become a daily routine. The maids knelt on the floor, sighing in exasperation. "Crown Prince, please stop. His Majesty has endured enough because of you." It all began when Jin-ho developed an obsession with King Taejong's meals. He became fixated on his father's diet, sneaking into the study during working hours with a book in hand, lecturing, "According to the dietary guidelines of the Yuan dynasty, a balanced diet rich in vegetables is essential for longevity." He even stormed into the kitchens to instruct the chefs. "Too much salt, redo this dish, and cut down on the meat." Though reluctant, the staff could not refuse him. Even at mealtimes, Jin-ho hovered at his father's side, nagging endlessly. "Too much meat will thicken your blood, and when the blood thickens, it strains both mind and body. And when those are strained, what happens? Your head will suffer. And if your head suffers, father, what will happen to the nation? The country's stability will be at risk." Every meal became a lecture in the name of father's health. The servants often noticed the emperor's eye twitching with suppressed fury, bracing themselves for his inevitable outburst. Finally, the emperor exploded. "You brat, I've tolerated this because you're young, but I can't endure it anymore," he pointed furiously at Jin-ho. "Stop meddling with my meals. Even a ghost who died after eating would still have its dignity. Someone drag him out immediately." Furious, he added, "Do not allow him near me while I eat." Jin-ho was seized and pulled from the chamber, crying out, "Father!" He stood outside, dazed. "I can't let this continue. If things go on this way, the old man will ruin his health. He must stay strong to rule long into the future. Only then can I live comfortably." The servant who dragged him out bowed apologetically. "My apologies, Your Highness." Jin Ho's mind whirled. His diet is a serious problem. What can I do to keep him healthy? Inside, the Emperor's booming voice echoed, "Bring me more meat." Then, a sudden thought struck Jin Ho. That's it. There's still one way. Without hesitation, he set his new plan in motion. He hurried to the palace woodworking shop, where craftsmen worked tirelessly day and night under his relentless instructions. "It needs to be rounder," Jin Ho insisted. "Yes, Your Highness," the craftsman replied, reworking the design again and again. The workers whispered among themselves, baffled. Why is His Highness having us build such a peculiar object? Day after day, Jin Ho returned to the workshop until, at last, after much labor, the finished creation was presented to him. "Your Highness, it is completed." But when Jin Ho took the item in his hands and applied just the slightest pressure, it snapped in half. Furious, he shouted, "Not like this. Make it stronger. Do it again and make sure it's sturdier this time." The workshop echoed with Jin Ho's relentless demands. "Do it again, and this time make it rounder. Rounder." A few days later, Jin Ho appeared before the Emperor and the court officials, brimming with confidence and holding his latest creation. The Emperor, upon seeing him, sighed. "What now?" Jin Ho approached with both hands, offering the new items, and said, "Father, I created these for your health. This is a durable jump rope and a jingle bell." The Emperor, skeptical, frowned. "Are these really for my health? Aren't they just ordinary strings?" Smiling, Jin Ho explained, "No, Father, this is no ordinary string. It is part of a brilliant plan to take care of your health." After working tirelessly day and night, he presented the Emperor with the jump rope and the bell as tools for health management. "This will help you stay fit." "Father, it's called a jump rope." The Emperor listened but remained unconvinced. How could jumping rope possibly improve my health? He thought. "Seeing is believing," Jin Ho declared. "Father, may I demonstrate?" The Emperor nodded. "Go ahead. I permit it." Jin Ho placed the bell around his neck, gripped the jump rope firmly, and began to perform a simple routine, the kind familiar to any modern person. In front of the Emperor and the entire court, he demonstrated each jump with enthusiasm. Finally, he stopped, panting slightly. "That is how you use the jump rope." But the Emperor still looked puzzled. "How does this benefit my health? Isn't it just regular jumping? Are you saying this alone will make me healthier?" Prepared to defend his claims, Jin Ho held up an English book. "Yes, Father. According to Western scholars, people who sit too often tend to weaken their lower bodies. But here, it says that jumping rope strengthens the legs." Then, lowering his voice with a hint of mystery, he leaned in, glancing at the officials before adding, "There's another benefit." The court fell silent, curiosity piqued. Jin Ho, feigning the role of an innocent child, added, "It's said to be especially good for men, but I don't really know how to explain it." Bullseye. While many in the court paid little attention to general health, this hint sparked sudden interest. The Emperor himself leaned forward. "Is that really true?" Jin Ho nodded eagerly. "Yes, Father, I'm certain of it." The Emperor studied the rope with uncertainty. "It looks strange, but it doesn't seem all that different from ordinary jumping. And the boy says it's good for that too. So I just spin the rope and jump over it." "Yes," Jin Ho replied, pointing to the bell around his neck. "Just follow the rhythm of the bell, Father." He then called over a servant. "Steward." An elderly man stepped forward and bowed. "Yes, Your Highness." Jin Ho removed the bell and handed it to him. "Put this on the Emperor. When Father jumps rope, you must count 100 jumps according to the sound of the bell." The steward bowed again. "Understood." In a softer, more emotional tone, Jin Ho said, "My greatest wish is for you, Father. to live a long and healthy life. The emperor could hardly refuse after hearing this. He moved to an open area in the courtyard, ready to try. "Father, allow me to tie the bell on you," Jin-ho said with delight. The emperor looked doubtful. "Do I really have to wear this?" "Yes, father," Jin-ho insisted as he carefully tied the bell around his neck. "You need it to keep the rhythm." The emperor frowned. "But wearing this makes me look rather like a pig, doesn't it?" Jin-ho hadn't considered that. Once it was pointed out, even he couldn't help laughing so hard that he spat out his drink. Annoyed, the emperor snapped. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing at all, father," Jin-ho quickly denied. "All right then, let us begin." The emperor hesitated. "Do I really have to do this? It feels improper." "You'll get used to it soon, father," Jin-ho reassured him. Reluctantly, the emperor began. He swung the rope and attempted a few jumps, but due to his round figure and lack of exercise, he was already out of breath after only a handful. Panting, he stopped. "Steward, this is harder than I expected. How many times did I jump?" The steward answered honestly, 9 times, Your Majesty." The emperor was taken aback. Only 9. Turning to Jin-ho, he attempted to negotiate. "Since it's my first attempt, shouldn't we reduce the number of jumps?" The crown prince crossed his arms and firmly shook his head. "No, father. You must persist. You should strive for more." Jin-ho declared with determination, "I will remain here until you reach 100 jumps." This bold statement nearly moved the emperor to tears. Over time, news of the emperor's unwavering dedication to his jump rope practice spread throughout the palace. One day, a group of officials gathered, whispering among themselves. Suddenly, a man rushed forward. "Are you all still here?" 2 royal physicians standing nearby turned toward him. "What is the matter?" one asked. With a grave expression, the man replied, "His Majesty just coughed." One of the physicians, puzzled, remarked, "Doesn't His Majesty usually cough around this time?" "That is not the issue," the man continued gravely. "The important detail is that right after coughing, he hurried to use the plum blossom chamber pot." For context, the plum blossom chamber pot is a special vessel reserved exclusively for the emperor. This development shocked many because ever since King Taejong began his daily jump rope routine, dramatic changes had taken place. In the past, he relieved himself only once every 3 days. Now, however, he visited the chamber pot daily. Palace maids even congratulated him on his improved health. Not only that he was now able to stay up late to review court documents, and curiously, his visits to the Queen's quarters had also become more frequent. The Queen's quarters, of course, being the Empress's residence. Rumors soon spread among the officials. "Have you heard? The Emperor has taken up jump rope. After he coughs, he always goes straight to the plum blossom chamber pot. His complexion looks better than ever. It must all be connected." One whispered, "Could it be because of the jump rope?" Another nodded. "It certainly seems that way." They sighed, then shared their own troubles. "These days, my health has been poor." "Mine as well. I can hardly sleep, and my wife complains every night." As they finished speaking, they exchanged meaningful glances. One afternoon, as the crown prince was quietly studying, a distressed voice suddenly called out. Jin-ho looked up, startled. Before him stood all the court officials, rushing forward in panic. "What is the matter?" Jin-ho asked. The officials answered bluntly. "Can you make more jump ropes? Name your price and rice will pay. I need one for my wife and children." Another official cut in, "And I require one for myself as well." The scene quickly descended into chaos, resembling a classroom full of unruly children. Jin-ho raised his voice. "Please, one at a time. Speak in order." This unexpected success astonished him. Without delay, he returned to the woodworking shop and announced to the craftsman, We now have a heavy workload. From this point forward, each of you will be assigned a specific task. One person will make the ropes, another the handles, and another the bells. The workers, eyes brimming with tears, reluctantly accepted their fate, fully aware that the crown prince was exploiting their labor. Then Jin Ho commanded, "Now, produce 500 more." In despair, the workers muttered, "Please, just kill us already. We are human too." But Jin Ho was not finished. He pulled out another design and handed it to a servant. "Deliver this to the royal tailor," he instructed. The servant asked, "What is this, Your Highness?" Jin Ho explained, "It is uncomfortable to jump rope in skirts. To make movement easier, I have designed exercise pants." This combination of inventions sparked a health revolution among court families. Soon, entire households were jump roping together. With stronger husbands and more content wives, joy filled homes across the nation. People praised the innovation. "Now that we have these, everything is so much easier." Such a simple idea, yet such a profound impact. The crown prince is truly a genius. Not only did families thrive, but Jin Ho profited greatly. After collecting rice from the officials, he stored it all in his private warehouse. Standing proudly before his massive stockpile, he crossed his arms and laughed. "I'm earning wealth even faster than expected, but it is still not enough. I want more." Of course, alongside praise came criticism. Some traditional officials whispered among themselves, "These inventions have made the crown prince renowned. I hear he even sells them to the highest ministers." Pointing fingers, they muttered disapprovingly. "Hoarding wealth is not the way of a virtuous man." A senior official raised his hand, instantly silencing the chamber. "Patience. Even the smallest spark can set a great fire. If he allows ambition to cloud his judgment, his own downfall will be inevitable." The others exchanged measured glances, a silent understanding passing between them. The Crown Majesty's ascent was remarkable, but the question lingered, could it truly endure? As the days went by, preparations for the journey to Beijing were finally complete. Unlike past diplomatic missions, where merchant caravans accompanied the envoy, the Minister of Foreign Trade suggested a new approach. When King San heard the proposal, he turned to his advisors. "Consider Honk's suggestion," he instructed firmly. "Make sure our envoy conveys this idea to the Ming court." With the king's orders, the envoys set out on their mission, while life within the palace carried on. In the courtyard, Hyung stood alone, staring at the vast sky, lost in his thoughts. His quiet reflection was suddenly interrupted by a lively voice. "Hey, Hyung, look at this. Do you know what it is?" He turned and saw Princess Yong-su, the elder sister of King Mong, holding a tray filled with beautifully shaped, colorful sweets. Hyung studied them carefully before answering hesitantly, "Is it Yagwa?" Yong-su laughed, playfully tapping his back. "Wrong, it's Dosik," she said with amusement. "You've been studying for 100 days, and you still can't tell the difference." Dosik was a traditional Korean sweet often served with tea. With a teasing grin, she added, "You really should take a break from burying yourself in books all day. Keep this up, and you'll start looking just like father." At the mention of their father's round, plump figure, Hyung flinched, his face tightening in irritation. "I'm still better off than you," he muttered. Unbothered, Yong-su walked past him with a graceful smile. "I wouldn't be so sure," she teased. "Anyway, make sure you study hard today." As she passed by the palace eunuchs, she greeted them warmly. "Good morning, Grand Eunuch." The elder eunuch bowed deeply. "Did your highness rest well last night?" In the Joseon court, princesses held esteemed titles as the treasured daughters of kings. Hyung walked away, mumbling under his breath. "She's always like this, but I suppose it's normal at her age." Still, his thoughts lingered on her, his radiant sister, Princess Yong-su. Yet, even as she smiled in the distance, a chilling realization struck him. In just 2 years, the palace would be drowned in grief. Yong-su was destined to fall to smallpox. The disease had plagued humanity for centuries, bringing high fevers, agonizing rashes, and permanent scars to those who survived. In medieval times, its fatality rate reached nearly 30%. Among the 3 great terrors of the world, tigers, war, and smallpox, the last was the most merciless. When Princess Yong-su fell ill, King San was shattered. She was his firstborn daughter, the pride of his heart. But Hyung clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination. "I won't let that happen," he vowed. He already had a plan. The scene shifted. Hyung now stood before a cow, speaking with an elderly servant. "This cow," Hyung said, his gaze sharp, "it has smallpox, doesn't it?" The cowherd, kneeling respectfully, replied, "Yes, Your Highness." A faint smile curved Hyung's lips. "Excellent. You may be the key." Nearby, his bodyguards exchanged uneasy glances. What was the crown prince plotting this time? They were on Neo-byeon Island, modern-day Jeju. The land was poor for farming, so the locals relied mainly on raising livestock. Hyung turned to the farmers kneeling before him. "Do all of you raise cattle?" A man in a worn brown tunic answered, "Yes, Your Highness." Hyung continued, "Which of you has never suffered from smallpox? Raise your hand." One farmer lifted his hand. "That would be me, Your Highness." Hyung's eyes narrowed. "And even after years of raising cattle, you've never caught it?" The man shook his head. "No, Your Highness, I have never fallen ill." Hyung's curiosity grew sharper. "Then tell me, has Neo-byeon Island ever faced a smallpox outbreak?" The farmer nodded. "Yes, Your Highness. Every year, before winter arrives." Hyung frowned deeply. "Then why is it that none of you here have ever fallen sick?" The farmers exchanged uneasy glances until one of them finally admitted, "To tell the truth, our doctor and landlord don't believe in it, but there is an old remedy we secretly use to halt the disease." Hyung's tense expression softened into a grin. "I knew it," he thought, recalling Edward Jenner, the man who pioneered the smallpox vaccine. Jenner had discovered that those who contracted cowpox from cattle never fell victim to smallpox. Through relentless experiments, he had transformed the future of medicine with vaccination. Eagerly, Hyung turned to the farmers. "Does anyone here know how to perform this method?" A man dressed in white hesitated, then stepped forward. "I do, Your Highness." "Then use it on me," Hyung said firmly. The farmer's face went pale, as if he had misheard. What did you say, Your Highness?" Hyung, unwavering, extended a needle toward him. "I want you to perform the procedure on me." The farmer's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why, Your Highness, you can't mean that." Meanwhile, back at the palace, the emperor sat on his throne as ministers debated urgent state matters. "Our treasury is nearly empty," one minister warned gravely. "The only way to stabilize the budget is by raising taxes." Before the discussion could continue, a royal steward burst into the chamber, his face drained of color. "Your Majesty, an urgent matter requires your attention," he cried. The emperor, calm as ever, raised an eyebrow. "What has happened?" The steward hesitated, then leaned in to whisper in his ear. The emperor's expression shifted instantly from composure to disbelief. "What? Where is the crown prince now?" he demanded, rising to his feet. The ministers, startled by their ruler's sudden outburst, whispered among themselves. "What's wrong? What happened?" The steward quickly explained. "His Highness has just returned to the palace." Without hesitation, the emperor swept out of the chamber, his robes trailing behind him as he stormed through the corridors. "Hyung," he called desperately. Startled servants and officials rushed after him, stunned to see their normally composed ruler nearly frantic. When the emperor finally spotted his son, he shouted again, "Hyung!" Hyung turned, confused by the commotion. spoke just as his father reached him, breathless and wide-eyed. "Are you hurt?" the emperor demanded, scanning him frantically for injuries. "No, father." "What's going on?" Hyung replied, bewildered. The emperor's expression darkened. He turned sharply to the steward. "Explain, now." The steward stammered nervously under his piercing gaze. "Your Majesty, I only repeated what Yiko told me." The emperor's voice hardened. "Yiko, step forward and speak for yourself." A eunuch fell to his knees, bowing until his forehead touched the floor. "Your Majesty, I deserve punishment, but I swear I spoke the truth." The emperor's patience snapped. "Are you trying to make a mockery of me?" "Father, please don't blame him," Hyung interjected quickly. "This is all a misunderstanding. It has to do with Neo Bayon Island." The emperor turned back to his son, his expression demanding an explanation. "What do you mean?" Hyung exhaled heavily, knowing this would not be easy to explain. "It's about a sickness that sometimes spreads among the people of Rhone." The emperor's eyes narrowed. "You mean smallpox?" Hyung's face brightened. "Exactly. I've been studying medical texts from China, and I discovered a method to prevent it. I tested it on myself using material from a cowpox infection for inoculation." Silence swept through the hall. The emperor's mind reeled, struggling to comprehend his son's reckless decision. His breath caught, his vision blurred, and before anyone could react, he collapsed. Gasps of horror echoed through the palace. "Father!" Hyung cried, rushing to his side. The ministers shouted in panic. "Your Majesty, wake up!" But the emperor lay motionless, stunned into unconsciousness by the shocking revelation. Previously in our story, tensions inside the palace reached a breaking point. A 9-year-old crown prince stood against his own father, demanding an end to the crushing tributes that drained their people. His fiery words shocked the court, but instead of praise, he was punished brutally by the emperor himself. Yet even as he endured the whip without shedding a tear, his resolve only grew stronger. And just when things seemed to calm, another twist hit his younger brother. Innocent today, is destined to become the bloodthirsty King Seijo, the very tyrant who will plunge Joseon into chaos. Can the crown prince's actions change history, or is tragedy inevitable? If you missed any part of this intense journey, the links to the full recent episodes are right there in the description. Don't forget to check them out before the next chapter drops. The ministers and Hyang cried out in alarm. "Father, please, wake up." At last, the emperor regained consciousness, pale and shaken. He stared at Hyang in disbelief. "So, you are telling me that you injected cow pus into your body?" Hyang answered calmly, "Yes, father," without hesitation. King Sajong, still unable to comprehend, thought of the cow and shook his head in disbelief. "You surely don't understand what pus is. There is no way." Before he could finish, Hyang laughed lightly. "It truly is pus, father. It oozes from the wounds of the cow." The emperor, struggling to control his anger, asked, "This procedure, you only applied it to your skin, correct?" Hyang replied bluntly, "No, father. I used a needle to inject it into my body." The emperor, consumed with rage, lunged forward, seized Hyang by the shoulders, and shouted, "You reckless child! How dare you do such a thing? Just because it is written in a book, you think you can follow it blindly." Hyang tried to explain. "Father, I am fine. An experienced person performed the procedure on me." The emperor, stunned, demanded, "What? Who?" Hyang pointed. "Him." The farmer, trembling with fear, immediately bowed low. "Your Majesty, I am but a humble servant of the crown prince." Hyang then introduced the man. "This man will serve me in the future. No, I should say he is a shepherd from Niobe Island. He was the one who performed the procedure. He claimed it was a secret technique passed down for generations on the island to treat smallpox." King Song, still in disbelief, questioned a cattle herder. The farmer respectfully replied, Yes, Your Majesty, that is correct. The emperor then approached Hyung gently and asked, My crown prince, are you telling me this man is wise? You're speaking of that cattle herder? Hong confidently answered, Yes, father. He has cured all the people on his island. But the emperor raised his voice. Even so, you should not have used yourself as a test subject for this treatment. What were you thinking? You are the crown prince. Hyung, refusing to back down, replied, A life is a life, father. There is no nobility or commonness when it comes to life and death. Many people have been cured and restored to health, so why should I be afraid? Still worried, the emperor pressed on. But this was far too reckless. What if something had gone wrong? Hyung sighed, pausing for a moment before speaking. Father, you know as well as I do that far too many people in this country have lost their lives to smallpox. I believe it will eventually reach the palace. If I can prove that this treatment works, we can protect not only the citizens, but also the people we love. Don't you think so, father? King Song, deeply moved by Hyung's words, stood silently for a long time. He thought to himself, I truly cannot tell whether this child will become a blessing or a curse for Yoshin. His actions and thoughts are like those of a wise philosopher, yet at times he is like a relentless thunderbolt striking the same rock for 100 days without rest. Finally, the emperor gave an order. Guards, take this man to prison. Make sure he is well fed and not tortured. He then turned to the cattle herder and declared, If anything happens to the crown prince, I will take your life. But if your words prove true, you will be richly rewarded. The herder, trembling with fear, bowed and answered, I understand, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, the Grand Inspector was speaking with the astronomer, Iron. Have you heard about the crown prince? He asked. He claims to have been cured of smallpox by that lowly slave. The crown prince even injected that vile cow pus into himself. Iron replied, It sounds unbelievable, but if it is the crown prince, he must have had his reasons. He creates what no one else even imagines. Besides, he always spends his time in study. Before Iron could finish, two men rushed past, shouting, The crown prince. Startled, Iron asked, What's going on? Yunko replied urgently, It's serious, the crown prince is. At that very moment, the crown prince lay in bed, his body burning with a raging fever. I'm fine, Hyung insisted. But his servants, anxious, exclaimed, How can you say that? You're burning like a furnace. One of them muttered angrily, That scoundrel Soto. Meanwhile, Soto was tied to a chair in the prison. The warden shouted furiously, You insolent fool! How dare you endanger the crown prince by mocking the royal family? Confused, Soto cried out, What's going on? The warden snapped back, Still trying to lie? The crown prince is suffering terribly, as if at death's door. Realizing what they meant, Soto calmly said, Ah, you must be speaking of the fever. The warden, startled, demanded, What? How do you know about that? Soto explained, There's no need to worry. It is common for a high fever to last up to 5 days. But after 10 days, the crown prince will recover, as if his body has been completely cleansed. The warden, though skeptical, was shaken by the explanation. Yet Soto's words proved true. After exactly 10 days, Hyung was fully recovered, carrying on as though nothing had happened. Later, in the palace, Hong stood proudly before the emperor. Look, father, he said, I have completely overcome the threat of smallpox. The emperor, deep in thought, replied gravely, I cannot be certain of that based on just this single incident. Hyung then suggested, Allow me to go to a place where smallpox is currently spreading, and I will prove this method to you. The emperor immediately refused. No, absolutely not. But Hyung pressed on. Then how about this, father? Let us use this method to treat people in areas where outbreaks are occurring. I am confident that once the treatment is properly explained, those who receive it will recover. Suddenly, The Grand Inspector spoke up from behind. Your Highness, we cannot proceed with this. It may simply be a coincidence. Moreover, isn't the Crown Prince's method essentially forcing people to undergo this treatment? Hyung remained silent for a moment before replying. Grand Inspector, this is what So Andu and his family have been practicing for decades. How can you call it a coincidence? And since participation in this method is entirely voluntary, there is no element of force. Everything in this world advances only through repeated trials and experiments. If we do not overcome our fear of failure, what will become of our kingdom? Hearing this, no one spoke further. The Grand Inspector merely clicked his tongue in frustration, visibly angered. Following Hyung's suggestion, the regions most afflicted by smallpox were prioritized, and the treatment began. Those who feared the disease the most eagerly volunteered. The method's effectiveness would soon be proven. Furthermore, King Sajang ordered an investigation alongside the vaccination campaign, a strategy of 2 birds with 1 stone, combining immunization with a population census to verify the treatment's results. Once confirmed, King Sajang authorized its use throughout the Joseon kingdom. One day, while Hyung was walking, a voice called out, "Hyung, look, do you know what this is?" It was Yang Soo. "That's Suggoa, traditional Korean sweets," Hyung replied. Yang Soo smiled. "Correct. As a reward, I'll put on a little performance with these." Though not particularly skilled with instruments, Yang Soo played anyway. Hyung endured it patiently, listening with a faint smile. "You shouldn't spend all your time studying," Yang Soo teased. "You should appreciate the arts. By the way, have you gained a little weight recently?" At that moment, an attendant arrived. "Princess, it's time to go." Yang Soo waved cheerfully. "See you later, Hyung." Hyung thought to himself, she always says whatever she likes, then leaves. Watching his sister's happy figure walk away, he smiled. "Still, it's good to see you healthy, sister." With the smallpox crisis largely under control, Hyung immersed himself in policy planning. He organized medical records into a book summarizing traditional remedies and agricultural knowledge. He also compiled another volume detailing farming methods suited to Joseon's climate. Beyond medicine and agriculture, Hyung proposed policies in other fields as well, including drafting a new map. Looking upon his accomplishments, Hyung smiled with quiet satisfaction. All of this will form the foundation for improving efficiency on a national scale. Though some ministers objected from time to time, Hyung often ignored their resistance, earning him the nickname the Sleepless Lord of the 6 Ministries, a reference to the administrative center of Joseon's capital that never seemed to rest. The capital bustled day and night, living up to its reputation for tireless activity. One evening, as night fell, King Sajang gazed up at the starry sky, his mind weighed with countless thoughts. He turned to his guards. "Do not follow me anymore." The attendant, concerned, spoke softly. "But, Your Majesty." "It's fine," the king reassured. "I only wish to have a private conversation with my son." Glancing toward Hyung's quarters, he noticed the oil lamps still lit, a sign the crown prince had not yet gone to bed. A court official stepped forward and reported, "I have heard that the crown prince often stays awake until 1 in the morning, sometimes even 3. Though it is advised to sleep by 11, he continues working late into the night." Puzzled, the emperor asked, "So Hyung has been working so hard?" Inside his quarters, the crown prince was still writing when the announcement came. "His Majesty has arrived." Setting down his pen, Hyung rose to greet him. "Father, what brings you here so late?" Song calmly entered. "I was taking a walk and noticed your lights were still on, so I came by. What are you working on so late?" Hyung answered honestly. "I'm reading a book, father." Curious, the emperor asked. "A Western book, is it? What's it about?" Hyung replied, "It's called The Art of Alchemy." The emperor, confused, asked, "Alchemy? What is that? Hyung explained. It is the study of transforming metals like iron or lead into gold using various methods. The emperor stroked his chin, deep in thought. Turning iron into gold, is that possible? Hyung admitted. Unfortunately, according to the book, it isn't possible. But the experiments themselves hold meaning. Alchemy in the medieval period had a significant influence on the development of modern chemistry. Intrigued, King Song said, "Let me see that book." Hyung responded, "Of course, father. I even have a translated copy, if you'd like to read it together." Taking the book in his hands, the emperor skimmed through it and remarked, "I was only curious to see what Western writing looks like." A few hours later, Hyung was stifling yawns, longing for bed. Yet his father remained deeply engrossed in the book. Hyung was impressed. "Father, aren't you tired? You're so focused." The emperor, still studying, even praised the script. "This Western writing is fascinating," he said. Hyung, however, could not see the appeal. The emperor then called him over. "Come here, take a look." He pointed to a line of text on the page. Based on how this word appears in different places, it seems to refer to the subject of the sentence. And if you observe closely, most sentences begin with these letters. So, this part must correspond to the first syllable, this to the middle, and this to the final syllable of the word. Listening to his father's sharp observations, Hyung was stunned. This man is a genius, no, a monster, he thought. In such a short time, father has already unraveled the structure, spelling, and meaning of Latin. Seeing his son fall silent, the emperor spoke. "Isn't that right?" Startled, Hyung quickly responded. "Yes, father, that's correct." King Song continued. "These Western letters are quite different from Chinese characters. They all look similar, yet their meaning shifts depending on arrangement." He stroked his chin again, staring at the page. After a moment, he called his son's name. "Yes, father," Hyung answered immediately. The emperor began. "Looking at this makes me wonder, what do you think of creating a writing system specifically for Joseon?" Hyung's eyes widened in surprise. "I've long believed Joseon needs its own system of writing. Even among those who know Chinese characters, very few are truly proficient." The emperor hesitated before replying. "But if I declare publicly that I intend to create a new writing system, the Hall of Worthies will immediately oppose me." The Hall of Worthies, established by King Song himself, was the central institution for research and policy, heavily influenced by Confucian scholars. Hearing this, Hyung responded, "But father, so many people can't even write a petition because they don't know the characters. If you explain your intentions properly, things will go smoothly." The emperor smiled at his son. "It seems you've always struggled with writing characters, haven't you?" Hyung smiled awkwardly, silently agreeing it truly was difficult. The emperor reminisced. "I remember the first time I tried to write a sentence. It was such a struggle. I spent 2 hours composing just one poem, and when your grandfather saw it, he burst out laughing." He then stood, walked to the door, and said, "It seems I've stayed too long. You should go to bed now." Hyung bowed. "Yes, father. You should also rest. Joseon needs you healthy." The emperor, pleased, looked at his son with affection. "This boy, I hope you reach the age of 15 soon." Hyung, confused, did not understand what his father meant, but the emperor only smiled kindly. "Go to sleep." The next morning, Hyung stood before the royal court and addressed the emperor. The 6 ministries must be fully separated, and each ministry should record its work in detail. If records are kept only in chronological order, future generations will waste far too much time searching for what they need. The emperor turned to the court officials and asked, "Does anyone hold a different opinion?" They responded in unison, "We agree with the crown prince's suggestion." After considering it, the emperor said, I also believe this is a wise proposal. Ministers, I understand why certain policies were enacted in the past, but future generations will only be able to comprehend these decisions through written records. From this day forward, each ministry's minister must organize and classify official records according to the Crown Prince's instructions. The officials bowed and replied in unison, "We obey, Your Majesty." After the strategy meeting concluded, everyone was dismissed. The Grand Inspector and the Grand Historian walked out together, though both appeared displeased. The Grand Historian furrowed his brows. This is troubling. Now the Crown Prince is interfering even with the record-keeping of the 6 ministries. We are the ones burdened with the extra work. The Grand Inspector nodded. Exactly. Are not all matters already being recorded in the official annals by the royal historians, as well as in the daily journals of the Secretariat for State Affairs? The Secretariat Journal already documents the king's daily life and his interactions with the bureaucracy. The Grand Historian agreed. That is true. This only doubles our workload without purpose. The Grand Inspector added, even without these changes, we have been overwhelmed recently all because of the Crown Prince. At this pace, he will eventually cause a great problem. Frankly, if this continues, the court's atmosphere will shift drastically. One day, the Crown Prince may undo everything he has worked so hard to establish. The Grand Historian countered, "It will not come to that. The Crown Prince still possesses moral principles." Meanwhile, the Crown Prince was brimming with enthusiasm. "This is reform, a true reform. I will completely abolish these vile old customs. Just thinking of it excites me. I will no longer tolerate this bureaucratic nonsense. Once was enough." Back with the 2 ministers, the Grand Inspector continued, "But all of the Crown Prince's proposals defy tradition. What if, by chance, he revives a shadow from the past?" Suddenly, a voice interrupted. "That will never happen." The 2 ministers, startled, quickly bowed. It was Chief Minister Ryu Yanyan. With a stern expression, he declared, "Many who have read only a few books believe themselves qualified to discuss matters of state. Yet most of these fools understand nothing of the world. If the Crown Prince crosses the line and endangers all we have built, then even though he is the Crown Prince, I will not stand idly by." The scene shifted to the royal court, where King Sa-jang opened the morning session. I imagine returning from the Ming Dynasty must have been difficult. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty," replied the Grand Inspector respectfully. The king asked, "What is the status of the Rasen Embassy?" Another official reported, "After discussions, the Ming Dynasty has agreed to permit the establishment of a Rasen Embassy in Shandong Province." Hearing this, King Sa-jang appeared relieved. "I see. Did anything notable occur during the journey?" The official answered, "Yes. Many Ming merchants expressed a desire to purchase Joseon paper from us." "Paper?" the Crown Prince repeated, seeking confirmation. The Grand Inspector elaborated, "Yes, Your Majesty. Our paper is of far superior quality compared to that of the Ming Dynasty. They requested that we bring more on our next visit." King Sa-jang considered briefly and appeared ready to issue an order to increase production at the paper mills. Instead, he simply said, "Very well, you may return to your seat." At that moment, Hyung, feeling confident, saw an opportunity and stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have something to say." With that single sentence, the officials around him broke into a cold sweat. Here we go again, they thought. "What is it this time?" King Sa-jang asked with hesitation. "Must you speak now?" "Yes, father," Hyung replied with determination. Seeing his son's resolve, the king allowed him to proceed. "Very well, go ahead." Calmly, Hyung declared, "I request that we shut down the paper mill." The entire court was stunned, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. How could he suggest shutting down the paper mill when so many in the Ming Dynasty were eager to buy Joseon paper? Was this not completely contrary to the Crown Prince's earlier stance? This was an opportunity to secure new income for the kingdom, so why close it? Hyung, hearing their murmurs, cursed silently to himself. "Shut up, all of you, and let me speak." The crown prince then addressed the court. "The decision to shut down the paper mill," he declared, "is entirely consistent with my views." King Song, intrigued, asked, "Then explain your reasoning." Hyung respectfully began, "Yes, father. As you know, Joseon paper is of exceptional quality thanks to our skilled craftsmen. However, I have learned that these artisans are not fairly compensated for their work. It is said their wages are so low that they cannot even support their families. As a result, many have taken on additional jobs or even abandoned their craft altogether, becoming tenant farmers or turning to other trades." Hearing this, Ryu Yunyan's expression grew serious. Hyang continued, "In such a situation, if the workload increases and management becomes stricter, even more workers will abandon their positions." But Ryu Yunyan quickly interrupted. "This problem exists because those workers are simply lazy. In military factories and other royal workshops, employees are granted the 9th rank and receive the corresponding wages. Yet very few of those officials ever resign. That means lack of money cannot be used as an excuse for their indolence." Hyung, growing angry, furrowed his brow. "Are you not aware," he retorted, "that the officials you speak of receive many additional unofficial benefits? Even at your residence, Lord Ryu, people visit from dawn, and your house is always full of guests." Ryu Yunyan maintained his stance. "That is simply an expression of gratitude, a gesture of goodwill from them." "I am not saying that is wrong," Hyung countered immediately. "But if we continue to ignore the efforts of the paper craftsmen, how can they be expected to fully dedicate themselves to their work? If things continue in this way, not only will we fail to advance our technology, but Joseon's paper-making traditions may vanish forever along with these artisans." In the end, King Sa-jang seemed to agree. "The crown prince is right." But Ryu Yunyan, with a stern expression, pressed further. "Does the crown prince know that it was King Taejong who established the paper mill? That was because the paper collected for currency was of inconsistent quality, making organization extremely difficult. If we abolish the paper mill, we will face that challenge again. I urge the crown prince to reconsider." Caught between two opposing arguments, King Song grew conflicted. What should we do now? He wondered. At that moment, Hyung glanced at him, giving a subtle signal. "You know what to do, right? I trust you, father." Suddenly, Hyung's expression shifted from resolute to blank as he studied his father's face. The old man, King Song, turned to him again and asked, "What do you think?" This made the crown prince pause. "When did father develop this habit of pushing difficult questions onto me?" he thought. "Does he want me to engage more in these discussions?" With a sigh, Hyung answered firmly, "Have the ministers forgotten about the gold-nibbed pens?" The court clearly outlined the required standards: 3 cha wide, 2 cha high. The paper must not be overly rough, and its color must be as bright as peach blossoms. We hire craftsmen to meet these standards and yet demand the lowest price. Hearing this, Ryu Yunyan hesitated. "But what about the costs?" Hyung pressed on. "Let me give you an example with the gold-nibbed pens. By recognizing these craftsmen as royal merchants, their business will thrive. The court can then collect taxes from their profits, earning far more than the initial costs. Moreover, if Joseon's merchants had to compete on paper quality, the standard would rise, attracting even more Ming Dynasty traders seeking our paper." The officials fell silent. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. "In my opinion, the Crown Prince's proposal is quite reasonable." It was none other than the Minister of Revenue, who continued, "The Joseon dynasty has been established for nearly 3 years now, yet this issue has never been resolved. If costs keep rising and now we have a solution, why not use it?" Ryu Yunyan harshly rebuked him. "Minister of Revenue, watch your words. Are you forgetting that everyone must follow the teachings of the sages for the nation to remain at peace? Then, turning to King Song, he added, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's suggestion may be correct, but it is only a temporary solution. For lasting peace and prosperity, we must prioritize the moral education of the people. Another official suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty, what the Grand Inspector just said is nothing more than empty theory. How can the people grasp the teachings of the sages when they are suffering in poverty? Education is important, yes, but we can only teach the people once they have enough to eat. This remark ignited a heated debate among the officials. You're a high-ranking official, how can you say that? Another cried out. Watching the commotion, Hyung smirked quietly to himself. Interesting. Perhaps I should invent popcorn for moments like this. Now let's see how Father reacts. Noticing King Song raise his hand as if preparing to make a decision, the Crown Prince thought to himself, Don't tell me he's going to hand the responsibility to me again. The king's voice boomed across the hall. Stop! I've heard enough from all of you. Yes, educating the people is essential, but ensuring their livelihood is equally important. I expect all of you to come up with various solutions to address this. With the king's command issued, no one dared to object. The officials had no choice but to bow their heads and reply, We will follow your Majesty's orders. King Song continued. As for the paper mill issue, I believe the Crown Prince's proposal is valid, but shutting it down immediately may not be appropriate. Therefore, come up with a more comprehensive solution and report back to me. The officials once again responded in unison, We will comply. After giving his instructions, King Song turned to his beloved son. Crown Prince, listen carefully. Yes, Father, Hong responded respectfully, bowing. The king then said, I know you care deeply about the prosperity of the kingdom and the well-being of the people. As the Crown Prince, it is your duty to concern yourself with such matters. For that, I won't reprimand you. In fact, I commend you. Han outwardly expressed gratitude, but inside he thought, I just got scolded though. King Song continued, addressing a concern that had been on his mind. But every time you speak, there are always people opposing your ideas. That's a problem. Both the ministers and I often don't understand the reasoning behind your suggestions. That's why I believe you need to explain your political philosophy clearly when presenting your ideas. Upon hearing the words political philosophy, Ryu Yun-Yun's face darkened. King Song added, You will do this in the main hall, in front of all officials of rank 3 and higher, including all the ministers. Can you do this? Sensing the opportunity growing closer, Hyung couldn't hide his excitement. So Father wants me to give a full presentation, huh? With confidence, Hyung immediately responded. Yes, Father. I only need 5 days to prepare. After the assembly concluded and everyone left the main hall, the ministers began to share their doubts. How could a child possibly have a political philosophy? One questioned. I can't understand what His Majesty is thinking, another added. No matter how brilliant the Crown Prince is, he is still just a child. Even with all the preparation in the world, it will be very difficult for him to convince the ministers. I agree, even if the Crown Prince spends all 5 days preparing meticulously. At that moment, Ryu Yun-Yun interjected. No, we must prepare ourselves thoroughly as well. The group turned to face Yun-Yun, realizing he was already formulating a plan. It's not just about the Confucian classics. We also need to understand the policies of other nations. One official felt this level of preparation was unnecessary. But he's only 9 years old. Do we really need to go to such lengths? Yun-Yun emphasized his point again. Have you forgotten what that 9-year-old has put us through already? The Crown Prince may be the one speaking, but it's clear these ideas reflect His Majesty's thinking as well. Until now, has His Majesty ever opposed the Crown Prince's ideas? Connecting the dots, the official had to admit. It's true, that has never happened. Yun noted. Yes, the crown prince may only be 9, but we must remember the one behind him is His Majesty, so we must prepare carefully. Don't forget how we built Joseon. We cannot allow the bad habits of past kings to return. At the censorate, a voice rang out. What do you think? The chief censor raised his voice. Regardless, we must file an official remonstrance first. How can we allow a 9-year-old to discuss political matters? Amidst the many voices plotting to bring down Hyung, there was one man who recognized the prince's talent. But from the gold-nibbed pen incident, we've seen that the crown prince truly has ability. Before he could finish, the chief censor angrily cut him off. That's what frustrates me the most. I should have opposed it when the crown prince suggested using the gold-nibbed pens for trade. Ever since that incident, His Majesty and the ministers have only cared about money. Now all I can do is regret not standing firm. We must write a memorial opposing the crown prince immediately. Yes, we must act at once, the ministers echoed in agreement. The chief censor sprang into action, leading everyone outside. Meanwhile, in another setting, an official reported to King Song. In summary, most of the officials didn't react favorably to the crown prince's proposal. The king grew irritated, pulling at his ears in frustration. Why are they all so stubborn and conservative? The official continued. Most disappointing were the young officials from the censorate and inspectorate. I expected Yun Yan to oppose it, given his experience and knowledge, but even the younger officials of the censorate seemed to blindly follow Neo-Confucian teachings. However, they all acknowledge that the crown prince is very intelligent and determined. So many also admit his talent. After hearing the report, King Yongyon's expression darkened. With a serious tone, he muttered, I have no trust in the talents left, no one at all. Meanwhile, back in the palace, the crown prince Hyung was reflecting on recent events. We're lacking talented individuals. Truly lacking. Those old-fashioned ministers are too rigid, he mused. Suddenly, the eunuch beside him asked, Your Highness, what does old-fashioned mean? Hyung quickly brushed it off. Never mind, I wasn't talking to you. At that moment, Hyung was consumed with many thoughts. It's not even the later years of the dynasty, this is just the beginning of the Joseon era. The ruling class should still be flexible, right? How on earth am I supposed to convince those stubborn, hard-headed ministers? And on top of that, Father said he'd summon all the high-ranking officials, including those at the 3rd rank. I'll be presenting my views to people who will undoubtedly look down on me, just because I'm still a child. After thinking it over for a while, Hyung came to a resolution. Fine then, I'll show them a taste of 21st century capitalism and modern management structures. Without wasting any time, he began to prepare. Eunuch, I need to prepare something. Take me to the Bureau of Graphics and the weapon storage. Yes, Your Highness, the eunuch replied respectfully, thinking to himself, what will the crown prince come up with this time? 5 days later, at the main hall of Gyeongbokgung Palace, the ministers and high-ranking officials had gathered in full. As they mingled, one approached another with a friendly greeting. Minister Choi, it's been a while. The other responded cheerfully, Minister Park, how long has it been? When did you return to the capital? I arrived just yesterday, Park replied. Their conversation quickly turned to the day's topic. His Majesty summoned us to hear the Crown Prince's political views, didn't he? Yes, Park sighed. What a waste of time. Why did we even have to come here for this? Yun Haen, another official, nodded in agreement. Indeed, I imagine most of the ministers feel the same. At that moment, the announcement rang out. His Majesty, the King, has arrived. King Yongyeon entered the hall and took his seat on the throne. Getting straight to the point, he addressed the ministers. As you all know, the Crown Prince has recently made several proposals. However, I believe we cannot fully evaluate them without understanding their foundation. Therefore, I've gathered you all here to listen to the Crown Prince's political philosophy. I hope you'll listen attentively and guide him, so that he doesn't stray from the right path." The ministers all responded in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." From the distance, the sound of footsteps grew louder as He Yang confidently made his way forward, servants following behind him carrying mysterious items. The sight piqued the minister's curiosity. "What is that?" someone muttered. Once Hyung stood before his father, he bowed respectfully. "I thank you, Father, for giving me this opportunity. Now, I will begin presenting my political views." "Proceed," the king instructed. After hearing this, Hyang clapped his hands. The reform petition for the household staff was immediately opened. The young prince grabbed the loudspeaker and spoke confidently. 1, 2. Can everyone hear me clearly? 1, 2. Witnessing this, everyone was stunned. What is this? Why is the prince's voice so loud? What is that thing? The young man continued. Thanks to the opportunity granted by my father, I am now able to meet all of you, ministers. So without further delay, let's begin. The room fell silent as everyone listened carefully to Hyung's political presentation. He used various drawings as evidence, confidently expressing his stance. To achieve the best outcome for humanity, I will get straight to the point. The foundation of my political philosophy is to achieve the best result for all humankind. As you may know, this was also the ideology of Wang Zhen when establishing the Goryeo dynasty. This aligns with the fundamental principles of wise rulers, specifically the royal way, and putting the people at the core. To achieve this, first and foremost, the well-being of the people must be guaranteed, and they must live in peace. However, our country has very little flat land, while the mountains are steep and rugged. Therefore, the common people are forced to gather on the limited flatlands. With so little land for agriculture, won't the people become even more impoverished? Thus, we must actively encourage not just agriculture, but also handicrafts and trade, so that the country can develop, and we can purchase what we lack from foreign nations. Hearing these words, some were left with mouths agape in astonishment, while others burst into laughter. Some remained silent, waiting for what would come next. Hyung drew a diagram and continued. Therefore, we must reform the current 6 ministries and local government systems. To preserve our good traditions, all the systems we have been using up until now must be changed. So first of all, in the future we must abolish the 6-ministry system and replace it with 3 larger bodies, the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary, and establish positions within those 3 bodies. Secondly, we need to reform local governments. Instead of overburdening a single person with all the work, officials will share the tasks among themselves. Thirdly, we must establish an education system to help people escape poverty. We need to organize basic education to ensure that everyone knows the most essential knowledge. In addition, we need to exploit gold and silver mines, ensure fair tax collection, and reform the land system. At this point, everyone felt enlightened. It's even more revolutionary than I imagined. Just as I thought, the prince is a mad genius. Seeing the minister's amusing expressions, Hyung couldn't help but feel amused. If you're surprised now, it's still too early. There's a long way to go before I can rediscover my old joys. Inside the main hall of Manhwa, the young boy confidently presented, "That is my political stance." After his speech, the old men around him were all astonished that a mere 9-year-old child could speak so. Even Junin had to admit the boy was incredibly talented. It's truly remarkable. Did you come up with all of that yourself? Hyung frankly admitted. No, father, the boy replied. I referenced the classics of wise sages, and I've also read books from the West. The man, feeling a bit flustered, responded, You truly brought up many things I hadn't even thought about. Although since the founding of the own dynasty many systems and methods have changed, there are still many that remain unchanged. The boy humbly replied, Father, you give me too much credit. The Westerners have a saying, new wine should be put into new bottles. It's been 35 years since the founding of the Juan dynasty by the great ancestor, but the people still suffer as before. That's why I believe we need reform for the future of all people." Nihan echoed his last words, observing the gloomy faces of the ministers. With a louder voice, Hyung declared, "Yes, for the future of everyone." Finally, the man officially announced, "That concludes the presentation of the Crown Prince's political views." Leaving the main hall, everyone remained completely silent. At that moment, someone broke the solemn atmosphere. "What do you think?" Ying Hong, clearly dissatisfied, replied. "What do I think? My mind feels completely blocked. We must immediately submit a petition to stop him. The Crown Prince uses grand words like 'for the future of everyone' to hide his true self while disregarding our values and traditions. Not only that, but he follows legalism rather than Confucianism. I am deeply saddened by this." After hearing this, the people around him also chimed in. "I think so too. How could the Crown Prince come up with such a reckless idea?" Even some officials from the imperial court reacted similarly. "We must submit a petition to prevent this at once." S was the first to voice his opposition to Hyung's ideas. On the surface, the Crown Prince's words sound reasonable, but in reality he is trying to revive the tyranny of Qin Shi Huang. "We must stop him," the group continued their discussion. "But His Highness seems very fond of the Crown Prince. Even so, we cannot allow this dynasty to collapse, can we?" Suddenly S had a dangerous thought. Lowering his voice, he said, "If the worst-case scenario occurs, we will have no choice but to depose the Crown Prince." The man was left stunned by what he heard. "Isn't that a bit too serious?" Suam remained firm in his stance after hearing the Crown Prince's presentation. "You still think this isn't serious? Even His Highness didn't think this way from the start." Before he could finish his sentence, someone quickly covered his mouth and whispered in warning, "Watch your words. Do you think your neck is made of iron?" Sunam, angered, pushed the hand away and stubbornly retorted, "Am I wrong? How could a mere 9-year-old child say such nonsense? We need to hold those who have been educating the Crown Prince accountable, and even His Highness too. Discipline has always been the most important thing. If all they do is praise him, the consequences will be dire." The man quickly interjected, "Then you should just say that we need to tighten the discipline of the Crown Prince, but talk of dethroning him." Suam shouted angrily, "Look at the situation we're in right now. Do you think it's not too late already? We must depose him immediately. Only then can we follow the righteous path." Hearing this, many became uncomfortable. On the other hand, quite a few ministers agreed with the Crown Prince's views. They happily conversed with one another. "It's been a while since we felt so relieved." "I agree with you. We usually had to listen to endless nonsense, but now we're hearing practical suggestions for what Rhone needs at this very moment. It feels like my mind has finally cleared." "Did you see His Highness's expression? He looked like he wanted to implement those policies right away. I never imagined the Crown Prince would be this outstanding. With him, our kingdom of Yoshan will..." Before the man could finish, they suddenly ran into another group. At that moment, everyone split into two factions, one supporting the Crown Prince, the other not. As they passed each other, the opposing side muttered, "They're nothing but loud-mouthed hypocrites." The supporters shot back, "And they're authoritarian hypocrites. Shameful." These words stirred anger. "Let's go. Arguing with that lot is a waste of time. Let's write a petition. That's the only solution." They think we don't know how to write petitions? We'll write one too. By late afternoon, Hyung met with Chong Neo and was showered with praise. "Your presentation today was excellent." "Thank you, Father," the boy replied joyfully. "I've said this before, but your ideas have brought up many things I hadn't considered. There are so many policies I want to implement right away." Hyung responded, "You flatter me, Father, but to be honest, those policies are difficult to implement right away." Junin quickly answered, "I know. I've always thought that we, as father and son, should discuss policy matters more often. Besides, I'm concerned about the number of petitions we'll receive tomorrow. The Supreme Council is going to have a rough day." The young boy sighed, and his father replied, "I'll send some food over to the council." The next morning, in front of the council, two men stood frozen at the sight before them. "They're really diligent, aren't they?" "Yes." "Did they stay up all night?" "They're quite impressive. I don't even dare step inside." "Standing here talking won't make the workload lighter. Hurry up and start sorting." "Sorting?" "Yes. Some are criticizing the crown prince while others support him. We'll split these into two piles." "I understand." Meanwhile, Chung Neon's face showed deep exhaustion as he looked at the towering stack of petitions. "So many. You've really been hard at work. Let me start reading." He pulled out a petition and began carefully reviewing it. His expression hardened, his hand clenched in anger. Immediately, he called out, "Fang Th." "Yes, Your Highness," the man replied meekly. "Summon the crown prince." Jinho bowed before the emperor. "Father, you called for me." "Yes, I did. You may rise." The emperor picked up a scroll. "I summoned you because it seems quite a few officials did not understand what you said yesterday." Suddenly, his voice grew sharp. "LG Chin." "Yes, Your Highness," the man quickly responded. The emperor's face was grim. Holding up the petition, he commanded, "This is your petition. Read it aloud for the crown prince to hear." The atmosphere grew tense as officials stole glances at one another. Your Highness, LG Chin hesitated. "Take it. The one being questioned should hear directly from you to avoid any misunderstandings." With no choice, the old man obeyed. After receiving the scroll, he began to read. "I, O Ying Hung, the LG Chin, humbly submit this petition to His Highness The emperor cut him off. "Skip the formalities and get to the point." Terrified, the old man paled but continued. The crown prince's political views, while seemingly correct, contain many inappropriate elements. First, our kingdom adheres to Neo-Confucianism. However, the ideas proposed by the crown prince are more aligned with legalist philosophy. Legalist principles are too strict, causing suffering for the people and harming the nation. Second, the crown prince has suggested removing restrictions on concubine-born children. These rules, established by King Tijan, distinguish between the children of primary wives and concubines. To abolish them carelessly would be an act of great filial disrespect. Moreover, if concubine-born children are allowed to become officials, as proven by previous dynasties, they will abuse their power. The crown prince suggested increasing the number of officials, but the more officials there are, the heavier the burden will be on the people. In his opinion, if local officials find the workload too heavy, they should simply ask local scholars for assistance. After finishing, he looked up and added, "These 3 points are the unreasonable aspects of the crown prince's political views." Jinho listened carefully, his brows furrowed. The old man continued reading, but the tension was palpable. After he finished, the crown prince asked the emperor, "May I respond, father?" Yin Yun clenched his fists in anger after receiving a sharp glance from the crown prince. Hearing the request, the emperor replied, "I grant you permission to respond." The crown prince stood alone between 2 rows of officials and confidently addressed each point. "First, you stated that Neo-Confucianism is the guiding philosophy of our kingdom. However, the true philosophy of our country, according to the teachings of the sages, is the royal way, with the people at its core. Neo-Confucianism is merely a tool we use to achieve that. If we only focus on it, we will limit ourselves too much, won't we?" He continued, "For example, if the royal way is a plate, then philosophies and systems of rules are the bowls. Is it really necessary to differentiate between these tools when applying the royal way?" The officials were stunned by his words. One of them, trembling, attempted to interrupt, but the crown prince boldly continued. "Neo-Confucianism is just one branch of Confucianism. Is it not too restrictive to focus solely on that? His words were so persuasive that even though LG Chin was furious, he could only grit his teeth in frustration. The Crown Prince pressed on. Second, you mentioned that concubine-born children would abuse their power. But were they the only ones to abuse power in past dynasties? Yin Yun, unable to bear it, called out loudly, "Your Highness!" But the Crown Prince continued without pausing. Isn't it true that everyone from prominent families, whether firstborn or concubine-born, has engaged in corruption? Isn't it unjust to lay all the blame on concubine-born children? Moreover, doesn't the law clearly state that all those who take concubines are guilty as well? Yet most of the ministers here have concubines, do they not? The officials glanced at each other, and the air grew even heavier. The Crown Prince wasn't finished. Hasn't it become a habit for prominent families to bury their own mistakes while continuing to discriminate against the children of concubines? Who would have thought you could speak so bluntly? The officials could only bow their heads in silence, speechless. And third, Young continued, his hand clenched into a fist. You mentioned that local officials could ask local scholars for help if they have too much work, correct? Since the time I began sitting next to my father and observing how he handles state affairs, I've heard countless reports from many places about unfortunate people dying of starvation. But I have never once heard of local scholars stepping in to help the starving or opening the grain stores to aid them. Suddenly, he emphasized, and not only that. Instead of helping the people solve their problems, they exploit the drought, charging interest rates higher than the standard rate. Time and again, the people have no choice but to sell their lives or become refugees while their land is taken from them. Tell me this, Yin Yun, LG Chin, who is more fearsome than a tiger to the powerless common people? Is it the government officials or the local scholars? Yin Yun was startled, his face pale as he bowed his head. The emperor glanced at him, waiting for an answer. When none came, the emperor spoke. I'd like to hear your answer too, LG Chin. Respond. Yin Yun was drenched in sweat, his body trembling as he bit his lip, unable to utter a word. Jinho pressed further. Why are you silent, LG Chin? Under immense pressure, Yin Yun finally muttered. It's the local scholars. The other officials tensed upon hearing this. The emperor then added, the petitions from the others are very similar to that of LG Chin. Different people submitted them, but the content is nearly identical. How amusing. He then picked up a yellow scroll and said, but this one is different. Crown Prince, read it. Jinho bowed and received the scroll. Yes, father. He opened it and quickly scanned through its contents. Suddenly, his eyes widened and his brows furrowed. Noticing this, the emperor asked, what do you think? Jinho exhaled and recited some of the contents aloud. There is no enjoyment in this. If we encourage the people to enjoy luxuries, society will descend into a state that promotes extravagance, where wealth is worshipped instead of morality. That's why the sages of old divided society into 4 classes: scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Standing tall, he solemnly declared, I believe the person who wrote this petition should be severely punished, father. The officials were taken aback. Once again, the Crown Prince insisted on punishment himself. They thought, startled. Jinho began to explain. First of all, in all the political writings of Red, there is no wise sage who mentions dividing society into such rigid classes. But by lying in this way, this person is trying to deceive the ruler. This is an act of disloyalty, and such a person must be punished severely. The official who wrote the petition was so furious he almost exploded. Unable to contain himself, he raised his voice. Crown Prince, the one who wrote this petition did so out of concern for the nation. If you punish someone for giving honest counsel just because you dislike them, you will alienate everyone. Jinho quickly turned and rebutted. This isn't honest counsel. It's a deliberate attempt to cause division, fabricating teachings that don't exist. How can that be considered counsel? The official retorted, Since ancient times, the sages have warned that extravagance is a disease that will destroy a nation. We must avoid it at all costs. How can you say that extravagance is better than frugality? At this, Jin Ho fully turned to face him and said, "Let me explain it to you again. Did the sages teach that the nobility had the right to exploit the people? Did they teach that it was acceptable to lend grain at interest rates over 50%? The official was speechless. Jin Ho pointed directly at him. More and more people are selling themselves into slavery because the interest rates are so high. Are you saying I should let this continue just because it has always been this way? Grand Censor, how dare you think like that and call yourself a servant of the own dynasty?" Suddenly, the emperor slammed the table. Jin Ho, realizing his mistake, quickly bowed his head. "I apologize, father. I overstepped." The emperor immediately corrected him. "Even if what you say is right, you must not be disrespectful. That's enough." Jin Ho replied, "Thank you for your mercy, father." The emperor shifted his gaze and said, "Grand Inspector, step forward." The Grand Inspector quickly stepped forward. "Yes, your highness." The emperor commanded, "Give the Grand Inspector the petition. There is a part the Crown Prince hasn't read." After the Grand Inspector took the petition from Jin Ho, the emperor continued, "This petition was written by someone in the inspectorate." The Grand Inspector read it aloud. He opened the scroll and, after a brief glance, his face turned pale, his fingers gripping the paper tightly. Without hesitation, he knelt and kowtowed. "Your Highness, this was the opinion of one individual, not the entire inspectorate." The entire court held its breath for the Grand Inspector. The emperor looked at him and said, "I know. That's why the Crown Prince didn't read that part, and neither will I." The Grand Inspector, trembling, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your mercy." Finally, the emperor concluded, "As for the punishment for the author of this petition, I will think about it carefully." After the court session ended, someone called out to the Grand Inspector. It was the Grand Censor, who curiously asked what was in that petition. The Grand Inspector didn't respond and quickly walked away, ignoring the Grand Censor's repeated calls. Shortly after, an official was suddenly grabbed by the collar. The Grand Inspector, enraged, shouted, "You scoundrel! How dare you!" The surrounding officials rushed to stop him. "Please, my lord, calm down, get out of my way," the bewildered official pleaded. The Grand Inspector yelled, "This bastard will ruin us all." The official asked, "What do you mean, my lord? What are you talking about?" The Grand Inspector snarled, "You fool! Who do you think you are, suggesting the Crown Prince be deposed?" The other officials were shocked at the Grand Inspector's words. Grabbing the official by the collar with both hands, he shouted, "Who do you think you are to suggest deposing the Crown Prince?" The man struggled to speak, spitting out each word. How could a Crown Prince who abandons Confucianism and follows a path of treason be worthy of his title? The Grand Inspector roared back, "What do you want to depose a Crown Prince who is only 9 years old? Do you think that's reasonable?" The man stammered. "What does age have to do with adhering to the teachings of the sages?" At this, the Grand Inspector could no longer contain his anger and shouted, "You fool! If you want to change the direction of the ruler, we must have the right timing, geographical advantage, and popular support." These were the very factors that allowed His Highness to become the Crown Prince. But now, we don't have any of those three. Your reckless actions are endangering the lives of the other officials. The official was left speechless, but after a moment he retorted, "A civil servant has the duty to speak the truth when faced with wrongdoing. After all, isn't standing up to injustice always a risk to one's life?" The other 4 officials stood frozen, staring at him. The grand official, stunned, let go of his collar and exclaimed in frustration, "Even an idiot like you managed to become an official. We're doomed." Switching to the Crown Prince's room, Jin Ho sighed deeply. "I knew it would turn out like this, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Why does the Chief Minister keep opposing me? They're all so stuck in the past. constantly rehashing old matters. He paced back and forth, then stopped. Wait. From their perspective, it makes sense. If someone proposed that I abandon agriculture and focus on commerce and industry, I'd react the same way. Of course they're angry, it's perfectly reasonable. Calming himself, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Outside, the servants knew the crown prince was furious. Do they really think they're the only ones who can write memorials? Do they think I don't know how to write one myself? Fuming, Jin-ho grabbed a pen and began writing meticulously, one word at a time, determined to retaliate. Fine. I'll show them. I'll show them what humility really means. Who knows how much time had passed when a certain official stood there, dumbfounded. Wait, aren't you the eunuch from the Eastern Palace? What are you doing here so early? He glanced suspiciously at the pile of documents the eunuch had brought with him. What is all this? When the eunuch explained that all the documents were written by the crown prince, the official was stunned. All of it? Yes, the eunuch replied. The official looked at the stack of memorials and felt pity for his own fate. So I guess we won't be going home today either. After the stack of memorials was brought to court, the emperor couldn't stop laughing. Who would have thought the boy would write a memorial right away? Truly my son. But I can't stop him now, this is the first time I've read such a surprising memorial. He then turned to the chief minister and said, Lan Ji-chin, you should read it too. Deng Heng was not pleased but had no choice. Yes, your majesty, he replied, reluctantly opening the memorial. His displeased expression piqued the curiosity of the grand censor and the grand inspector. At that moment, the emperor ordered the head of the Board of Revenue, send the crown prince's memorial to the Minister of Revenue to read aloud. Once the memorial reached the minister, the emperor instructed him to read it out loud for everyone. Although the minister was at a loss for words, he could only follow the emperor's command. He calmed himself and began to read. I am Crown Prince Hyung, and also a loyal subject to your majesty. I humbly submit this memorial. Several ministers have criticized and accused me of following legalism, using the downfall of the Qin dynasty as an example. However, the Qin dynasty did not fall because of legalism. It fell because Qin Shi Huang and his officials lost the people's support. They plundered and killed the innocent. How could such an empire not collapse? Nevertheless, it was also the philosophy of legalism that made the Qin dynasty the most powerful empire during the Warring States period. And to this day, the principles of legalism still exist in our most fundamental laws. Why do you think that is? There is a saying, a great tree stands tall against the wind because its roots are strong and deep. The governance of a country is like cultivating the way of the Tao. For our nation, which is just beginning to take root, to grow into a great tree, I believe we must accept various ideologies to ensure our roots grow deep and wide. Is Confucianism the only ideology we need to follow the noble will of the sages? When the Minister of Revenue finished reading, all the officials were left speechless. The chief minister secretly showed a look of disdain. At that moment, the emperor smiled and said, Isn't my son brilliant? The crown prince's memorial is certainly surprising, but I believe there is much in it for us to reflect upon. Therefore, I want to hear the opinions of the ministers. Think carefully about this memorial and give me your answers. The entire court simultaneously replied, By your majesty's command. A few days later, Jin-ho was walking with the eunuch, deep in thought. Now that I've said everything I wanted to say, I feel much more at ease. Not far away, there were loud shouts, Minister, wake up, Minister. The minister lay collapsed on the ground, unable to even open his eyes. I surrender. The eunuch, in despair, pointed at the pile of memorials. There's no time for you to lie here, sir. Can you see the mountain of memorials waiting for you? The minister wailed in agony. Just kill me now. As Jin-ho passed by and saw the scene, he thought to himself, the problem is that both sides keep submitting memorials, just as I expected. If I want public support, I have no choice but to make more people realize the benefits of smallpox inoculation. Only when people trust these new methods will I have a chance to introduce new techniques and policies. Just a little more time. I just need to wait for the right opportunity." With that, he turned away, leaving the minister behind, lamenting his fate. A few days later, during a court session, someone reported, "In areas where smallpox inoculation has been carried out, only a very small number of people have contracted the disease." Upon hearing this, a suggestion was immediately made to extend the inoculation to other regions. The emperor responded with interest. "Good. Then let's expand the smallpox inoculation to other districts." However, another official spoke up. "But there have only been a few cases so far." At this point, the chief minister interjected, "Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, it is too early to expand based on just a few cases. Furthermore, isn't the inoculation just using disgusting cowpox pus? We should observe for a longer period." The emperor agreed with him. A few days later, the emperor addressed the court. "Most of the population in Gyeonggi province has been inoculated, but there have been a few cases of side effects. As a result, neighboring districts have submitted memorials requesting inoculation. For the safety of the people, I also wish to expand the inoculation. What do you ministers think?" The chief minister immediately objected. "We should not proceed, Your Majesty. The current financial situation does not allow for expanding the inoculation to other regions. I urge Your Majesty to reconsider and delay it for a few more days." Another minister reported, "There are rumors that wealthy families in certain areas, having heard of the effectiveness of inoculation, have donated their cattle for this purpose. Furthermore, more and more memorials are requesting permission for inoculation." Hearing this, the emperor said, "Then we should not delay any longer. Ministers, prepare to expand inoculation across the country." Once again, the chief minister was the first to object. "Forgive me, Your Majesty, but for many reasons it is not possible to expand nationwide." The emperor, visibly displeased, demanded, "Explain your reasoning in detail." The chief minister responded, "Winter is approaching, which makes it very difficult to manage the budget and expenditures." The emperor, irritated by the financial excuse, said, "We can simply collect money to buy cattle from the wealthy families. Moreover, many people are willing to contribute funds for us to purchase cattle. So what exactly is the issue?" The chief minister stubbornly insisted, "But Your Majesty, if we collect funds from scholars and officials, they will strongly oppose it. And as I've mentioned, the effectiveness of the inoculation has not been fully proven. How can we inject this vile cowpox pus into the bodies of all our people? Furthermore, the ones performing the inoculation are nothing more than mere cattle herders." The emperor's hand shook with fury, veins bulging as his entire body trembled with anger. He immediately shouted, "Lan Ji-chin, you despicable scoundrel." Lan Ji-chin flinched and looked up in shock. At that moment, the emperor pointed directly at him and roared, "Shut your mouth now." The entire court fell into dead silence. The ministers could only sigh in secret. The emperor, still breathing heavily in his anger, grabbed a scroll of memorials and shouted, "Do you know what this is? This is a report on smallpox inoculation in Hanyang. You keep insisting that inoculation is vile and ineffective, but among all the ministers standing here today, not a single one has gone without being inoculated, not one. After inoculating yourselves and your families, you still dare to say it's not effective and refuse to expand it nationwide. You hypocritical, two-faced cowards." Seeing the emperor so enraged, the officials immediately knelt down, banging their heads on the ground. "Your Majesty, we are guilty. We deserve to die." But the emperor only continued to scold them. "I don't want to see your faces anymore. Get out." Suddenly, the emperor stood up. "Fine, I'll handle this myself. I'd rather deal with this on my own, so lock your mouths and stay silent." As the emperor stormed out in fury, the officials called out in panic, crawling on the floor. They shouted after him, their eyes wide with fear. Ying Hung, who had just been scolded by the emperor, could not swallow his anger. One minister, frustrated, turned to Lan Jichin. "How could you do this? Don't you know when to speak and when to remain silent?" Lan Jichin stayed quiet, refusing to answer. His silence only heightened the minister's anxiety. "What are we supposed to do now?" one of them sighed. "What else can we do but perform the ritual of repentance? After that, we'll have to find a way to expand inoculation across the country. It's the best course of action." Complaining bitterly, they left the court to carry out their duty in the harsh winter. Only Lan Jichin remained, standing in silence, deep in thought. After a long pause, he sighed heavily. "I've lived too long. If things continue like this, it will be no different from the era of a tyrant. I must stop this. We cannot let the political situation develop in this direction. Otherwise, it will repeat the reign of King Tun. Even if it costs me my life, I must prevent it." With a bitter expression, he left the court. Meanwhile, Jin Ho, after hearing the eunuch recount the events, calmly replied, "I see, so that's what father did. And where did he go afterward?" "His Majesty went to see the queen," the eunuch answered truthfully. Jin Ho's expression darkened. "Shall we play a little trick on everyone while we're at it?" The eunuch, confused, thought he had misheard. "What, Your Highness?" But Jin Ho dismissed it. "Never mind. Don't you see? Psychological warfare right now is utterly pointless." By then, the ministers had begun the repentance ritual. The Minister of Revenue, laying out a mat, grumbled, "My knees are already sore, and now we have to perform this ritual too. It's freezing out here." Suddenly, a frantic voice called out, "Minister of Revenue, sir." Startled, he turned. "What's going on? Why are you in such a hurry?" Panting heavily, the man replied, "The chief minister, he's writing a memorial accusing His Majesty." The Minister of Revenue felt as though lightning had struck him. "What?" he gasped, frozen in place. Without wasting another second, he rushed off to confirm the claim, muttering, "Has the old man lost his mind?" At the chief minister's quarters, he anxiously tried to enter. "We must stop him." The commotion made Ying Hung turn around, but before he could speak, the Minister of Revenue burst in. "Chief Minister, what are you doing, writing another memorial? The repentance ritual is already excessive. Have you lost your mind?" But the chief minister was resolute. "I must write this memorial. This issue must be dealt with thoroughly. If you truly care about the future of this dynasty, you should understand." The Minister of Revenue was incredulous. "Chief Minister, are you insane?" Ying Hung ignored him completely, arrogantly pushing him aside. "Move out of my way. His Majesty has forgotten how vital it is to govern properly. He's even forgotten the purpose of the ministers." With that, the chief minister stormed out, memorial in hand, despite desperate attempts to stop him. Frustrated, the Minister of Revenue turned to the others nearby. "What are you doing? Why didn't you stop him? Do you want blood to be spilled?" One of them replied calmly, "I didn't stop him because I understand his reasoning. If one wants to be a scholar of integrity, one must stand firm on such matters." True to his word, Ying Hung submitted the memorial directly to the emperor. Its contents read, "I, Chief Minister Ryo Yingyang, humbly present this memorial to your Majesty. The court, as its name suggests, is where the governance of a nation takes place. Thus, policies must always be considered carefully before being implemented. Consistency in policy is of utmost importance. If policies are inconsistent, how can the people trust the nation? Regarding the smallpox inoculation, Your Majesty's decision has lacked consistency. Initially, we agreed to test this method only in Hyong to observe its effectiveness before considering nationwide expansion. Your Majesty agreed to this. However, after a few suggestions to expand the inoculation, Your Majesty changed the decision. How can we call that consistent? Furthermore, policies should only be implemented when both the monarch and the ministers are in agreement. Why is the consent of the court necessary? Because a monarch cannot possibly consider every detail alone. Your Majesty must consult with the ministers and carefully consider their recommendations. If the monarch acts unilaterally in all political matters, what is the purpose of the court? Such behavior is akin to tyranny and does not align with the way of the king. The emperor seriously read through the memorial written by the chief minister. If tradition allows a tyrant to rise and abuse their authority, what will become of the future of the Zhou dynasty? To prevent such a scenario, the monarch and the ministers must always reach consensus, no matter the cost. As your loyal subject, I implore you to reconsider, even if it is for the future of the Joseon dynasty. In conclusion, I believe Your Majesty must stop the autocratic decision to expand smallpox inoculation nationwide. I firmly believe it is ineffective. However, if it is proven effective, I, Ryo Yan, am willing to offer up all of my personal assets. When the memorial ended, the entire court fell silent. No one dared to speak. Finally, the emperor broke the silence. Have you all read this? They cautiously responded, Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone was drenched in sweat, nervously watching the emperor's expression. Some trembled, unable to even lift their heads. The emperor spoke. When I first heard about the benefits of inoculation, I considered implementing it nationwide. But I didn't. And why not? Because the chief minister believed it was too hasty. I thought he made a valid point, so I agreed. Now, I want to ask the ministers something. At this point, Lai Ji-chin averted his gaze, waiting for the emperor to finish. The emperor's voice turned cold. When have I ever ruled autocratically? King Chun Nian's face darkened, and the atmosphere in the hall became oppressive. I will ask you again, when have I ever ruled autocratically? The ministers sat like statues, barely breathing, each aware of the gravity of the situation. Outside, the sunlight was bright, but inside the hall the air was heavy and cold. King Chun Nian continued. If a monarch only waits for the ministers to come to a conclusion, and, in doing so, misses the right opportunity, is he not useless? As his anger peaked, the emperor slammed his fist on the table, the sound echoing through the hall. Do you really think I'm ruling autocratically? For what purpose? Cold sweat dripped from the foreheads of the ministers. They clenched their hands, enduring the tension radiating from the emperor. The king's fury had not yet subsided. Let me ask you this. If a smallpox outbreak occurs in areas where inoculation has not been administered, what will you do? Will you wait until it spreads to the inoculated areas just to prove its effectiveness? How many lives will be lost while you wait to verify the results? Hundreds could die or be left permanently impaired. Is it worth sacrificing them just because the effectiveness hasn't been fully confirmed? Too many lives have already been lost due to a lack of vaccination. Lai Ji-chin interrupted. Your Majesty, we too feel the pain of such sacrifices. But solidifying the governance of the nation is even more important. Besides, smallpox is not new. Ignoring the emperor's growing irritation, he continued. Therefore, I am certain the number of lives sacrificed will be within an acceptable range. The important thing is to uphold the traditions of the Joseon court. King Chun Nian's face flushed red with fury. His teeth clenched as he growled. You, Lai Ji-chin, do you dare claim that you are following the teachings of the sages? Before his anger could subside, a messenger hurried into the hall, kneeling and bowing deeply. Your Majesty, there is an urgent matter. What's the rush? Speak. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, but smallpox has broken out in the Aeon-dang Po district of Zhongshan. The news left King Chun Nian stunned. His eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend what he had just heard. Lai Ji-chin too was left speechless, cold sweat running down his cheek as his face contorted in unease. The king quickly issued a decree. Quarantine the Aeon-dang Po district from the other regions immediately. Only allow communication between Aeon Dang Po and Hyung. The messenger responded, "Yes, Your Majesty," before exiting the hall. After issuing the urgent order, the king turned to the Minister of Revenue. "What measures are being taken to treat the disease?" The minister replied, "We have dispatched physicians to all areas of Aeon Dang Po." The king nodded approvingly. "Good, ensure the patients receive proper treatment as quickly as possible." "Understood, Your Majesty." At that moment, a small figure came running in, gasping for breath. It was the Crown Prince. "Father, may I speak with you?" Hearing his son's voice, the king was a little startled. Hyun continued, "May I come in for a moment?" The king hesitated, but eventually allowed him in. "I heard there's been a smallpox outbreak in Jianan, and that we'll be sending physicians there to help, right?" The king replied gently. "Yes, we just discussed that." Still panting, Hyun suggested, "In that case, why don't we call upon additional people from Hanyang to help the physicians in Jeongan?" Before the king could respond, Langi Chin immediately objected. "That would be too reckless." Hyun, not backing down, continued, "The physicians will be occupied with treating the sick, so they'll need runners to assist them. However, if we use people from Jeongan who haven't contracted the disease, there's a risk the illness could spread even further. Therefore, it makes sense to bring people from Hanyang to support the physicians in Jeongan, and we could pay them generously. This way the physicians will be less burdened and will prevent the disease from spreading." But Langi Chin continued to oppose the idea. "Crown Prince, we cannot do that. If we send people from Hanyang and they contract the disease and it spreads to our city, who will be responsible for the safety of our people?" Hyung paused for a moment before continuing, his face full of confidence. "I fully believe in the effectiveness of smallpox inoculation. If this event does not prove its effectiveness, then I will relinquish my position as Crown Prince." Hyung made the bold declaration, placing his hand over his heart and looking straight at his father. His words left the emperor utterly shocked. The Crown Prince Hyung reaffirmed his statement. "I believe in this so strongly, father, and if the people of Hanyang are hesitant to step forward, then let me go in their place. I am confident that I can lead the effort to care for those suffering from smallpox." The room fell silent once more. One minister quietly muttered to himself, "The Crown Prince, once again." After a moment of contemplation, the emperor sighed and turned to the Minister of Revenue. "Issue the decree to the people of Hanyang and start gathering volunteers." The ministers all bowed in unison. "By your command, Your Majesty." The king then turned to Hyung and said, "You, Crown Prince, listen well. No matter how desperate the situation, you must never make such promises lightly. What you said was very reckless." Hyung bowed his head in response. "Yes, father, I understand." Inwardly, he felt a sense of triumph. "I've secured the opportunity, now it's only a matter of time. One day." The familiar sound of the emperor's arrival echoed through the palace. Hyun was playing in the courtyard when he suddenly turned around, startled. "Father has arrived," he bowed respectfully. "Father, you're here." "Yes," the emperor replied. "How are you?" "Thanks to you, father, I am well," Hyung responded obediently. Hyung then invited his father to sit and talk over tea. The emperor spoke first. "Hyung, have you heard the news from Jangcho?" At that moment, Hyung hadn't heard anything yet. Sensing his father had important information, he listened eagerly. His father smiled and delivered the news. Other than the initial 5 cases of smallpox, there have been no new infections. Upon hearing this, Hyun couldn't contain his excitement. His eyes widened and a bright smile spread across his face. "Just as I thought," the emperor continued. "To be honest, even I didn't expect the results to be this good. I am very proud of you for showing interest in a method that others dismissed as the lowly practice of cattle herders." Hyung bowed in gratitude for his father's praise. The acknowledgement from his father filled him with pride. "I've won Langi Chin," he thought to himself. "I'll slowly crush you just like a tiger's prey." but his father's voice cut through his thoughts. Hyong, the emperor gripped his cup tightly, his face tensing slightly as he spoke slowly. I am planning to execute Langi Chin. Hyong's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. His father continued, and I'm also considering dealing with those who sided with him. When I think about the present and the future of Yoxian, I believe it's something I must do. Do you think I'm going too far? Hyong pondered for a moment before responding. Father, I believe they must be punished as a deterrent to others. Furthermore, given the state of the Yoxian court, this situation presents an opportunity. The emperor listened carefully, knowing Hyong's words carried weight. Hyong continued. Unfortunately, the power of the ministers and scholars has always exceeded that of the monarch. Therefore, I think this cleansing will be a good chance to strengthen the authority of the crown. The emperor considered Hong's reasoning, finding it logical. Seeing his words well received, Hyong pressed on. However, I'm not sure if it's necessary to execute him. The previous reign's Minister L. Chin has done much for this nation. Given his vast experience, it's only natural for him to be skeptical of a method he has never heard of before. Therefore, I believe the most appropriate punishment would be exile. Hyong smiled as he finished speaking. The emperor said nothing, but it was clear he silently agreed with his son's proposal. After a long silence, the emperor finally spoke. I understand. I will think it over. On the day the emperor announced LG Chin's exile, the minister prostrated himself and pleaded, Your Majesty, please reconsider. I only wanted to ensure the inoculation would be effective. But the emperor, enraged, ordered him to be silent. Even now, you're still trying to talk your way out of this. Several other ministers bowed and pleaded, Your Majesty, perhaps Chief Minister LG Chin was wrong, but everything he did was out of loyalty to the nation. Please reconsider. Their words only fueled King Chun Nayan's anger. If you keep up this nonsense, I will assume you're all in league with that hypocrite. Don't test my patience. One minister, undeterred, continued, Your Majesty, to accuse an innocent man is unjust. In matters of state, the king and his ministers must reach consensus. Just as the sages taught, agreement between king and ministers is the fundamental principle of the monarchy. The emperor sneered, then exploded in rage. His face turned red as he pointed at the kneeling ministers. You're all truly wicked. Such hypocrisy. Are you opposing my decisions because you follow the teachings of the sages? Or is it simply to satisfy your own greed? What you seek is not agreement between king and minister. You want me to be a puppet with no real power. At this point, LG Chin, under extreme pressure, raised his head to defend himself. Your Majesty, I never intended. Suddenly, a man in purple robes stepped forward. Your Majesty, Jin Mu of the Royal Guard awaits your command. The emperor ordered, Jin Mue, take these hypocrites and throw them into the dungeon. LG Chin, along with the Grand Inspector and Grand Censor, must be imprisoned. The corrupt officials were stunned. Even as they were dragged away, they pleaded, Your Majesty, this goes against the teachings of the sages. This is the result of smallpox inoculation. The member of the censorate who had previously suggested deposing the crown prince was found guilty of treason, shackled, and exiled 1,000 miles away for attempting to mislead the monarch with outdated and obsolete ideas. The families of LG Chin, the Grand Inspector, and the Grand Censor were demoted to commoners. The guilty officials themselves were exiled 1,000 miles away, with 80% of their assets confiscated. This was the fate of those who could not adapt to the rapid changes brought about by the crown prince. Hyung smiled. But after all, they're still alive, aren't they? With the exile of the opposition faction, time passed and spring arrived. Sitting on the throne, King Chun Nayan surveyed the court. It seems everyone is present today. I have an important announcement. Many in the court wondered, how did the crown prince manage to do it? Can something like jump rope truly change someone so drastically? The king continued, For the future of the Joseon dynasty, I intend to carry out a major reform. He placed a reform proposal booklet on the table, his face beaming with excitement. Everyone who saw it was taken aback except for Haeyoung, who looked tired. So it's finally starting, he thought, his expression difficult to read. A few weeks earlier, while Hong was asleep, he heard a voice outside his door. "Haeyoung, are you asleep?" Recognizing his father's voice, Haeyoung sat up slowly. "No, father. Come in." His father replied, "No need. I just want to borrow the user chart from your presentation." "The chart? It's on my desk, father. Please feel free to take it." "Thank you," his father said, then called out, "Servant, bring me the chart." A man in green robes opened the door and entered. Before leaving, his father added, "I'm leaving now. Go back to sleep." Half asleep, Haeyoung mumbled, "Yes, father," then yawned and drifted off again, unaware that this late-night visit would cause him endless headaches. One day, the familiar sound of his father's arrival echoed through the palace again. "Father has arrived," Haeyoung thought, turning to greet him. The emperor entered and said, "There's a section in your chart I don't understand. Can you explain it to me?" Still drowsy, Hong bowed. "Yes, father. Please, come in." The next day during lunch, his father brought up the chart again, leaving Haeyoung puzzled. The day after that, Haeyoung realized something was wrong. By the third visit, he thought, "Doesn't this man ever get tired?" It was 1 a.m. And instead of exhaustion, his father's eyes gleamed with energy as they continued to discuss the chart. The king was deeply engrossed in the paper on the table. After a while, he turned to Haeyoung and said, "It seems you still don't understand. Let me explain it again." Exhausted, Haeyoung quickly responded, "No, father, I understand perfectly." The emperor, overjoyed, replied, "Thank goodness I have such a smart son like you." Internally, Haeyoung was crying, but he forced a smile, pretending to share in his father's excitement. Back in the present, King Chong-ni Ion enthusiastically shared his reform plans with the ministers. "Your Majesty wants you all to thoroughly review the plan," an attendant announced. "See what issues need addressing, or if there are areas that can be improved." Everyone bowed in unison. "By Your Majesty's command." The more the king spoke, the brighter his eyes became. "If any of you have better plans," he added, "be sure to let me know." Thus began King Sang's Chungnian reform. The first area to be reformed was the central government structure. Sa-jang outlined a new system based on 6 departments and proposed a clear procedure for putting it into operation. The second reform focused on reorganizing local government bodies. The province of Gwanga was divided into 5 districts, Gyeonggi into 7, and Gangan into 5. Each district was required to establish its own local government. Finally came the most important issue. While walking together, the king turned to Haeyoung and said, "Crown Prince, today we will discuss commerce and industry." Haeyoung was taken aback. "Right now, father." The king nodded. "During my morning exercise, I suddenly thought of something. In your presentation, you didn't mention it, but your chart showed that by developing commerce and industry, not only will the economy grow, but the power of the monarchy will increase as well. I understand the economic part, but how will the monarchy's power increase?" Haeyoung thought for a moment before replying. "It's a simple concept, father. Isn't agriculture what creates the basic wealth for the nobility? On the contrary, if the court encourages commerce and industry, it will generate more profit than the nobles gain from land ownership. This will strengthen the court and consolidate the monarchy's power." The king asked further, "But don't you see that it's those same nobles who buy goods from merchants? After all, they are the biggest consumers. Won't they grow stronger in the process, just as you mentioned?" Haeyoung quickly responded, "Father, you need to look at the bigger picture." The king glanced at the small boy beside him. "The bigger picture." After a few moments of thought, realization struck him. "You mean foreign trade?" Hyung smirked slightly, thinking to himself, Sejang the Great indeed. He confirmed, exactly. Father, if we earn money through exporting goods, we won't be limited by domestic land restrictions and will grow faster. The nobles, bound to their lands, will no longer hold the same influence. The king placed a hand on Hyung's shoulder. I see. You truly are my son. But Hyung suddenly realized that if he explained further, it might lead to something else. Before he could finish his thoughts, he noticed his father's intense gaze fixed on him, as if ready to ask another question. His father's face now looked frighteningly serious, as though he wanted to devour Hyung. Hyung had anticipated this outcome. He knew his father would keep pressing him for answers, and it was exhausting. The king continued, in the end, we need money to open businesses, don't we? But most of the wealth that can be used as capital is in the hands of the nobles. If merchants borrow money from them, then ultimately, it's the nobles who will gain more power, isn't it? Hyung quickly explained, that is one way to do it, but instead, we can attract the merchants to our side. The king looked puzzled. What do you mean by that? Hyung continued, the ones lending them money won't be the nobles, but the court itself. In modern terms, that's a national bank, a state-run bank serving a specific purpose. The state, not private individuals, would be the one providing capital, allowing merchants to borrow money at reasonable interest rates. King Sejang accepted the idea of establishing a national bank and suggested making it the final step in the reform. The result of Sang's great reform was a significant increase in government positions, and the court had to constantly seek out talented individuals to fill those roles. To ensure enough experts in each field, Sejang ordered a review of education policies to guarantee that even commoners could receive basic education. The reform was implemented gradually, and its policies were carefully coordinated by sending officials to observe the impact on local populations. However, from the moment the new policies were enacted, various problems, both large and small, arose across the kingdom. As a result, it took a long time for the new policies to be fully implemented, and it wasn't until 15 years later that they were completely in place. In the distant future, historians would name this event the Reform of the Year of the Dragon. After the reform was complete, the king turned to Hyung and expressed his gratitude. It will take a long time, but thanks to you, the lives of the people will become more prosperous. Hyung smiled brightly, giving a thumbs up. No need for thanks, father. Being able to help you is already enough for me. Inwardly, Hyung thought, this is the first time I've met someone even more excited about this project than I am. The king, hands clasped behind his back, laughed heartily. You rascal. Hyung glanced up and asked, Father, why don't you just leave the work to me and the officials? You don't need to handle everything personally. The king playfully knocked Hyung on the head. You rascal, this is about the monarch's responsibilities. How can I not personally understand everything? Hyung rubbed his head and pouted. That's not what I meant, father. I can work with the ministers and report back to you. The king smiled at him. Hyung, do you think there's a difference between learning by doing and simply understanding something through someone else's words? Which one do you think is more effective? Hyung was a little surprised by the question. The king continued. I don't want to be a king who just sits idle and listens to reports. After saying that, the king laughed heartily again and walked inside. Hyung watched his father with wide eyes, realizing, as I thought, no matter how much I know about the future, there are still things I cannot surpass. A familiar announcement echoed through the palace. His Majesty has arrived. King Chung Nayan entered the room, and Hyung greeted him politely. Father, you've arrived. As usual, the king came to ask about the chart. Hyung, I was just looking at your chart again, and there's something that has me curious. Hearing the word chart, Hyung immediately became terrified. This time, he didn't hold back and quickly said, Father, I just want to rest. Please, let me rest for a bit. Seeing his son so panicked, the king gently reassured him. This time, it's not about the reform plans. Although Hyung heard this, he still wasn't fully at ease, his face clearly showing concern. What is it, father? The king continued. In your presentation, you mentioned several policies, but I want to know why you didn't talk about the military at all. Hyung froze at the question. The king pressed further. Don't tell me you have no ideas regarding the military. Hyung remained silent for a long time before finally grinning, leaving the king puzzled. A bead of sweat rolled down the king's cheek as he muttered. This crafty kid. Hyung then explained. If I bring up the military, it will stir things up even more. He turned the question around. Father, what do you think of our current military? The king slowly responded. I think this country is still not stable, so we don't yet have a proper system to manage the military. We need to invest more resources and effort to face any threats that may arise for Yosin. Hearing the answer he was expecting, Hyung thought, perfect. The time has come. When the king finished, he asked Hyung for his opinion. I agree, father, Hyung replied quickly. I believe it's crucial, and I especially think we need to strengthen our naval forces. The navy? The king questioned. Yes, father, Hyung confirmed. Unfortunately, our Yosin dynasty still doesn't have a strong enough navy to dominate the seas. Even during the Tsushima Island campaign a few years ago, over half of our naval forces were made up of untrained civilians. That's far from enough. And that's not the only problem. Our ships are too small. Even crossing the waters between Busan and Tsushima Island puts our soldiers' lives at great risk. The king pondered this for a moment and realized Hyung was right. We must ramp up shipbuilding and strengthen our naval forces. Hyung nodded in agreement. Exactly, father. The king thought further. The biggest problem here is the budget. Before the king could find a solution, Hyung confidently offered. I have a suggestion to solve the budget issue. The king, curious, asked, Really? What is it? With confidence, Hyung answered, Mining stone. Hearing this, the king looked a bit confused. Stone? Why stone? A while later, decrees from the court were posted everywhere, calling for skilled miners to quickly gather at the Ministry of Works. Some people didn't even understand what mining meant. Does that mean digging up the ground? They wondered. People in the kingdom began to murmur among themselves, questioning why they were suddenly being ordered to dig up stones. Some even speculated that perhaps there was a hidden gold mine within the royal court. Meanwhile, the king was deep in calculation. His top priority was to ensure a stable currency supply, which required sufficient reserves of gold, silver, and copper. After reviewing the plans, he turned to the ministers seated below and asked, Do we need anything else? One minister replied, That seems sufficient, Your Majesty. Beside him, Hyung was lost in thought. For my own plans, I'll need that sooner or later, he mused. Gathering his resolve, he spoke up. Father, we'll need a few more things. The king turned toward him. What else do we need? Hyung quickly responded. Iron, sulfur, limestone, and a material called coal. Curious about the unfamiliar term, the king asked, What is coal? Hyung began to explain. Coal is what remains after trees are buried and compressed into rock over time. It burns hotter and more efficiently than wood. By using coal instead of wood, we can prevent deforestation. Intrigued, the king nodded. Really? That's excellent. But what do you plan to use limestone for? Limestone is essential for construction and iron smelting, Hyung answered. The king raised a brow. Construction? How can limestone be used for building? Hyung hesitated. Forgive me, father, but I still need to research that further. However, it's a very common mineral, so gathering it should be easy. As he spoke, Hyung recalled knowledge from the modern world. Iron, coal, and cement were the pillars of the Industrial Revolution. Without these resources, no nation could ever achieve true industrial development. One of the ministers interjected, "Crown Prince, forgive me, but Rosian does not have sulfur mines. That's why we've always imported it from the W Kingdom." Hyang challenged the claim. "But are we sure we don't have any? It's possible we do, but they haven't been discovered yet. Both the W Kingdom and the Ming Dynasty have sulfur, so why wouldn't we? Perhaps our mines are simply in hard-to-reach areas. Regardless, sulfur is vital for producing gunpowder, which is essential for national defense. If we continue relying on imports, it could become a major threat in the future." His words left the ministers stunned. Only now did they truly grasp the gravity of the situation. The king, too, understood the urgency. "You're right," he declared. "We must investigate this further." Another minister added, "I fully agree. We should instruct the miners to prioritize finding sulfur during excavation." Satisfied that he had steered the conversation as intended, Hyang thought to himself, as expected, mentioning national defense always gets things moving faster. Soon, skilled miners from all 8 provinces of the Asen dynasty gathered in Hanyang. King Sajang even established a new organization under the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Resources, to oversee the mining efforts. The appointed minister addressed the gathered miners. "Your task is to travel across the kingdom and locate the minerals listed here. If you succeed, you will be handsomely rewarded, so give it your all." "We will do our best," the miners shouted in unison. At that moment, a herald announced, "His Majesty has arrived." King Chungnaean entered, and the miners immediately knelt. "We greet your Majesty." The king smiled warmly. "The work you are about to do is of great importance. The wealth and strength of our nation depend on your success. I trust you will give it your utmost effort." "Yes, your Majesty, we will give it our all," they responded together. The minister continued, "Check this list carefully and see if anything is missing." One miner opened the list and read aloud, "Gold, silver, copper, coal. What's coal?" Another miner explained, "I've heard of that. It's a type of black rock that burns easily." The first miner blinked in surprise. "A rock that burns? That's strange." He continued reading. "Next is sulfur. Do we even have that in Rosian?" As he unrolled the paper further, he noticed a note scribbled in the corner. "What's this?" he asked. He read it aloud. "Report immediately if you find the following mineral, a shiny black rock that resembles obsidian but is more brittle. It's called graphite." Sometime later, a large shipment of minerals was delivered to Hyang. Seeing the stockpile before him, he nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. They've done a great job. We now have all the essential materials." Just then, an aide approached. "Your Highness, there's news the envoy from the Ming Dynasty has returned." Overjoyed, Hyang exclaimed, "Ah, finally!" Inside the royal court, a large table filled with books and documents was presented before the throne. "These are the gifts from the envoy, Your Majesty," a court official announced. A minister examined the items with astonishment. "Remarkable," he murmured, eyes widening at the sight of the treasures from the Ming Dynasty. King Song was holding a large piece of paper, frowning as he wondered what the map was all about. He looked at the documents spread before him and asked Hyang, "What is all this? These books and maps?" Hyang quickly replied, "I requested them, Father. They're essential for governing the country records and maps from Jun's great expeditions." At that moment, the Minister of Revenue spoke up. "I've also heard of someone named Yungi. He was a eunuch under the main Emperor Yango. It is said that he led expeditions to explore distant seas on the Emperor's orders. Yungi, the head eunuch, is greatly honored by modern-day China. I've heard he even reached places as far as Southeast Asia and Africa." After hearing the minister's account, the king realized he had also heard of Yungi before, but he still didn't understand how those voyage records were relevant to governing the country. Hyang held up the map before his father. Look at this map, father. This is worth its weight in gold. He looked up, only to see both his father and the minister staring back with puzzled expressions. They clearly had no idea what he was talking about. Seeing this, Hyung's face showed clear frustration as he tried to explain further. Do you remember the issue with importing buffalo horns? The buffalo horns? The Minister of Revenue repeated, trying to recall something. Hyung continued, buffalo horns are essential for making bows. Osun lacks this material, so we have to import it from the Ming Dynasty. However, they only supply it when we send tribute missions. That's a hassle, isn't it? Surely, the Ming Dynasty isn't the only place with buffalo. I've heard that Divet and Siam also have plenty of them. Gradually, Hyung guided them toward his main point. But we don't trade with them at all, and the reason is simple: we don't know how to get there, right? At that moment, all the ministers let out a collective "ah," realizing they hadn't considered this before. Feeling more confident, Hyung continued enthusiastically, but with this map, we'll know how to reach those countries. Once we can do that, our kingdom, Rosian, will be able to trade with them without spending unnecessary resources. Hearing Hyung's convincing words, the king stroked his chin, deep in thought. Incredible. He then gave a thumbs-up, a gesture he had recently learned from Hyung after completing a form. Seeing the king's unusual action, one of the ministers asked, "Your Majesty, what does that mean?" The king laughed and explained, "It means you're the best. The crown prince taught me this not long ago." Standing next to the minister, Hyung was at a loss for words, managing only a cold smile. Suddenly, the king turned to Hyung. "But Crown Prince, I'm still puzzled about one thing. The Ming Dynasty wouldn't just hand over such an important piece of information. What trick did you pull?" At the mention of the word trick, Hyung's face turned grim. Feeling nervous, he thought, well, we'll have to go back in time a bit for that story. It began on the day the diplomatic mission from Joseon visited the third emperor of the Ming Dynasty, Emperor Yongle. The emperor sat on his throne, looking down at the envoys. "You've traveled a long way to get here. It must have been exhausting," he said. All the envoys responded in unison, "Your Majesty, you are wise and benevolent." The emperor admired the birdcage that had been presented as tribute and praised it. "The tribute you've brought is truly precious. Just as I expected, the falcon from Osun is indeed elegant." He couldn't take his eyes off the bird in the cage. Its feathers were magnificent, radiating an indescribable majesty that perfectly matched the emperor's regal aura. Pleased with such a gift, Emperor Yongle decided to offer one in return. He asked what Rosian desired. One of the envoys stepped forward and replied, "Your Majesty, we would like sulfur and copper." The emperor immediately instructed his cabinet to negotiate with the envoys and grant Joseon an appropriate amount of both. He then asked if there was anything else they wanted. The same envoy hesitated for a moment before daring to continue. "Forgive me, Your Majesty, but we also hope you might grant us a record of Yoongi's voyages." The emperor raised a brow. "Yoongi's exploration records? Why does Joseon want that?" After a moment of thought, the envoys began to speak again, their words dripping with honeyed flattery. Every envoy wore radiant smiles, exuding admiration and enthusiasm. Rosian is just a small country hidden away in a remote corner of a vast world. Because of this, we truly don't know how vast the world really is. Thanks to the grace of Your Majesty, our small nation has learned that this world is filled with many countries. We are deeply grateful to Your Majesty for this. However, we have heard that eunuch Yoongi was sent by Your Majesty to spread word of your greatness to the farthest reaches of the world. Hearing such flattering words, the emperor smiled widely, and the Joseon envoys continued. "Our small nation has only just realized how vast the world is. But for a long time, Joseon has been isolated and unable to fully grasp the grandeur of this world. Therefore, we humbly request a record of Yoongi's voyages so that we may witness the greatness of the Ming Dynasty." The officials in the court could barely tolerate the endless praise. Their faces showed clear frustration as they listened to the constant flattery from the foreign envoys. Yet the Joseon envoys did not stop and ended with one final plea. "We earnestly hope that your majesty will allow us to witness your greatness." Hyung concluded the story. "And that's how it happened, father." The king, having listened to the tale, didn't know what to say, so he simply offered words of encouragement. The envoys truly worked hard. Then he paused, lost in thought. "But I'm still curious. No matter how much we flatter them, why would they give us something so valuable? Could they have some ulterior motive?" The Grand Censor, hearing this, grew uneasy as if realizing something. "Your Majesty, something seems off about this record." King Seong asked, "What do you mean?" The Grand Censor picked up the document from the table, his face serious. "This isn't a copy, it's the original." Hearing this shocking revelation, the ministers in the court were stunned. The original record? Could this be a mistake? Will this cause problems later on? The Grand Censor opened the document. How could this be the original? As he flipped through the pages, a letter slipped out. He picked it up and said, "Your Majesty, there is a letter inside." The king extended his hand. "Give it to me." The Grand Censor, trembling, stepped forward and handed the letter to him. The king opened it, read through it, and after a moment of reflection, shook his head. "Goodness, I don't understand this at all." Hyung, who hadn't yet seen the letter, raised his head and asked, "Father, may I read it?" The king handed the letter to a court official, who delivered it to Hyung. Hyung opened it and read aloud. "This document has been delivered through official channels. Therefore, Joseon does not need to question or inquire further about its origins." Reading this, Hyung suddenly imagined the Ming Emperor thrusting the letter at his father, saying, "Here, take it. Don't ask anything. Just take it." The thought made him smirk. That's exactly what it feels like, he thought to himself. After considering it, Hyung looked up and said, "Father, it seems like the Ming dynasty just wants to offload this onto us." The king, still doubtful, asked with a worried expression, "What do you mean?" Hyung recalled the modern times, the steady sound of chalk on the board, and the voice of his teacher, Samron Po. "Do you know why the emperor of the Ming dynasty sent Yoongi on those expeditions? To understand this, we must first talk about how Emperor Yongle came to power. He ascended the throne through a coup, which meant he lacked a solid foundation. Therefore, he needed political achievements to legitimize his rule. The great expeditions were one way to accomplish that. But the question remains," he continued, "why didn't anyone repeat Yoongi's grand explorations in the 15th century? If they had, the famous age of exploration might have emerged in Asia instead of Europe. The reason lies in their foreign trade policy. It wasn't true trade, but a tribute system. Under this system, those who offered tribute had to be rewarded in return. However, this system wasn't profitable with distant countries. When they sent ships out to sea, they had to reward the contributors and repair the ships. If a ship was damaged in a storm or lost, they even had to build new ones. It was costly. So, after Emperor Yongle's death, all records of the expeditions were erased to prevent future emperors from repeating the mistake. That's why, for the Ming dynasty, these records are more of a burden than a treasure." After listening to Hyung's explanation, King Seong nodded in understanding. Exploration is indeed very expensive. The Minister of Public Works then asked, "If it's so costly, shouldn't we avoid it?" Hyung immediately replied, "It's not a problem for us because the Ming dynasty is different from us." The king, curious, asked, "How are we different?" Hyung grinned mischievously and replied, "The difference lies in our foreign trade mechanism. While the Ming dynasty uses a tribute system and gifts in return, we can adopt a bilateral trade model." Everyone in the court was confused. "Bilateral trade?" they murmured. Once again, Hyung introduced a new concept. Smiling, he explained, "Instead of doing things like the Ming dynasty, We can develop bilateral trade. The ministers began whispering among themselves. What is bilateral trade? Hyang continued. It's the opposite of the Ming dynasty's trade model of tribute and gifts. We can engage in mutual exchange by trading each country's essential goods. His father, curious to know more, asked for clarification. Hyang respectfully explained. To put it simply, we'll operate based on the principle of trade. The court will handle transportation and ensure merchants' safety. In return, we'll collect taxes and fees to keep trade profitable. By doing so, we can import essential goods for the people's daily lives at a lower cost, while the court controls prices as the sole supplier. After hearing Hyang's explanation, King Song pondered for a moment. The Minister of Taxation raised a question. Essential goods for the people's daily lives are such things even available from foreign countries. Most quality goods are already produced here in Osun. Hyang quickly responded, Do the ministers know about pepper? Suddenly, the Minister of Public Works remembered. Pepper, right, he exclaimed. I forgot about that. Hyang sighed silently, thinking how they didn't realize how bland food was without pepper. We can only purchase a small amount of pepper from Arab merchants, which is why it's extremely expensive, he explained. Another minister expressed concern. But do we need to import it from abroad? If there's any issue, people might overspend, and our wealth could flow out of the country. The Minister of Public Works replied, Of course, there's that risk. But if we blindly try to stop the outflow of funds, smuggling will increase. When that happens, people will spend even more to get the goods. Moreover, corruption will spread as more people bribe officials to cover up smuggling. Another minister agreed. That's true. The more prosperous Rossum becomes, the more the people's lives will improve. Isn't that right? Everyone in the court nodded in agreement. Hyang then spoke. In that case, Minister of Taxation, where are the other items I requested besides the books? The minister replied, They're in storage. Hyang politely asked his father, Father, may I bring these items into the East Palace? King Sa-jang immediately agreed. After counting a few chests, the Minister of Taxation added, There are still 20 more chests left. Surprised, Hyang said, Oh, really? He opened one of the boxes and remarked, There's more here than I thought. Curious, the Minister of Taxation asked, What is it? Hyang replied, Sugar. The minister repeated in disbelief, Sugar? Cane sugar. Hyang recalled his teacher, Sam Chan-po, who had once said that during the Joseon period, sugar was a valuable cooking ingredient. Because sugarcane was difficult to grow, sugar was very expensive and considered a luxury item. The ministers were shocked. Sugar? Such an expensive item, and the crown prince has 20 chests of it. King Song, surprised, said, Crown prince, even though you are the heir, living so extravagantly. Hyang quietly laughed to himself, then asked the Minister of Taxation, Minister, does the list of goods include their prices? How much does it cost? The minister checked the records and exclaimed in shock, Let me see. Sugar, sugar. Oh, 20 taels of silver. Everyone was astonished. King Song asked, Is that a mistake? Minister of Taxation, how much sugar was purchased in total? The minister responded politely, A total of 2,011 taels worth of sugar, Your Majesty. The entire court was stunned. What? The ministers' voices trembled in disbelief. In the market, that amount of money wouldn't even buy a handful of sugar. How is this possible? The words of teacher Sam Chan-po echoed in Hyang's mind. If we examine the records of the Joseon dynasty more closely, we'll see how severely it had closed its doors to the outside world. The people of Joseon had no idea that the Ming dynasty had begun mass-producing sugar. They produced so much that it had become a secondary commodity. Hyang concluded, That's how I was able to buy the sugar at such a dirt-cheap price. Everyone gasped in amazement. King Song smiled proudly. I'm so proud of you. You're very knowledgeable, truly worthy of being my crown prince." Suddenly, the Minister of Public Works objected. "But we already have honey and 5-grain syrup to replace sugar. Therefore, we don't need to rely on foreign products." Another minister spoke up. "Minister, your reasoning is flawed. Honey is hard to find, and 5-grain syrup depends heavily on the annual crop yield. Isn't it better to rely on foreign products? Why choose the harder path when there's an easier one available?" The two ministers glared at each other, tension rising between them. The second minister continued, "This isn't about choosing between hard or easy. If we keep importing, Joseon will become dependent on foreign countries. Even so, are we just going to sit back and let smuggling run rampant?" Hyun interrupted their debate. "I want to ask the ministers, has anyone here ever tasted cane sugar before?" Everyone looked confused. One by one, they began to answer. One said he had tried it once, another mentioned tasting it after passing the state exam, and some admitted they had never tasted it at all. Hyun sighed deeply and muttered to himself, "Our Joseon is really poor, isn't it?" King Sajang overheard him. "What did you just say?" Hyun quickly replied, "Oh, nothing, father." Then he changed the topic. "I have a suggestion that I hope father will accept. Since we've recently acquired a large amount of sugar, why don't we share a portion of it with the court officials and use it as a reward for palace servants?" The ministers began murmuring. "Using sugar as a reward?" Hyun continued, "Yes, I believe it's important to recognize and reward those who have consistently placed the nation above all else and devoted themselves fully." Soon after, palace servants and court officials began receiving sugar as a reward. Not long after, all the ministers agreed to sell off the remaining sugar stockpile. A few days later, while the king was leisurely enjoying his sugar, Hyun suddenly ran in from outside. "Father is calling for you," he said. Seeing the crown prince enter, the king, who hadn't yet swallowed the piece of sugar in his hand, was slightly startled. "Oh, crown prince, you're here already." Noticing his father eating sugar again, Hyun shouted, "Father, you're eating sugar again. Look, your belly is getting bigger." The king, unwilling to back down, replied, "I was just about to skip dinner." Hyun argued, "What if you get diabetes?" The king helplessly exclaimed, "I already know, goodness." The two of them were locked in a never-ending argument over the king's sugar addiction when a voice from outside interrupted. "Your Highness, the ministers have arrived." The king had no choice but to pause his argument with his son. Clearing his throat, he called out, "Let them in." The doors opened, and 3 ministers slowly stepped inside. Each moved with great dignity, their faces serious, their aura unlike that of ordinary people. Hyun turned to look, wondering, who are they? This was the first time he had met these men. Once the ministers were all present, the king began to speak. "As you all know, the left minister has just retired to his hometown. After the previous incident, several high-ranking positions have remained vacant. I have now made my decision regarding these appointments." Turning to Hyun, he continued, "This is probably the first time the crown prince is meeting you all, so why don't you introduce yourselves?" Hyun glanced at the men beside him, unsure of who they were. The first man introduced himself. "My name is Manhwa, Right Minister." The next spoke. "I am Hang Hai, the new left minister." Finally, the last one said, "I am the Prime Minister, Remix." Hearing their introductions, Hyun was stunned. His emotions spiraled as he thought, "This is crazy. Could it really be them?" He looked over at the 3 men, thinking, they've really arrived. Overcome with excitement, he realized what their presence meant. Meanwhile, the king continued speaking with the ministers. First, he turned to the Minister of Public Works and inquired about the water measurement issue. "You mentioned before that we need more accurate tools than what we currently use. Jonggon Shen, take charge of this matter," the king commanded. The Minister of Public Works immediately obeyed. Despite his father's ongoing discussions, Hyun was lost in thought. Could it really be Jang Aeon-shen? Could this be the grand entrance I've been waiting for, the appearance of the Avengers? Later, in his study at the Eastern Palace, Hyun was diligently writing. After finishing his notes, he rolled up the paper and proudly shouted, "All done." His small hand clenched the paper as he quickly walked to the door. Reaching it, he urged, "Letun, go to the royal infirmary. Hurry." The servant bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, Your Highness." A bright smile appeared on Hong's face as he said to himself, "I'm going to greet him right now." Jang Aeon-shin, "Sir, at the Eastern Palace," Hong's voice echoed with regret. "So Jang Aeon-shin isn't at the royal infirmary right now, huh?" The guard standing nearby responded, "Yes, Your Highness. He is currently at the water clock." Hong's face showed clear signs of disappointment and helplessness. "Oh no," he muttered. Seeing how eager the crown prince was to meet Jang Aeon-shin, the guard prepared to summon him to the Eastern Palace immediately. However, Hong quickly turned and said, "There's no need to constantly summon busy people. It's not right." Then he asked, "You said he's at the water clock?" The guard bowed again and replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Without delay, Hong set off toward the water clock to find Jang Aeon-shin. Upon seeing the enormous structure before him, he couldn't help but marvel. Wow, it's huge, so this is Joseon's early water-powered timekeeping device. It's even bigger than I imagined. Suddenly, a man approached the structure, rubbing his forehead in deep thought, muttering to himself, "This won't work. No, that won't either." Hong walked up to him and asked, "Hey, are you Jang Aeon-shin?" The man bowed and replied, "Your humble servant greets the crown prince." Hong smiled lightly. Humble servant? If a fifth-rank official still calls himself that, people will curse you, you know. "I wouldn't dare," Jang Aeon-shin replied. Hong continued, "Never mind that. I noticed you were looking at the water clock with a worried expression. Is there an issue?" The man responded politely, "Yes, Your Highness. His Majesty has ordered me to create a more accurate water-powered timekeeping device. I understand the basic principles, but calculating all the necessary measurements is proving a bit challenging." "I see," Hong said with a smile. "What if we made a smaller device?" Jang Aeon-shin looked surprised but replied, "I thought about that as well, but it's impossible to make it any smaller than this." Hong's eyes sparkled. "Well then, I've sketched a design for a new kind of clock. Since you specialize in this field, would you like to take a look?" Receiving the paper from Hong, the official seemed doubtful, thinking the crown prince might be joking. Designing a clock was no simple task. But as he opened the paper, his eyes widened in astonishment. "My goodness, this uses the force of a pendulum instead of water and gears. This design is far too convincing." What shocked him even more was that such an intricate concept had come from a child. The official could hardly believe his eyes. It was truly miraculous. Seeing that the man had finished examining the design, Hong's face brightened. "So, what do you think?" The official asked back, "Did the crown prince come up with all of this himself?" Hong replied honestly, "To be honest, 30% of it is knowledge from the West. Actually, it's 100% knowledge from the 21st century." He asked again, "So, what do you think? Can you make it?" The official looked concerned. "I'm not entirely sure, but I'll give it a try." Hearing this, Hong was overjoyed and smiled from ear to ear. "Great, let's get started right away." The official didn't waste any time and took the design to follow the crown prince's orders. After taking a few steps, Jang Aeon-shin suddenly stopped and said, "I almost forgot. I probably can't do it right away. I'm currently working on another task under orders from His Majesty. I beg the crown prince's pardon, but I'll start on the clock as soon as I finish that." Instantly, Hong's mood dropped, and he pouted in disappointment. "I'll take care of that task for you." The official blinked in surprise. What did you say? I said, I'll handle the order from my father. You can start working on the clock design now. The official was still in disbelief. Is that really okay? I could lose my head for this. Hong reassured him. Don't worry. You said it yourself, it's difficult to calculate all these numbers on your own. Do you know anyone skilled in calculations? Jang Aon-shin thought for a moment. For calculations, there's Lord Yi Cho from the Ministry of Public Works and Lord Yong Yi-ji from the Hall of Sages. I've also heard that Lord Ron from the Ministry of Justice is quite skilled as well. Hong clapped his hands with excitement. Got it. I'll take care of all that for you. You don't need to worry anymore, just start working on this. With that, Hyun handed Jang On-shin another scroll bearing the name Na Kai. The official accepted it, but didn't quite understand its purpose. After visiting Jang On-shin, the crown prince went to see his father. When the king saw him arrive, he asked, "What brings you here?" "I have a proposal," the crown prince replied. The ministers, hearing that the crown prince had yet another proposal, exchanged uneasy glances. Most of them broke into a cold sweat, filled with worry and apprehension. The crown prince's ideas always gave them headaches. Without hesitation, Hyun stated his request. "Father, I would like to enlist some people." The king raised a brow. "You want to enlist people?" Hyun continued. "I need Lord Dong Cho from the Ministry of Public Works, Lord Dong Easy from the Hall of Sages, and Lord White Trio from the Ministry of Justice." The ministers couldn't hide their surprise, but Hyun wasn't finished. "I also need some skilled craftsmen from the military and Lord Jang Aon-shin from the Royal Infirmary." The Minister of Public Works quickly interrupted, "Your Highness, those people." The king turned to him. "Why are you so surprised? Is there a problem with these individuals?" The minister hesitated before replying, "No, Your Highness. Please forgive me, but all of these individuals are key talents in their respective departments. Without them, handling state affairs will become very difficult. I understand that what the crown prince wants to accomplish is important, but national matters take precedence." The king looked back at Hyun. "Explain to me why you need these people." After a moment of thought, Hyun replied, "I want to invent things that will make Osun stronger." His father leaned forward, intrigued. "Invent things?" "Yes," Hyun continued. "I have several inventions in mind that could strengthen Osun further. Right now, I have about 10 designs already drawn up in my study at the Eastern Palace, but they're only basic structures. Precise calculations still need to be made, which is why I need experts in mathematics. Moreover, if they help me create these inventions, they'll become pioneers who contribute to Osun's wealth and military strength, making the kingdom like a tiger with wings." Seeing Hyun's confidence, the king was puzzled. The minister beside him also didn't fully understand what the crown prince was planning. The next day, at the Eastern Palace, 3 officials were gathered together discussing their assignment. Lord Dong Easy was the first to speak. "It's been a while, Lord Jang." Lord Jang replied, "Yes, long time no see." Lord Dong then asked, "The crown prince said you're working on a clock. Is that true?" Lord Jang nodded. "Yes, this is the clock design that the crown prince drew." He opened the design for everyone to see. As they examined it, Lord Yigi realized something. This appears to be a system that uses a single time structure to define the entire day. But Rome uses a different system to measure time at night. Wouldn't this be confusing for the people? We'd be forcing them to use one system for both day and night. At that moment, Hyun entered the room. Everyone immediately stood and bowed. "Your humble servants greet the crown prince." Hyun had overheard their concern and replied, "The current way of measuring time depends on the seasons, which is inefficient. Wouldn't it be better for the people to follow one unified time system?" The officials nodded in agreement. "That's true, but Your Highness, why have you summoned us?" Without a word, Hyun placed a thick stack of papers on the table before them. Could you kindly solve all these math problems for me? In his hands were sheets filled with mathematical equations he had prepared. His sunny smile only made the officials more uneasy. Who would summon top officials just to hand them math problems like a child? Grinning cheerfully, Hyun repeated, "Would you kindly solve these for me?" Lord Jang On-soo of the Royal Infirmary and Lord Lee from the Ministry of Justice were both in shock, eyes wide and speechless. When Hyun handed the problems to Lord Yun Ikai of the Hall of Sages, the man frowned nervously. "What is this?" he asked. Hyun replied with a bright smile. "Just a few simple problems, as easy as candy. Solve them first, okay?" But the math problems the Crown Prince had given them were anything but simple. Even though these officials were among the most skilled mathematicians in the Eastern Palace, the equations before them were far beyond ordinary complexity. They had to rack their brains to solve the questions. Lord Lee John was utterly confused when he reached a problem about calculating the area of a piece of land, unsure how to approach it. Lord Jang On-soo rested his chin on his hand, wishing he had an abacus with him. After a while, Hyang was at a loss for words when he saw their scores. "This is a bit of a disaster. The highest score is only 70. I really need to popularize Arabic numerals, and they need to learn math too. But I'm too busy to teach them myself. What should I do?" Then the Crown Prince had a light bulb moment and came up with a reasonable plan. "If that's the case, I'll have to find some Arab mathematicians." 1 month later, at the Tu Chin Hall, after completing the pendulum clock he had designed himself, the Crown Prince proudly presented it to his father for inspection. The king and the ministers were astonished to see such a groundbreaking invention. With confidence, the Crown Prince pointed at the clock and said, "This is the new clock meant to replace the water-powered ones. It will not only be placed in the palace, but also in all 6 ministries. That way, everyone in Osen will be able to tell the time." The king approached the clock with a big smile and said, "That's right." He immediately ordered the Minister of Public Works to begin installing this clock in the palace and the 6 ministries. The Minister of Public Works responded loudly, "Yes, Your Highness." The other ministers, seeing this, were filled with joy and whispered to one another, "The Crown Prince has invented something remarkable again." As expected of him, life will be much more convenient from now on. However, this was just the beginning of a nightmare. After some time using the new clocks, the ministers who were not yet accustomed to the new system of time calculation started arriving late to their meetings at Tu Chin Hall. This made the king very frustrated. When they finally arrived, the king pointed at the clock and asked, "Minister of Personnel, Minister of Household, what time is it now?" Both ministers, feeling ashamed, wanted to cry as they hurriedly apologized and begged for forgiveness from the king. In another scene at the Ministry of Rights, the head of the ministry was furious with his subordinates. "Why haven't you finished the tasks I assigned yet?" he shouted. His subordinate could only bow his head and plead, "Please forgive me, my lord. I beg for a little more time." The head of the ministry scolded, "How is it still not done? Didn't you say it would be finished by 5 p.m.? The subordinate had no response and could only apologize again. "I'm terribly sorry, my lord." Over at the Ministry of Public Works, the head was also angrily shouting at his officials. "When will this report be finished?" The terrified officials responded, "If you allow us, we will work until 7 p.m. to complete it." But the head of the ministry glared at them and raised his voice. "Are you serious? It's 7 a.m. now, not 7 p.m. Are you all being lazy?" The officials quickly replied, "No, my lord, we wouldn't dare." The head turned away coldly and said, "You all graduated from the military academy, but you're this slow." Outside, at a tavern near the Eastern Palace, the commoners were also in disarray. "This newfangled clock is a curse. Who came up with this weird invention? I want to find them and give them a beating," one man shouted. Another, clearly frustrated, added, "That useless Minister of Public Works, I want to resign." During a stroll with the Crown Prince, the king cheerfully said, "Thank you, Hyung." The crown prince, confused, looked up and asked, "For what, father?" The king smiled and replied, "Thanks to you, the entire court has become much more lively. We're no longer wasting time like we used to." Hyung humbly replied, "You're too kind, father. I will continue to work hard and bring you even more useful things." The king patted his son on the head and laughed. "You're too modest. I'm very proud to have a son like you." Afterward, the king asked the crown prince, "Is there anything else you need to create those inventions?" Hyung chuckled mischievously and replied, "To be honest, I really do need something." The king, full of excitement, asked, "Really? Let me hear it." Still calm and composed, Hyung answered, "It's nothing big, father. I just need a small independent building." The king was so shocked by the request that he nearly fell over. "A separate building?" he exclaimed. With sparkling eyes, Hyung pleaded, "Yes, I need a space to focus on my research. While I was working on the clock, I faced many difficulties because I didn't have a proper space. My desk was so cluttered with blueprints and parts that I had to eat my meals on the floor." The king, still hesitant, said, "But a whole separate building might be a bit wasteful." Hyung, like a child throwing a tantrum, cried out, "If I had my own space, I could have made even more inventions by now." Seeing Hong's pitiful tears, the king was flustered and finally relented. All right, I understand. But this isn't something I can decide on quickly. Let me discuss it with the ministers first, and I'll get back to you." 5 days later, the Institute for Scientific and Technological Development of Osun was officially established. The ministers were speechless when they came to visit. As they entered, a gentle cold breeze swept through the tiny room, which was only a few square meters in size. They looked around in disbelief. "Is this really a government department? It's so small it's barely bigger than a closet," one minister muttered. Though a bit disappointed, the crown prince tried to remain optimistic. "We're starting small, but the results will be grand. I guarantee no one will dare look down on us." An official asked, "So what exactly are we supposed to do here?" Hyung smiled. "Good question. Come inside first." The crown prince then showed them a diagram of the institute's structure. Standing tall, he proudly introduced it to the ministers. "This is the organizational chart for our research institute. Here, we will conduct technical research to make Osun stronger and more prosperous. First, I will serve as the director. Under me, there will be 2 divisions. The first is the Division of Basic Science and Technical Research, which will be responsible for fundamental studies. We'll call it the Basic Division. The second is the Division of Applied Science and Technical Research, which will apply our results to real-world situations. We'll call it the Applied Division." The ministers murmured in admiration as Hyung continued assigning roles. Lord Dunn, Lord Iggy, and the Minister of Public Works will belong to the Basic Division. Lord Li Chan will be part of the Applied Division. Lord Zhang will manage military supplies and the craftsmen from various departments to produce the necessary tools for research. Still confused, one official asked, "I understand, but what exactly will we be working on?" Hyung replied promptly, "Let me explain. The Basic Division will use mathematics to study fields such as metallurgy, chemistry, architecture, and more. The task of the Applied Division is to elevate these results to a higher level, building upon the Basic Division's findings and existing knowledge." Jang On-soo hesitantly asked, "Metallurgy and architecture are considered academic fields too?" "Of course," Hyung answered confidently. "Only by thoroughly understanding the theory can we come up with more diverse ideas." Lord Yang nodded. "I understand, Your Highness." Hyung continued, "If any of you know officials skilled in mathematics, bring them into the institute. If there aren't enough, you can even bring in Muslim scholars." Jang Wai-soo looked puzzled. "Muslims? Aren't they just merchants from Saran?" He voiced his concern. "I beg your pardon, but if we employ Muslims, the ministers will surely oppose it. It's essential for the research the Basic Division will soon undertake. Hyung clarified. If anyone objects, just mention my name. It's said that Muslims have been present on the Korean peninsula since the Silla dynasty. Trade with them began during the Silla period and continued through both the Goryeo and Joseon dynasties. They're excellent at mathematics, so they will certainly be helpful. The Crown Prince then proposed, let's improve our firearms. Lord Lee Chung was taken aback. What? Hyung chuckled. For a military man, there's no sweeter proposal than this. Lee Chung bowed deeply. I will accomplish this at any cost. Good, said the Crown Prince. But first, we need someone who understands firearms. Do you know anyone skilled in this area? Lord Lee replied, General Choi Hee-san. He's the overseer of the Military Supplies Bureau and the son of General Choi Soo-san, a former officer of the Joseon dynasty. He's probably working at the Ministry of War. Hyung's eyes lit up. In that case, let's head straight to the Ministry of War. Yes, Your Highness, Lee Chan responded. The scene shifted to the Ministry of War. As soon as Hyung entered, an official approached. Does the Crown Prince wish to see me? It was the former military man and firearm expert, Overseer Choi Hee-san of the Military Supplies Bureau. Initially, the Crown Prince felt a bit nervous, thinking, he really has an overwhelming aura. After regaining his composure, Hyung greeted him warmly. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard much about you. However, upon seeing Choi Hee-san's stern and serious expression, Hyung forced a nervous smile. Oh no, this doesn't look good, he thought. But despite his intimidating appearance, Choi Hee-san was not as frightening as he seemed. He smiled warmly and said, Thank you, Crown Prince. It is my honor to meet you. Choi then asked, So, what brings you to the Ministry of War, Your Highness? Hyung sighed in relief and quickly invited General Choi to sit down and talk. The Crown Prince then made an offer to both Lord Lee Chan and General Cho H-san. Would the two of you like to join me in inventing something? General Choi, surprised, asked, What exactly do you mean, Your Highness? Hyung explained clearly, I want to improve the weapons of Osun's military. Upon hearing the word weapons, General Choi was even more astonished. That's right, Hyung continued. We can't compare ourselves to the military strength of the main dynasty. And when it comes to close combat, Japan has also surpassed us. Do you agree? Convinced by the Crown Prince's reasoning, General Choi nodded. That is true. Hyung went on. Furthermore, our financial situation is terrible, and we can't afford to recruit more soldiers. To solve this issue, I believe the first step is to improve the quality of our weapons, and then we can gradually increase our troops. General Choi offered his opinion. Please forgive me, Your Highness, but the quality of Osun's spears and swords is already excellent. Hyung reassured him. I know. But weapons aren't limited to just spears and swords. The type of weapon I'm talking about is gunpowder-based. Lord Lee's eyes widened in shock. Your Highness means firearms and cannons? Do you have plans to improve those? Seeing the mischievous smile on Hyung's face, both officials felt uneasy. A 10-year-old child with such confidence, it made them wonder what was truly going on. Hyung said, When I have a detailed plan, I'll explain everything in depth. But first, I want to see the effectiveness of Osun's cannons. Could we organize a demonstration? Lord Lee responded, A demonstration would require permission from His Highness, the King. The Crown Prince quickly replied, All right, I'll go ask my father for permission. The scene transitioned to the king, who was quite surprised when he heard Hyung's request. Is this really necessary? If you're just asking for fun, I don't see the point, he said. However, in the end, the demonstration was approved. On the day of the event, Hyung carefully observed and took notes. The cavalry and archers opened the demonstration, but something puzzled him. The spears the soldiers were using were shorter than he remembered. When the order to shoot was given, The soldiers released their arrows, and the cavalry charged energetically. Yet Hyung noticed something odd. Why are they pulling the horses back? Doesn't that waste all the momentum they built? He thought. The cavalry's task is to break through the enemy's first line of defense, right? He sighed, thinking, the long road ahead of me. Next came the firearms and cannon demonstration. Choi H-san, in his military uniform, looked incredibly impressive. Hyung's eyes lit up with excitement, feeling a surge of anticipation. Finally, it's time. Let's get started already, he thought, though he also wondered, why does the back of my neck feel so hot? The cannons were brought in one by one. The largest was called the Sky Cannon, followed by the Earth Cannon, and finally, on the outermost side, there was a mysterious handheld cannon, an improved version of the Sky Cannon. The command to fire was given, and the cannon shot out its projectile with immense power, soaring through the sky with a thunderous boom. The king delightedly exclaimed, "What powerful firepower! How far did that go?" One of the ministers standing nearby answered, "About 1,300 paces, Your Highness." The king, beaming with joy, said, "This is fantastic, absolutely remarkable." He then turned to Hyung and asked, "So, what do you think?" Hyung was so deep in thought that he didn't respond right away. The king had to call him several times before the crown prince finally snapped out of it. "Oh, I think it's amazing. Father, all thanks to the excellent generals and skilled soldiers," he replied. Choi H-san, also pleased, humbly said, "The crown prince is too kind." After that, Hyung made another request to the king. "Father, may I speak with the cannon operators for a bit? I'd like to confirm a few things." The king, feeling a bit suspicious, thought to himself, what kind of trick is this boy up to now? The scene shifted to the soldiers firing cannons. Upon seeing the crown prince arrive, they respectfully bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." The crown prince Hyung praises and thanks them, saying, "Thanks to your efforts, this nation enjoys peace. I am deeply grateful to all of you." They humbly respond, "Your Highness is too kind." Suddenly Hyung notices something unusual. "I was thinking about this earlier. Why are their armors all different?" The crown prince then asks, "Did you all prepare your own armor?" The soldiers reply in unison, "Yes, Your Highness." Hyung ponders, no wonder the armor looks different. It makes sense actually. I have heard that during the time of Joseon soldiers had to prepare their own armor, so it is only natural. He puts the armor matter aside for later. "First I need to do something." Then the crown prince asks, "Are all the cannons and handheld cannons here?" General Choi responds, "Yes, Your Highness." He uncovers the tarp to reveal a large number of weapons, swords, spears, and cannons neatly arranged. Hyung is overjoyed, exclaiming with emotion, "Who would have thought I would get to see this with my own eyes? The color is beautiful." Chon, confused by the reaction, wonders what is he talking about. After that, the crown prince carefully examines the weapons and realizes they are still using wooden cannons without braces, meaning there is no stopper to enhance the gunpowder's power. He mutters to himself, "Well, it will be quite some time before cannons with braces become common, so it makes sense for them to still use regular handheld cannons." Then he suddenly notices something. He asks, "Is this cannon made of wood with braces, right?" Choi replies, "Yes, Your Highness." The crown prince, resting his chin on his hand, ponders like an old man. Although improvements are being made, it is clear that a full upgrade is necessary. The key issue is, where should the improvements begin? He decides to set aside the cannons for now and turns his attention to the handheld cannons. Hyung starts asking General Choi questions continuously. How is the penetration power of the handheld cannons? Do the Jurchen army wear armor? General Choi replies, "Yes, Your Highness." There are various levels of armor, but they all wear either heavy or light armor. The crown prince then inquires, "So if they wear light armor and are hit by one of these handheld cannons, what happens?" Choi Hee-san gives his best guess. "I have not witnessed it firsthand, but according to reports from the north, A Jurchen warrior was killed at a distance of 40 paces, which is about 50 meters. After hearing this, the Crown Prince says, I understand. I have seen enough. Let us head back. As they walk back, he is deep in thought. This is complicated. It is tough to pinpoint the exact issue. Where should I start? After the drill, the Crown Prince expresses his satisfaction, praising the generals and soldiers. Well done, everyone. I have prepared food and drink, so eat and drink to your heart's content. Hearing this, the soldiers jump in joy, cheering in excitement. Long live His Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. As for the Crown Prince, he could not stop thinking. He could no longer hold it in and blurts it out. This is not right. I am too curious. I cannot stand it anymore. The Crown Prince called over 2 soldiers from the artillery and handheld cannon team. They looked at each other in confusion before responding, Yes, Your Highness. He grinned mischievously and said, Follow me for a moment. I have some questions for you. Before getting to the main topic, the Crown Prince politely said, I apologize for delaying you from joining the feast. Hearing this, the 2 soldiers waved their hands and replied, No need to worry about that, Your Highness. We are fine. Relieved, the Crown Prince said, Really? In that case, I will ask freely. Although the 2 soldiers seemed eager and unhesitant, inside they felt a bit uneasy, crying internally. The Crown Prince then began asking very practical yet highly specialized questions. First of all, when using these handheld cannons, do you find any inconveniences? Do you feel uncomfortable or encounter any difficulties? Please speak freely. The 2 soldiers candidly replied, It is not exactly uncomfortable, but there are difficulties. Heing's face showed concern as he asked what difficulties. One of them responded, Most handheld cannons need to be mounted on a pole to fire, but even the strongest artillerymen struggled to fire more than 2 shots. The change in accuracy are also problematic. If the target is close, the accuracy is high, but the farther away the target is, the harder it is to hit precisely. Heing raised his hand and asked, May I hold it? Picking up the cannon pole, he understood the problem immediately. The center of gravity tilts too far forward. But is it just because the cannon is too heavy? Curious to know more, the Crown Prince asked, How heavy is this handheld cannon? General Choi replied, 3 Jun and 8 Ryong, Your Highness. He continued, And what about the length? Choi answered, Each cannon varies, but the shortest is at least 4 feet long. So the lengths are different. Choi hesitated before awkwardly replying that depends on the measurement system used, so there are some small discrepancies. Heing was shocked to hear this. What? That is the same as saying the rulers are of different lengths. In modern times, was there not a standard measurement agreed upon before manufacturing these? General Choi quietly explained that they were all tribute items. He bit his lip and thought to himself, it seems the issue is not just the cannon's center of gravity, but something else. He then asked how much gunpowder is used for this handheld cannon. After hearing the amount General Choi mentioned, the Crown Prince was left speechless, shocked to the point where he felt like he needed immediate medical attention. Seeing this, the general anxiously asked, Are you all right, Your Highness? Heing scratched his head and replied, I am fine. The amount of gunpowder needed is much greater than I thought. After understanding all his previous doubts, the Crown Prince said, You may go now, General Choi. He said, Let us go. Heing did not even look back, smiling brightly as he encouraged them. Well done, everyone. The 2 soldiers happily responded, Thank you, Your Highness. But they were still puzzled. Why is the Crown Prince so curious about these things? He is still young. What would he know? Must just be curiosity. Meanwhile, Heing was quite pleased because he had figured out where the problem lay. While walking with General Choi Hee-san, the Crown Prince asked General, Does the process of firing the handheld cannon require 2 people to work together? General Choi responded, Usually yes, Your Highness. Still curious, the Crown Prince continued, But I have heard that 1 person can operate it alone. Choi Hee-sen explained, if necessary, the artillerymen can clamp the cannon under their right armpit or use their right hand while igniting the fuse with the left hand. Hearing this, Hee sighed and said that sounds really inconvenient and complicated. The general agreed. Indeed, that is why we normally use 2 people, but that creates a manpower issue. Expanding the number of artillerymen becomes more difficult. The Crown Prince nodded and said, "Now I understand. Let us focus on solving the handheld cannon issue first." He then recalled when he was still Kim Jin-ho, before being reincarnated as Crown Prince Hee. He had once traveled to the United States to work on shipbuilding, where he met many military enthusiasts. One of his friends there had invited him to see his collection. In that collection, Jin-ho saw numerous firearms from all eras displayed like in a museum. That friend had once said, "Jin-ho, let me show you how to make ammunition." Jin-ho had been amazed because his friend even knew how to make bullets. Truly the land of guns, he had thought. He had innocently asked if the bullet's gunpowder was 30 grams, but his friend replied, "No, it is measured in grains, not grams. Remember that." At the time, Jin-ho had not even known how much a grain was in grams. He had checked on his smartphone and had been shocked. Barely 2 grams. Jin-ho had marveled just under 2 grams of gunpowder can fire a 14-gram bullet at the speed of sound. Incredible. It had been an amazing discovery. Back in the present, reincarnated as Heen, the Crown Prince pondered. Black powder has about half the power of smokeless powder, but with 1 hectogram of black powder, it should still generate the force of at least 50 calibers, right? In this era, there are no aiming tools, so aiming with the naked eye is already the best they can do. However, to improve efficiency when aiming by sight, the shots need to be taken at close range or in large quantities. But to provide enough energy for that many shots, the only way is to increase the amount of gunpowder. Yet if they did that, the artillerymen would be knocked out by the cannon's recoil, would they not? The Crown Prince sighed to himself. This really is a vicious cycle. He kept muttering, should I create a sighting device? But how could I do that in the time of Joseon? Maybe I should improve the handheld cannon. While I am at it, I want to do it properly. But can the Joseon artillery even handle the recoil? Suddenly, he had an idea. He quickly flung open the door and exclaimed excitedly, that is it. Let us solve the smaller problems first and then move forward. He reported to the eunuch, I am heading to the Ministry of War. Scene shifts to the Ministry of War. General Choi Hee-san was sitting in a strange position reading a book when the Crown Prince arrived and saw him. He thought to himself, is he reading while doing squats? Startled, the general quickly stood up saying, the Crown Prince has arrived. You are here already. He added, please forgive me, Your Highness. I will tidy up right away. He waved it off. No need. I only have a quick question for you. Fighting a few coughs, he asked General, is the thickness of the fuse used for the cannon standardized? Choi Hee-san replied, yes, Your Highness. The Crown Prince then requested, may I take a look at the fuse? General Choi quickly went to fetch a fuse for Heen. Still a bit curious, Choi asked, but why do you need to see it, Your Highness? Heen then asked a favor. Could you light the fuse for me? Since it was not a difficult request, General Choi agreed immediately and lit the fuse for the Crown Prince. However, the fuse lit briefly and then went out. The Crown Prince said, I would like to see other fuses as well. At this point, General Choi's face grew tense, sensing there might be an issue. Heen, who had already suspected as much, said, as I thought. General, you have realized the problem too, have you not? Choi Hee-san sighed and responded, the issue is that the fuse cannot withstand the wind. Right, the Crown Prince nodded. Exactly. Has no one reported this problem? General Choi replied, honestly no, Your Highness. But if the wind blows out the fuse, it is not a big deal. They just replace it and relight it. He challenged him. But in the heat of battle, when time is critical, can they afford to do that? The Crown Prince then ordered on the battlefield, time is life. Send an order to the military supply department to determine the appropriate fuse length immediately. General Choi, increasingly impressed, admired the Crown Prince even more. He could not comprehend how such a young child could think of these issues. On a beautiful day, the Minister of Revenue and Li Chan ran into each other by chance. Since it had been a long time since they last met, they decided to walk and chat. The minister asked, "Lately, I have not seen the Crown Prince anywhere. What has he been up to?" Li Chan replied, "The Crown Prince said he has been busy with a very important experiment. For the past 5 days, he has been engrossed in the annex of the Research Institute. Not long ago, he even took mercury from the military supply department." The Minister of Revenue was shocked when he heard that, his mouth agape. "Mercury? Why mercury?" he stammered. Scene shifts to the Crown Prince. He invited the ministers for a discussion. The Crown Prince began, "It has been a while since we last met." Then Heing directly asked Minister of Public Works, "How is the progress on modifying the calendar?" The minister replied, "We have made some positive progress, Your Highness. We have identified the discrepancies between our calendar and the Ming dynasties, and we are working on adjustments." Hearing this, he felt somewhat relieved and asked, "Good. So when can we expect results?" The minister replied, "It should be completed by this winter, Your Highness." Upon hearing the word winter, the Crown Prince's face darkened. "That is too slow." Heing shouted, "The latest it should be completed is by the Mid-Autumn Festival." The Minister of Public Works was taken aback as he thought it would be impossible to finish by then. Heing, visibly tense, continued, "I have already informed you before. You can use my name to urge them. The deadline is Mid-Autumn Festival, no exceptions." The minister, bowing quietly, responded, "Understood, Your Highness." Next, he turned to General Choi Hee-san and General Li Chan. "I have a very important task for you both." Both generals, sweating cautiously, asked, "What is it, Your Highness?" He told them to wait a moment as he retrieved a scroll. When he unrolled it, it revealed a design for an improved firearm. Heing confidently said, "With this, the battlefield will be completely different in the future." Li Chan's eyes widened upon seeing the design. The Crown Prince explained to both generals, "This is the firearm I want to create." The ministers, astonished, stared at the design with open mouths. He emphasized again, "With this, the future of warfare will change dramatically. You can rest assured." Then, addressing Li Chan and General Choi, he added, "Both of you, let us work together to create this firearm." The two generals hesitated, deep in thought. Minister Jang Yong-soo, who had some doubts, asked, "In this drawing, if you pulled a ring at the bottom, it seems the curved part at the top would move. So how would the fuse ignite?" Instead of answering directly, he asked Minister Jang, "If it were you, how would you do it?" Minister Jang shared his thoughts. "If it were me, I would tie the fuse to the spot I am pointing to here and place a plate with gunpowder here. When we pull the crescent-shaped part, the tied fuse would move and the gunpowder on the plate would ignite. The flame would travel into the barrel, causing an explosion. Boom." After hearing Jang's solution, Heing smiled with satisfaction. "Minister Jang, your analysis is remarkable," the Crown Prince exclaimed. Now Li Chan also understood the design, and General Choi added after hearing Minister Jang's explanation, "It truly is a brilliant design. This way, we will not need an extra person to light the fuse, and the firing time will be significantly reduced." Heing was pleased inside because they now understood how long it takes to aim and fire the gun. He smiled and said, "Exactly." Minister Jang, still pondering, asked, "But Your Highness, in this drawing, there is no fuse or the gunpowder plate we just discussed. There is only a protrusion here. How do we get the gunpowder into that?" The Crown Prince chuckled and explained, "Let me clarify. According to the Westerners, this part here, which looks like a chicken's head, is called the firing mechanism. In their language, they call this a fryson, the cap where gunpowder is placed inside." Minister Jang responded with an understanding nod. "Ah, so you just move the trigger and strike the cap." The Crown Prince replied exactly. When it strikes the cap, it will ignite immediately. At that moment, General Choi brought up another concern. But Your Highness, gunpowder itself is another issue. The gunpowder we currently use has a few serious problems. First, producing gunpowder is very dangerous, and storing it is difficult. If the ingredients are mixed too violently, they can rub against each other and cause an explosion. And if it is not stored properly, the mixed ingredients will separate. Furthermore, saltpeter, the main ingredient of gunpowder, absorbs moisture easily. That is why the army mixes it with sand to prevent moisture absorption. So even if we want to use the cap you mentioned, I am worried it will not work with such moisture-sensitive materials. After hearing this, the Crown Prince said what General Choi says is absolutely correct and makes perfect sense. But I have something that can solve that issue. He then pulled out a bag of powder. None of the ministers knew what it was. This, the Crown Prince said, is the gunpowder I made myself. He thought to himself, I still want to refine it further. But for now, this is more than enough. I call it silver powder. Minister Jang, confused, asked silver powder, does that mean it contains real silver? The Crown Prince sprinkled some of the gunpowder onto a piece of paper, imitating the dramatic motion of a modern-day salt bee. He smiled and explained, I did not use silver. I used saltpeter, mercury, and alcohol. Seeing the artist Jeong Cho staring wide-eyed, he handed him a hammer and said, judging by your expression, you seem curious. Do you want to strike it? Jeong Cho took the hammer and hit the paper covered with the gunpowder. At first, he thought, why is he making me do this pointless task? But a moment later, he jumped back exclaiming, oh my god, as smoke rose from the paper where the silver powder had ignited. The Crown Prince then turned to General Choi and Minister Lee, asking, what do you think? General Choi, overjoyed, said, with this, we can absolutely use it. How did you come up with such a thing, Your Highness? He burst out laughing, hugging the general. It is because I am so clever, of course. Then he added more seriously, this is just a sample. Based on the design, when we use it practically, we can place it in this position. What do you think? General Choi hesitated and replied, I am not sure, Your Highness. May I hold it and give it a try? Hing responded, of course. General Choi held the gun and aimed carefully. He asked the Crown Prince, is this correct, Your Highness? The other ministers admired him, commenting, General looks so cool, very stylish. The Crown Prince chuckled to himself, thinking these old men. Li Chan then gave his opinion. If we use this gun, the system of firing multiple rounds will not be suitable anymore. Firing single shots will be much more appropriate. The Minister of Public Works raised a question. But Your Highness, I still do not quite understand the strategy. With only one shot, would it not be difficult to hit the target? Minister Jang took the gun and said it seems the protrusion here serves as a sight for aiming, and the length of the gun helps make it easier to hit the target. I get it now. But one thing about the design makes me curious. This gun does not use the usual casting method, does it? Hing responded, that is right. This gun will be forged, not cast. That is why I want you to inform the military supply department in advance. So a whole day passed with Hing and the ministers discussing how to make the gun until late at night.